You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of memes and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Poe Zone.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Oh, that looks beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the greatest stream on YouTube. It's HeadshotH4rry, and it starts now. Like and subscribe. This stream's made possible by viewers just like you.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
Shout out to the lizard family. Hello folks, hello ladies and gentlemen, I'm HeadshotH4rry. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be working on our Minecraft world and listening to some podcasts. We got some interesting stuff on the way. I have no idea what they're about. They're hot off the presses. First one coming up is Jesse Michaels of American Alchemy. That is Jesse Michaels with... Wait. Where is it? Oh. It is Jesse Michaels with no A in the Michaels. Check him out. We're going to be listening to his latest one. This just came out 2 days ago. So... And yes, we will be working on our microphone, which should be popping up there we go. All right. Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. I'm going to start the podcast in a minute. Just kind of do a little quick introduction. This is my Minecraft world, and it's very old, and we're building an amusement park. So we're going to be working on it and listening to some podcasts. There's Huntrix. So that's it. Let's start the podcast because I want to get to building. This is Jesse Michaels, American Alchemy. He'll do the introduction of who his guests are today.
Guests today have credentials that are impossible to ignore. Dr. Eric Hazeltine was Director of Research for the National Security Agency. Basically, he was the tip of the spear on science and innovation for the US's most hardcore intelligence agency. Before that, he was an executive vice president at Walt Disney Imagineering. He's a neuroscientist, a futurist, and has over 70 patents to his name. He possibly has one of the most intriguing resumes of all time.
When you look at all the many thousands of reports, and we've looked at all, and some I have guilty knowledge of from when I was inside the government, it's real, and it's something we do not understand.
Dr. Chris Gilbert has an MD and PhD from one of France's top medical schools. She's worked with Doctors Without Borders across 4 different continents, and she's pioneered her own incredibly unique methods in holistic medicine.
In our own body that we've studied so much, there are things we're discovering that we had no idea existed.
She also happens to be Eric's wife. Together, they've co-authored several books, including The New Science of UFOs and The Shadow of Time, a book involving ancient archaeological objects with anomalous properties being systematically excavated by private corporations.
This thing's a cover-up.
So when I found out that a former NSA director of research, who is privy to just about every sensitive piece of intelligence in the United States, wrote a book about anomalous objects being recovered in the desert, I had to reach out and learn more.
Do you guys have kind of a base case for what's going on?
I think what we're seeing with these credible, real phenomena is something really bizarre and out there. We might all be Martians.
What is to say that life doesn't exist 120 light years away from us?
I think it's almost certain that we're evolved from building blocks that are extraterrestrial. There was some advanced civilization on Earth many hundreds of millions of years ago that discovered near luminal travel.
This whole interview is a fun game of cat and mouse. It's me basically trying to figure out whether Eric and Chris's fiction books were at all informed by what Eric saw behind the curtain.
You can move something through the air where there's no engine on it at all. You're just pushing on it with photons.
Did you do that at a larger scale?
Yes.
Whoa.
So without further ado, sit back, relax, and enjoy a mind-expanding conversation with a bunch of rabbit holes you won't want to climb out of with this week's American alchemists, Dr. Eric Hazeltine and Dr. Chris Gilbert.
Cool. This one sounds good. Yeah, guys, be sure to check out this channel. Jesse Michaels, American Alchemy. It's pretty good. It's probably one of the best on YouTube. It might be the best. But I don't know. Mark Rober's got a pretty good one, too. All right.
Oh, man. This is a total honor. I feel very, as is often the case, but maybe especially today, intellectually underqualified to be in this room. Dr. Chris Gilbert, Dr. Eric Hazeltine, you are the former director of research at the NSA, the National Security Agency, and that role actually ended up with you on an A&E history series, Alien Files Reopened.
Having been at NSA and being one of their senior leaders, I find that highly unlikely.
Which is fascinating. You guys co-authored a book about UFOs together, which I can't wait to get into. You also worked at Hughes Aircraft, Disney Imagineering. Dr. Chris Gilbert, you've done amazing work around the world.
This is actually kind of good. This is suiting because HeadshotH4rry takes direct inspiration from Disney Imagineers. That has been no secret to this world, this channel, this Minecraft world. All of my principles are based off of Disney Imagineers, and not just them, because I mean they're using artistic principles as well, but they're a huge inspiration to this park. So that's cool that he was like the director or something for the Imagineers, because that must mean he's like a genius. Those guys are geniuses. They're awesome. Heroes, I guess. Inspirational to me, for sure.
Physics.
That's what this park is. A reflection of that.
MD, PhD. And you guys have co-authored a few books together, and I want to talk about those. You've independently offered, a Spy in Moscow Station. And you guys have just an incredible background, both individually and together. So it's an honor to be with you today.
That's a great honor to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us.
I wanted to talk about your book, The New Science of UFOs, because I think it's a really great kind of survey level overview of all of the possibilities. I think often in this space, there's a lot of kind of mushy brained thinking and just almost people are over indexed on intuition. And you really kind of lay out all of the possibilities from spoofing techniques to man-made craft to, genuine non-human intelligence. And then you even get into frameworks for thinking about the non-human intelligence. So, why don't we start there? What are the possibilities kind of high level when it comes to UFOs?
Well, I'll start and then you can fill in where I miss things. First of all, a little context for the book. I spent years at the CIA after leaving NSA, and OD&I, where I was basically the CTO of the U.S. intelligence community, the whole thing. And I was a analyst for a particular target and was trained in analytic tradecraft, which is basically the scientific method. And we call it the method of competing hypothesis. When we see a phenomena or an event, we say, what are all the different hypotheses for what could be driving this? And then we go and we look for evidence that would support or contradict each of those. And at the end, we weigh it and come out with an assessment with the probability of what we think is the most likely of all of those with some confidence. And so, for example, in Iran, you have the Iran group at the different agencies doing that now, saying, okay, the Iranians have a nuclear program. What is our best guess and at what probability about where they are in that program and what their intent is? Right. So that's an example. So with the UFOs, UAPs, we did the same. We said, okay, here are the reporting. What are all the different things it could be? And now let's examine them. So we have a matrix in there, which is a little bit geeky in that we present all of them that we surface, and then we evaluate the plus or minus, and at the end we come up with a conclusion. So we start with the observer themselves. When you look at a phenomena, you have to look at what's reporting it and how accurate and biased is the thing that's reporting it.
Yo, King Chris, what up, dog? What up? Welcome to the stream, buddy. I'm working on my Minecraft world, listening to this cool podcast. What's good, man?
So the human instrument, as a neuroscientist and as a physician, we can both tell you the human instrument is highly flawed, right? Mm-hmm. And so we look at things like optical illusions, emotional bias that make you see what you want to see, that make you see what you expect to see. We get into how your brain is wired to cut corners. And so we explore optical illusions or other kind of illusions. We explore atmospheric effects, some of which are just now being discovered, like sprites at southern latitudes, things really weird, ball lightning, things like that, plasma type effects. We explore the possibility that the mundane ones, like it's drones, balloons, things like that. We explore the possibility that it's of human origin, highly classified and super high tech. We explore the possibility that it's of non-human, but of earthly origin. I mean, we always assume if it's from Earth that it has to be human. Well, what we look at is the old Sherlock Holmes thing. What isn't impossible? And we'll get into this more, but at CIA, we used to have a saying in analysts that says, do not look for your keys under the lamppost. Right? Don't look only where you can see. So if you're not seeing something, it's probably because you don't know where else to look. So one thing we used to do is say, what do we know or think we know? What can we see and not see? And if we're not finding the answer, it must be the opposite of what we can see. It's in the negative space. Right? So I was once involved in the hunt for a very senior Islamic terrorist whose name I will not mention. And I was employed by CIA when I was at NSA. And I went to them and I said, you haven't found this guy. Where do you expect him to be and where do you not expect him? Where do you want him to be and where do you not want him to be? And I said, look for him where you least expect and least want him to be, because that's where he's going to be by definition.
Well, my mind is now going to like dark matter or concepts like dark chemistry, parts of the universe that are honestly the majority of the universe, which isn't, visible and doesn't seem to interact with light. And so I don't know if you guys have considered that as a possibility.
Yeah, we're talking also in the book about exopsychology, which we kind of imagine what would that be, an extraterrestrial, what would that be? So it could be made of dark matter and feeding on dark energy. It could be, and we said that it could be anything that we could not think about. So what are we not thinking about? What could we not predict? So we could not predict that they might not derive from animal forms, that they might not derive from plants, that they don't require food or water to survive, maybe, that maybe they are immortal, that maybe they don't sexually reproduce. We imagine that they sexually reproduce, maybe not. Maybe they have no written or spoken language. Maybe they don't emotionally bond with others. Maybe they're not a social species. Maybe they're not curious. We think they are aggressive. Maybe they're not aggressive. What if they have all the resources they can ever need? What if there are a collection of single cells that origin, develop, and live in space and not on the planet? Maybe we're just surrounded in space, but we don't see them. And what if they use a type of propulsion that is unknown to us? That we think about every possible ways of moving, but I'm sure there's ways that we have no idea exist. And what are they? What if they don't derive directly from biology and they're hyper advanced digital AIs? I mean, we're trying to think about all the elements that are completely out of the box, that nobody could think about, that nobody can even imagine, that our brain could not even compute.
And then you have to think, we discovered bacteria as late as the 19th century. And Occam's razor is it's not 0 or one thing. It's, 0 or a whole host, or swimming in life that might be more advanced than us.
You never know it.
You never know it.
Yeah. The way I think of it is we've all seen those cartoons where the coyote goes through a door and you see the silhouette, where he went through the door. And so you see where he went through, and that's the positive space. The negative space is the door. We tend to always focus on the positive space, which in human terms is, in the intelligence world, we call this mirroring. We look at a target and say, they must be like us. Therefore, if they're doing X, it's for motivation Y. So what Dr. Gilbert just said is we did the opposite of that. We said, let's take everything that humans are and assume that extraterrestrials are none of those. They're the opposite, because we would never think to look there, and we never think to understand the motivation. So, for example, let's take the Tic Tacs. Suppose the Tic Tacs are driven by an extraterrestrial species that are unlike us in every possible way, in the way she just described. How then would you explain what they're doing? You wouldn't explain it with human motivations.
No.
You'd explain it with anti-motivations. And when you do that, it's freeing. It's kind of like in that movie, Pirates of the Caribbean. Someone says to Captain Barbossa when they're looking for Captain Jack, and they say, Captain, we're lost. And he goes, you have to get lost to find something that can't be found. And that's deep. That is really deep. And that's why, like I say, in the intelligence world, when we're doing our job right, we understand our own limitations. And one very productive place to look is where we know we're blind, and then to purposely try to look there.
Oh, that's so fascinating. Something I think about a lot with this topic is we think about mining resources. We have this whole conflict with
MJ. What's up? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? We're just listening to some interesting podcasts, working on our Minecraft world. What's good?
China around rare earth refinement, for example. What if their resource...
Here, real quick, since you just showed up, pick something from this chest. Pick whatever calls to you. It could be a pie. It could be stew, a potato, corn flour. Any one of these items, please just pick one for me. Which one calls? I'm not moving until you pick. Yeah, you can ask, but can you do me one quick one? and just pick something from this chest, the top part. Pick an item. My favorite mob? I don't know if I have a favorite mob. Yeah, I don't know if I have a favorite mob. That's an interesting question. I'll think about it and I'll get back to you. But since you're not going to give me an answer, I'm going to pick... let's see how this looks. A piece of pumpkin pie. I need to put something in this. It kind of looks like I need a cake there or something. Or maybe I should, like, put an actual cake here. That makes sense. That makes sense. Alright. Maybe like a golden apple? You could say anything you want. Nothing. No I can
like,
stop that.
I think about what's most interesting about human beings, and it's probably not the material world that we're in. Maybe it's our consciousness. And so is there something around our consciousness or even our emotions or our thoughts that are more interesting to these beings than just, you know, they're here for gold or copper or whatever because they're, you know, maybe their atmosphere is burning up. They need reflective material.
Well, now you're getting into a really interesting field called noetics.
When we first started selling merchandise at AmericanAlchemyMerch.com.
Noetics. Interesting.
The state-of-the-art solution in e-commerce.
Well, now you're getting into a really interesting field called noetics. And it's a fringe field of neuroscience and biology where, for example, they believe that consciousness is a property of the universe, not of us. And that each of our brains is like a radio receiver that's tuned in to conscious cosmic.
We've been saying this forever. This is not new.
Consciousness.
Yeah.
Just a different name.
That this is kind of the idea of where the soul comes from. That since consciousness isn't tied to our bodies any more than radio waves are tied to a radio.
I believe that because you have the binding problem, for example, in neuroscience, which is this classic problem of you have all these disparate pathways. You have, you know, Wernicke's area for, you know, comprehension, and you have Broca's area for speech, but they're all disparate. And then we see this perceptually seamless kind of movie, and there's this question of how that is. And I think about a radio, and if you have the radio's components, you take away the battery, you take away the, you know, the capacitor, you take away the antenna, any one of those might break the radio and the music might stop playing. But none of those productively explain why it's playing Vivaldi's Four Seasons. You need to know the frequency it's tapping into.
Yeah. So I'm not saying I'm a fan of noetics, but what I'm saying is that it's so interesting that these ideas show up throughout human history in terms of, like, if you look at the Vedic scriptures in the Hindu and the whole notion of transcendentalism, like the deity, whatever it is, exists everywhere in all things simultaneously. And that led to transcendentalism. And you could look at Jung, who believed in the collective unconscious, as an example of the human instantiation of that. So it is interesting when you see these ideas. And I'd just like to make a comment.
You want to draw some... Excuse me. You want to draw something cool for me?
And then turn it over to Dr. Gilbert.
What do you have in mind?
If you look at our language, we say things like, in our heart, I believe. In my gut, I believe. Right? Or I have this feeling. Those were metaphorical when we thought they were metaphorical. What we now know is they may not be metaphorical. That we have more neurons in our gut than the cerebral cortex of a monkey. And they're pretty damn smart.
Right.
We have a huge number of neurons in our heart. And now we know the cells themselves can have perception and learning, and we have gut bacteria, which are this whole other hyper complex organism. And so I think this is the subject of the listening cure, where Dr. Gilbert has come up with this idea of listen to your body, because all of these different entities that we call our body actually are not metaphorical.
Yeah, so The Listening Cure is one of our books that talks about how our body has a mind of its own, how each organ has a mind of its own, how each cell in the liver, each cell in the gut can have a mind of its own and a purpose and maybe feelings and connection to the brain and vice versa. But there are so many things that we don't know, that we think we know. So how is it that we can believe we know everything about space, about the planets, when even in the body, in our own body that we've studied so much, there are things we're discovering that we had no idea existed. I'm going to give you an example. Like Stanford University researcher did a survey of DNA fragments circulating in the blood. And it suggests that microbes living within us are vastly more diverse than previously thought. In fact, 99% of our DNA has never been seen before. And then there's an entirely new class of life that has been found in the human digestive system called obelisks. And they're microscopic rods made of RNA that we had no idea existed.
Whoa.
And we have no idea what they do. So,
What?
And also in the brain, I mean, we think you talk about the Broca area, the Wernicke area. We don't think they're isolated. We think they're working in conjunction of a multitude of other kinds of cells that are necessary for their function, but we don't know exactly which ones, and we're studying this now. We think that everything is related. Every single item is related to other items in ways that we cannot comprehend yet. And that's the relationship. And everything in the universe might be, that's my assumption, that's my belief, that everything in the universe is probably also related, interconnected.
Yes.
And there's so much we don't know, and it is so fascinating to imagine and to discover what we don't know. We probably know maybe 1% of what exists in the world. We think we know so much, but we know so little, and discovering everything is like, oh, it's wonderful. Even in a human body, it's wonderful, but outside Earth, oh my God.
Hey, MJ, I see your messages. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, I need to actually update my banner. You are correct. They don't match. That's great that you noticed that. Good on you. I guess you do prove that you are an artist because you noticed. I usually do all the design work myself, but if you tell me if you have a Twitter, you could drop your Twitter handle. Don't leave a link because YouTube will block it. But you can leave your handle and I'll check it out. I appreciate that. So something kind of crazy happened. This guy just happened. I needed a worker for this place, and I think I found him. So I wasn't intending on encasing this, but I might just have to keep this guy back there. Because I don't know of another way. I could probably use a boat. But do I want to do that? Is that inhumane? Oh, look at this. Our second, this is our second, I don't know what to call him, like, park attendee. What's so funny is that we used a golden apple that was here on display. So it's like he like earned his This guy's trying to escape. I'm sorry, you can't escape. He couldn't do it, though. He looks like a regular old villager, not a cool one. But yeah, we used an apple from the sweet shop. This is the sweet shop. So it's real. He belongs here. Although he's trying to leave. Can't be having that. I don't know if he could jump on this. I can't jump on this. Alright, well that's good. Let's put this back. Well, I gotta get this podcast back going.
So much.
Yeah. So I want to circle back to your original question of which hypotheses did we surface in the new science of UFO, because we didn't finish going into them. We talk about erasing the difference between space and time, because Einstein didn't think of them as separate. Time is just another dimension, as valid as up, down, left, right, and so forth. And it's interesting, in all of his field equations, time does not have to move in one direction. The laws of thermodynamics say it does, but there is no physical equation that says it has to. And we have some really weird laboratory phenomena and theoretical phenomena that suggest that time, for example, there's this experiment called the quantum eraser. It's a famous three-slit experiment, and where you can do something in the present that influences which way a particle or wave behaved in the past. And then you have the whole business of non-locality, which has something in one part of the universe instantly or nearly instantly. We now know there's a speed to it, but it's faster than the speed of light, affects something on the other side. And then we have the whole area of quantum neuroscience, where is entanglement between quantum states in one person's brain or one part of the brain entangled in others in ways that affect or influence, So what we do is, let's take time. Everyone assumes that if they're non-humans coming in UFOs, that it must be from outside Earth. And that may be true. But what if it weren't true? Let's start with that fork and say, what happens if these things that we're seeing are from Earth, but either from the past, present, or future? You say, well, time travel backwards isn't possible. Well, in our current framework, most physicists would say that, and yet there are these weird phenomena that we talk about in the book, like frame dragging, where if you have a black hole that's spinning really fast, a Schwarzschild black hole is spinning really fast, the black hole itself isn't just spinning, it's spinning space-time with it, right? And so if you were orbiting outside the event horizon of a spinning black hole, there is this thing called a closed time-like curve, where when you started the orbit and you finished it, you'd end up at the same place in time. So if you end up where you started, you went back in time. The math says that is theoretically not impossible, and there's a distinction. And so you're going to hear this throughout our discussion. What we like to explore is the not impossible, because we think that's where the answers are. So to get back to this time thing, one of the things we explore is the possibility that there was some advanced civilization on Earth many hundreds of millions of years ago, whose evidence has been covered up by the relentless reshaping of the surface of the planet with tectonic and so forth, various environmental things that happened that we wouldn't necessarily see evidence of it. And
You'd likely not, almost.
Unlikely, given it, depending on where it was and so forth. The Earth's crust has folded over on itself and got pushed under and subducted and blah, blah, blah. And so what if there were an ancient species that discovered near luminal travel, speed of light, or even faster, and we can get into that later. You know, what are the possibilities for faster than light travel that aren't impossible? And where that takes you is this civilization could have zipped out and to them only spend a few years in space and come back a few 100 million years later.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That could be what we're seeing. Is it likely? No. But is it impossible? We can't say.
Yeah.
As she said, we know so little. Yeah. To say that something's impossible is somewhat wrong. And then again, when you look at the future, right? And then you say, well, what about the present? There's some obvious mundane things like, okay, the Chinese or the Russians have cool stuff we don't understand, which is true. They do. But there are other more exotic, really exotic, like, you know, the multi-worlds hypothesis that there are parallel quantum realms that are splitting off all the time. And in some of those, could there be some weird things happening? That one gets a little dicey, I think. But I think that the more important thing is to break out of the chains of expectation and what we know. And just be humble and say, there's so much we don't know. Don't ever rule out something unless you have really hard laboratory proof.
I love that. And I think if at any point in history you were to see, you know, a repeated anomaly with an abundance of anecdotal evidence, but it didn't comport with the physics of the time, you'd get all these people saying this can't be true because of physics. And those people would be wrong. And the people just saying we got to follow the evidence and look at the anomaly itself would end up being vindicated. And there would be some new theory that would come to explain the anomaly. And per the kind of anthropocentric kind of bias or the extraterrestrial bias, you know, versus time travel, if you were in, you know, kind of North Sentinel Island, which is this remote island that's totally uncontacted, that's you know, technically part of India, but, you know, has never been contacted outside of a few missionaries, where I believe, you know, they've been trying to evangelize Christianity. You know, these missionaries, you know, I think in certain cases have met tragic ends. They go and, you know, they get speared or something, or, you know, shot with a bow and arrow. And I wonder, you know, do the North Sentinelese have legends of aliens coming and contacting them when in fact it's just, you know, human beings nearby? And so that just cuts to this perceptual bias. And to the time travel thing, Kurt Gödel had this, you know, model for time travel. And then Frank Tipler, who is a contemporary of Wheeler and a physicist, shrunk down the Gödel time travel model. And he had his thing called the Tipler disk. And it's a flying saucer. So I find that fascinating too.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think the main point we want to make is that when we want to study something, the first thing you study is the thing that self is studying it, meaning us. To look at that instrument and be very clear about its limitations and its strengths so that you are more tempered in the conclusions that you reach. If you say, this instrument isn't seeing something, could be interpreted as the thing isn't there, or the instrument can't see it. And there's too little of that kind of thinking. And I'll just give you an example. Hawking radiation. Okay. Hawking radiation, we believe, is due to particle-antiparticle pairs popping out of the void, whatever that is, kind of the vacuum quantum field that's seething with energy. There is no such thing as nothing, according to modern cosmology. And these particle-antiparticle pairs normally pop out of the void, whatever that is, recombined, where the matter-antimatter completely annihilate, leaving some residual energy, which is one of the theories of dark energy that's pushing the universe apart. And if these particle-antiparticle pairs pop out of nothingness on opposite sides of the event horizon, some of the energy escapes, which is why there is a glow or Hawking radiation around a black hole, and why they think maybe black holes evaporate over time.
MJ, I don't use Discord. Just letting you know.
And it also solves some loss of information paradoxes around black holes, where physics says you can't create or destroy information in the physics sense. And maybe this is how that's conserved. And through entanglement, there are things that go out. Well, the point I'm trying to get to is, let's suppose that we live in an n-dimensional universe, 4, that we can see, but there are many more. So imagine the analogy
Hey, Evie Michael, welcome to the channel. Hello, how you doing?
of a 3-dimensional universe interacting
I'm just working on my Minecraft world. It's pretty rad. I was thinking of making a tramway right now.
with someone who only lives in 2 dimensions.
A shortcut.
So if all we saw was 2 dimensions, everything would be in a flat plane. There would be lines, right? So let's say I'm a 3-dimensional person, and I have the surface of the water, which is 2 dimensions, and I put my 4 fingers and 1 thumb through it. The 2-dimensional being is going to experience me as 5 circles because that's where I intersect its reality. So when you look at these quantum things popping in and out, that could be something as simple as if we were a plane and there was something circling that hit us every now and then, we would see it pop in and pop out.
Yeah.
But it's only because we don't see the 3-dimensional reality. We only see the 2-dimensional reality of something popping in and popping out. And so that is where, if we relax the assumption that there are 4 dimensions, whatever a dimension is, and there are more, a lot of things now might make sense. Like something moving in impossible ways. Yes, in 3 dimensions or 4, that could be impossible. But in 5 or 6 or 7, it could be totally possible. And that's why we really have to open up our minds when we look at UFOs.
Yes.
And say, it makes no sense in our framework. And that, to me, says our framework is wrong.
We've talked a bit about longevity and life extension on this show, extending your telomeres, metabolic optimization, and the through line is always the same. Most of what determines how long you live comes down to really basic stuff.
This is
not
it.
these more.
This is it. This is it. I figured it out. It's going to go to here. Yep. Yep.
Exotic treatments. I think about that sometimes.
Man. This place finally has a purpose. Scoot over, dog. So what's the best way to do this? Whoa. This got destroyed. Whoa. That's crazy. Going through old caves is crazy. Anyways, what is this? I'm gonna skip ahead real quick.
Times when I realize it's 10 people, subscription purchase.
You can go
do yourself
and,
framework. So we better
support
We're seeing
Michael's-
something real. We don't
Our
understand
current
it.
audio
So we better
podcast.
start questioning our whole understanding of reality.
There's a really cool professor named James Madden who wrote a book called Unidentified Hyperobjects. And hyperobject is a Platonic idea of, objects that exist in higher dimensional space like tesseracts. And you would just see kind of the shadow of these tesseracts. And if, you take this pen, you put it through, 2D paper, all you see is a disc. And so I wonder, in his model, it's like these objects show up in order to almost break your priors specifically. Like there is the wow factor that is on the human side is the intended effect. And there is some sort of like almost intermittent reinforcement or conditioning going on where it's there it appears, it excites you, and then you keep going or something, and it's this sort of synchronistic thing, and it's impossible to kind of separate the observed and the observer, which you obviously would do in traditional science.
Well, what's fascinating about that, and it gets back to something Dr. Gilbert was saying about the motivations. As I told you before we started, I was a therapist, and as therapists, we try never to tell a patient anything. We need them to discover it on themselves, or they won't, quote, get it in their gut. People only understand that which they themselves discover. You can't tell people anything. There's this great book called If You See the Buddha on the Road, Kill Him. No one can tell you anything. You have to discover it for yourself. So what if extraterrestrials are here to teach us? This is their mission. They want to bring intelligent life in the universe up to a kind of a standard level so we can join a galactic federation, or maybe they just are altruistic missionaries or something. And these events are anomalies that they keep introducing to say, hey, pay attention. There's something over here that tells you you're not looking at things right. Like maybe there are end dimensions. And we're going to keep hitting you with these things until someone says, maybe this is telling us about our own ignorance on purpose.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not saying that's a case, but that's the kind of thing that we would never normally think about because we wouldn't behave that way.
It's like in Star Trek, the Prime Directive, you can't kind of openly commune unless, if you're pre-warp drive or you're not up to a certain consciousness level or whatever. And you might use these tactics. Maybe it's like cellular automata or something where it's like, this kind of biological network, and you're hitting a little node with a little wow factor. They tell their friends, and then it's sort of, you're influencing the teleology of the entire kind of, petri dish, with these little appearances.
Well, it's funny. We'll get into this later when we talk about the shadow of time. But we talked about a hyper-intelligent entity who has learned the hard way to have a very light touch. Because the universe is very complicated, and the slightest thing you do here could have a huge effect there. And so this creature realizes that and kind of works within the system to cause something they want to happen. And so there is some of that in our book. But I think that, again, just to kind of summarize the new science of UFOs, what we try to do in there is look into the negative space and to take people at a place they've never been before, and also to expose people not to the James Bond kind of side of the spy business, but the analytic, academic, kind of intellectual side of it, which is, okay, we have spies that collect the information, but then how do we make sense of it? And when you look at intelligence failures, such as 9/11, Pearl Harbor, and so forth, with one exception, which is we missed the India nuclear program. That was a failure of collection. We just didn't have the data. But in every other case, we've had the information. We just didn't know what was staring us in the face.
That's what, to me, that's why this whole idea of disclosure, I don't know if you saw this, but the White House just registered aliens.gov, which I found to be pretty funny. I don't know if you guys have a take there, but this whole idea of disclosure is kind of a misnomer to me, because I think this space, there's a ton of data, there's a ton of asymmetric data on the government side, but the sense making is totally lacking. And so you have all these file releases going on now with JFK and MLK and Epstein and stuff, but it's like finding a needle in a haystack, and nobody knows how to make sense of what's going on. To me, if you can't make sense of those things, which are like, conventional, prosaic political things, good luck with UFOs.
Well, I think AI is going to help that.
True.
I will tell you that the biggest problem in the intelligence world is not collecting. It's understanding what you've collected. And, there's so many reasons for that. There's the volume, velocity, and variety of information. It goes up exponentially every day, right? There's a lot more information out there.
Yep.
And then, so the real frontier in intelligence is to understand.
Yeah, except the problem with the AI is that AI is trained by humans. So if any AI is trained by humans to detect one or two things, it's not going to see the thing called X that will appear out of nowhere.
That's right.
So it will miss it also.
That's right.
Yes. Yeah. low sample size, an AI classifier is going to mistake something, then at high sample size, it's still going to mistake it.
Right.
And you need some sort of human supervised learning component in the loop to actually have
That's
good
right.
signal on the anomalies that are correct. And then you train up the model or something.
Yeah, yeah. But a good intelligence analyst will be humble and look outside the lamppost. In other words, be aware of their own biases. There's this great book called The Psychology of Intelligence Analysis by Richard Toyers. All analysts are taught to read it. It's part of our training. And it's to look at our own instrument. And he talks about all the different biases, confirmation bias, and so forth. And it's true that AI is just, it's like a Ferrari that'll go now 1,000,000 miles an hour instead of 200 miles an hour, but it's still a Ferrari.
Right.
It's not going to go into the air or
yeah.
go below the water.
Yeah. And there are things like, you mentioned time. Time to me is so interesting because it's like there's a David Foster Wallace speech, and it's like these goldfish talking to each other, and they're trying to conceptualize water, but water is the medium in which they swim. And that feels like time in many ways. It's the most used noun in the English language, and yet it's always defined with respect to something else. So macroscopically, the movement of bodies, and then microscopically, oscillations on an electromagnetic wave. And you get into things like, Einstein's equations, or even Maxwell's equations, I believe, work the same way forwards as they do backwards. And, you have time treated as a formal axiom, or as a classical axiom rather, in Schrodinger's equation. And so but there's all sorts of possible time weirdness in certain quantum interpretations, obviously of temporal non-locality. And so that seems like a very interesting foray into studying the UFO stuff.
Yeah. I mean, there is, for example, one minority theory that the Big Bang spawned a matter universe, which went one direction in time, and a simultaneous equal one, an antimatter universe, going in the other direction in time.
Is this a Sakharov?
I don't know who is.
Okay.
I just remember reading that. And there are other theories. We live inside this huge supermassive black hole. And there's some weird paradoxes, like the more massive the black hole, the less likely tidal forces will stretch you apart. Or the math is very complicated, but that's true. So it could be that what we call the universe is just what we see inside this big black hole. And how would we know? Right? I mean, I think that at the end of the day, if we ever know the truth, which I don't think we will.
You don't?
Well, no, this is a conversation I had with Marvin Minsky.
Okay.
And I said, Marvin, are we as humans...
For the audience, by the way, Marvin Minsky is kind of the godfather of modern artificial intelligence.
Right, MIT.
MIT.
And I knew him quite well, and I love kind of BSing with him, and, kind of like you did in the dorm, when you were a freshman, like, oh, man, this thing's all connected, everything. Well, I said, Marvin, are humans either collectively or individually capable of understanding nature in its entirety? And he goes, of course not. I'll give you an example. My cat over there is the smartest cat I know or have even ever heard of. It is a genius cat. I'll never teach it French.
Right.
And it turns out that was wrong too, because we now know that some cats can understand about 400 words of a language. But the point is that it's hubris to think that at whatever level of intelligence we've achieved is enough to understand nature.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, it's like, whales and dolphins and elephants and parrots are like way smarter than we ever thought they were. Crows. A crow will remember your face for 2 decades and come after you if you pissed it off.
It's wild.
Right? I mean, animals are way smarter than we think they are. But do we really think we can explain partial differential equations to a parrot? Maybe, maybe not, probably not.
Right.
And so it stands to reason that there's way more to be known than what our brains could ever comprehend. And to me, that's the exciting thing about UAPs and UFOs. It's nature's way of reminding us how little we know. And Isaac Asimov said, science doesn't proceed with eureka, like, oh, we get this great insight. It proceeds with, that's funny. Because that's funny means, that makes no sense compared to what I think I know. And whenever you see something that doesn't fit what you know, a real scientist should get excited,
Yeah.
not skeptical.
Yeah.
But as Max Planck said, science proceeds one funeral at a time.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Well, accepting that caveat around kind of having epistemic humility, you guys have done this amazing survey level overview. Do you guys have kind of a base case for what's going on, even if it's a soup of things?
Well, yes and no. Yes, in that we believe when you look at all the many thousands of reports, and we've looked at all, and some I have guilty knowledge of from when I was inside the government, there is a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction, maybe a few dozen out of all the many tens or hundreds of thousands, where I feel confident saying there's something real there. It's not an artifact of who observed it, of the instrument, of some mistake. It's real. And it's something we do not understand. Right. And so that to me is why we are so passionate about this, because as scientists, that excites us. We are not threatened by it. We are not repelled by it. We are drawn to it. And so I guess I shouldn't say this, but you can comment for yourself. But I'm kind of on a mission to get serious scientists to take a look at this. Because right now, it's very hard. Because there's the giggle factor. There's the, UFO, alien, little green man. And so really the world's best scientists, with a few exceptions like Levy and Harvard and places like that, they're staying away from it because it's a career killer.
That's what it seems like. And then simultaneously you have, you obviously were as high up as it gets in the U.S. government when it came to science. You were kind of the CTO of the country. And then you have this movie, I don't know if you've seen this, The Age of Disclosure, where you have guys like Jim Semivan, high up at the CIA, or Chris Mellon, who is Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, also cleared to a lot of stuff. And they're saying we have a program that's like reverse engineering this stuff. What do you guys think there? Do you think that's legit?
Well, I got to be careful what I say here. I had access to a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I never saw that.
Okay.
I never saw anything like that. We have this thing we say, yo, explain yo.
It's maybe yes, maybe no. Yo.
Yeah, when presented, we call it the power of yo.
Okay.
When presented with something, don't say yes, don't say no, say yo.
Okay.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Keep an open mind.
Yeah.
And so I don't have any illusions. It's just because I should have known everything that I did. I know for a fact that people hide things.
Right.
And so the fact that I didn't know it doesn't mean it wasn't there.
Yeah.
You see, this is a fascinating thing. Your average layperson, when they look at the government saying, we're not going to release this UFO thing, thinks, because they don't want us to know about aliens. But they don't think about other motivations. I'll give you one. Let's say we have sensors of a certain kind that are way better than we want anyone to know they are. Right? Because we don't want the adversary to know, we can see X, Y, or Z. That's called sources and methods. And in the intelligence world, that's what we protect more than anything. We can't let the adversary know what we know we can know. And so I have no doubt that some of the reluctance to release some of the stuff, it was captured by a collection system that we don't want people to know we have.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They can see farther, longer, into wavelengths that they didn't know that we could, and so forth. And I think some of the data captures have been through those kind of systems. And that just to reveal that can reveal the capability that we have. And so I feel quite certain that there's some of that going on.
Yeah, no, I mean, that makes total sense. You mentioned also Navy patents around laser holography.
Yes. Yeah, well, this is interesting because in looking at the possibilities, I just start from first principles of physics. If something is moving really, really fast with a super acceleration, the most fundamental equation in physics is F equals ma. Force equals mass times acceleration, right? And so if you look at an extraordinary acceleration, there are two ways to look at it. There's an unbelievable force or there's very low mass or both. And you say, well, what could do that? Well, when I was at Disney, we were developing electronic fireworks. And the way we did it is we had a Q-switch neodymium YAG laser that we focused to a spot in the atmosphere. And we put so much energy there that we ionized the air and created ball lightning. Okay. And then we moved it around with mirrors and lenses so that we created voxels in open space. And we could move those around like fireworks or like anything else. Okay. Those little plasmas reflect RF energy and give off tremendous heat and obviously a visual signature. So I thought, well, that has essentially zero mass. If I were going to fake it on purpose, and that is, by the way, one of the things we look at in the book, if someone was consciously going about faking something to make you think there was a UFO.
Yep.
For whatever reason, like the Russians do this all the time. They call it maskirovka. They make us think they can do things that we never thought they could do to deter us. Right? And so I asked, this is what I used to do at Disney, fake things. And I talked to this guy, Cliff Wong, who was the world's expert on drones. And I said, if you wanted to fake X, Y, or Z, how would you do it? And so he told me. He said, well, what I do is I would have a huge balloon here that was towed by a little teeny drone. And you'd think it was this big orb when in fact it wasn't. Right? So we get into all the ways of fake, but getting back to the plasma, I said, these glowing orbs could be free space plasmids that are being directed by a laser.
Right.
Well, it turned out there's a Navy patent to do exactly that, to draw things in the shape of an airplane to fool missiles.
And it would look like it's accelerating at,
right,
crazy G's and
and it would do everything that these orbs are doing.
Seems like it's breaking conservation momentum, but it's
not
massless.
It has zero mass.
Right.
If something is moving in a way that no mass could, maybe it doesn't have any mass.
Maybe it doesn't have mass. Maybe that's the way to look at it.
Yeah.
Well, if you were to look at, let's say, the Nimitz 2004 case, which I know you guys are pretty familiar with.
Yeah, and the Roosevelt and the Omaha, and
exactly. Yeah, in 2015. So in 2004, you have, at Nimitz off the coast of San Diego, you have Soul Carrier Strike Group. You have radar. You have, eyewitness observation. And then you have thermal imaging that's been released, this forward-looking infrared.
And CCTV also.
And CCTV. And so would this sort of plasma ball configuration be able to account for all of that?
Yes, it would from a kinematic point of view. But the visuals don't line up. Those are tic-tacs. And the plasmas actually can look like a tic-tac because they're not actual balls normally the way you do them unless you really are good with adaptive optics. But generally what happens with these plasmas, it's a laser beam coming to a focus.
Yeah.
And what happens is instead of just a ball, you tend to get the actual caustic of the energy coming in like this. So you'll see kind of a rope of energy like this. And that could look like a tic-tac. And then when you take into account atmospheric scattering and stuff, I would say possibly. It wouldn't be my first hypothesis because they define it. It looks like it's made of white plastic or something. Under normal conditions, these plasmas wouldn't look that way.
Okay.
But they also are louder than hell. In fact, when Michael Eisner, the CEO of Disney, I first showed him these things. He said, "Oh, we're not going to do this. It's really impressive, but we're not doing this." And I said, "Why?" He said, "Eric, there's something profoundly disturbing about the air over your head catching fire. And yeah, we like to stimulate our guests, but we don't want them running screaming out of the building." And it's really loud.
Yeah.
It's really loud because it creates sonic booms. And so, it's part of it. But what we do in the book is...
But that sounds like a pretty good capability for a PSYOP or something.
Well, it is,
If you want to do something on foreign land, ace in the hole tech or whatever, you fire in the sky and, some plasma projection balls everywhere and things like that.
Well, that's right. I mean, let's get back to the faking theory.
Yeah.
Someone isn't doing it and you're noticing it.
Yeah.
They're doing it on purpose to mess with your head. And the Russians in particular really do a lot of this.
Do they?
And because patents said it, weapons change, but man who uses them changes not at all. To defeat an enemy, you don't defeat their weapons. You defeat their brain and their heart. You erode their will to fight. The Russians know this. They don't have the resources we do. So one of the things they do is make us think they can do things that make us think twice about messing with them. And so it is I'm not saying they're doing this. I'm saying it would be consistent with their modus operandi to be messing with our heads. And by the way, when it comes to directed energy, there's no one better in the world than the Russians. You know, Bazov and the laser, you could say they invented it, you know, and they are really good at directed energy. I mean, that's what Havana Syndrome's all about, directed energy. So I think it's entirely possible that some of these phenomena are a foreign actor deliberately messing with our head.
Interesting. Yeah, there's I think it's 1976 SALT talks, and it's Kissinger is talking to Dobrynin, who's the foreign minister from the Soviets, and he's saying, stop beaming our embassy with microwaves. You've been blasting it for 12 hours straight. And Walter Stossel, who's the American ambassador, was not only hurt by this, he ends up dying of kind of a rare form of blood cancer. And so if that's going on in the 70s, and then it feels like we've had all this, like, honestly, gaslighting on the part of, CIA, a lot of people, a lot of diplomats who are stationed abroad who are experiencing these things that, they're consistently called psychosomatic or crazy or whatever. And then you have this Der Spiegel 60 Minutes, report saying, no, this is all real. And the Soviets have been doing it for decades.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
you
something-
really,
yeah, it's something
we're
we don't
deep into that.
understand.
I mean, I can't say exactly, but I'm very much part of that investigation. And so is Dr. Gilbert.
Yeah, we've been interviewing victims of Havana syndrome.
Yeah.
And it's spectacular because nobody understands that there are a series of symptoms that are all linked together that people don't understand, that are just unique. But there are a lot of people, there are like over 1,000 U.S. officials, from State Department and other American personnel. There are family members. There are children also that have reported. It's called anomalous health incidents now, AHI, which is Havana syndrome. And people are usually in their 20s, 30s, 40s. They're in great physical shape. But the symptoms started when they were, stationed in Cuba or Russia or China, Austria, Germany, Switzerland, and there are a lot of them in the United States and near the White House also. And people are staying at hotels, apartment, offices, or sometimes in their cars. But there are puzzling combinations of symptoms that we've never seen before. So a few people described like dizziness, combination of dizziness, headache, hearing loud, high frequency, very directional sounds that seem to come from a specific location. And both sounds and symptoms disappear when victims leave the room, and they reappear when victims re-enter the room. And some Havana syndrome victims describe disabling cognitive problems like memory problems and slow processing speed, balance problem, hearing loss, ear pain, tinnitus, insomnia, irritability, and sometimes depression. And the physicians could not understand what was going on. So we did a lot of studies, and we find ENT specialists found that that's the otolith inside the inner ear that get affected consistently in most of those cases. And now,
What is it in the inner ear?
the little teeny bony structures inside the inner ear that are responsible for balance. And those get disrupted, and it's very difficult to find what it is. I mean, people they do MRIs and they can't find anything. It's only when you study the otolith of the ears, of the inner ear.
Well, that's the one cluster of symptoms that seems to be in common with many of them. And I'll just say, again, I have to be careful picking my words.
Sure.
But I think there was not unanimity within the community, the intelligence community, on what was going on. You had one side saying, it's real and we know what it is with very high likelihood, and here it is. And then you had the other, which was the official version, is there's no there, nothing to see here, folks. And those of us who were tightly connected on the one side who heard that were shocked, mortified, angry.
Yeah.
Well, you saw Dr. Relman, for example.
Yeah.
The Stanford MD. I think he said it best.
Yeah.
And in an essay I just published, I really talk about, again, the psychology of how that could happen. And I believe that the people in the intelligence community at State Department and CIA who say there's nothing there, I don't think they know it and they're covering it up. I think they don't believe it because I have seen that over and over and over again. And at the end of the essay, I quote Upton Sinclair, who said, "You can't explain something to a man whose salary depends on not understanding it."
Right. Yeah.
It gets back to the common theme you've heard us talk about, which is whenever you have an instrument reporting something, ask about the instrument itself.
Yeah.
Right. So the people who aren't believing it can't believe it.
Yeah.
Because if they believed it, their whole ego structure would fall apart.
Right.
Right. So they have to believe it.
Yeah.
And so I think they truly think there's nothing there.
Speaking of which, go for it.
And
Dr.
they don't
Gilbert.
believe that something can happen that they don't understand. They think they have to understand everything, and if they don't understand it, it doesn't exist. But it sure does exist. I mean, we have interviewed a number of victims, and this is not fake. This really exists, and it's devastating for the people.
One of them used to work for me. I know him extremely well.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And we had a long conversation with him recently. I can't mention his name or where he worked.
Yeah.
But what bothers us the most about it is the victimizations of the victims. Imagine serving your country, being wounded in service of your country, and your country says, no, you didn't have that happen, and you're crazy.
It's scary.
It's awful. I mean, to me, actually, and a lot of them will tell you that's the worst part. Mark Polymeropoulos, who was on the 60 Minutes piece, said it very well. It's like he loves the CIA, but they've betrayed him.
So we think what it is, what we think it is, it's a radio frequency, microwave, or directed energy using repetitive pulse train, very short, very high peak power radiation that could be sent from anywhere within line of sight. Now, how big or small can the culprit device be? Well, it could probably be as small enough to fit in a backpack. And how can we detect something that is really very short? It could be a nanosecond of radiation, very high intense, repetitive. We have no way to detect this nanosecond, very high pulse rate, and that's what is it? All those organisms, the CIA doesn't think that this can happen because they think they would detect it. And interestingly enough, they would not. We don't have the devices that could detect that.
Well,
or do we?
Well, gonna pick my words carefully here. I think that to detect something, you first have to be open to where it might be. And so let's take this radiation, this directed energy. Microwaves are one possibility because there is this thing called the microwave hearing effect where you can beam a microwave at someone and cause them to hear things because of thermoelastic explosions in the endolymph of the inner ear that create vibrations like sound. And in fact, there's a program to modulate that with voice. We call it the voice of God, where you can project the voice into someone using this. And in fact, in our book, The Shadow of Time, we talk about that, is how one set of creatures who have hearing could talk to another set that don't using that phenomena. But again, let's open up what isn't impossible. Remember I said we can do things with lasers and free air plasmas. Well, remember I said that lasers can interact and create shock waves in the atmosphere. And so it is possible that you could create local shock waves very, very precisely located that would cause some of this kind of damage acoustically. But the origin wasn't a speaker or an acoustic system. It was a laser. It could be a terahertz laser. It could be, a near ultraviolet laser. It could be all kinds of different kinds of directed energy. It could be millimeter wave. It could be terahertz. I mean,
I worry about the other side of this, the extremely low frequency.
That I'm less interested in because F equals H nu, which is to say that the lower the frequency, the less energy it carries.
Right.
And also, ultrasound, the wavelength is so large, it's like many miles long. So what that means is the gradient of energy from here to here across something like your head is it's basically flat. Now, you have resonance in your body. Your body is a cavity resonator. And if you hit it with something like 6 to 12 hertz, you can maybe cause yourself to have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't create these kind of effects. It's probably something way higher. I wouldn't rule out acoustic, but that doesn't mean it's an acoustic source. It could mean it's a directed energy source that creates an acoustic effect. I don't think that's what's happening. I think it's straight up RF. But again, I'm somewhat humble in that we can't say we know for sure.
Yeah.
And I think if we too quickly reach a conclusion, we're not doing anybody any favors.
On the UFO front, one of the kind of data sets, so to speak, that I think I hold in highest esteem is this idea of UFOs showing up around nuclear weapons facilities and installations all over the world, civilian energy grids even. There seems to be something there. Have you looked at any of those cases?
We have, and we're trying to be honest and say, maybe yes, maybe no. First of all, there's a lot more sensors around nuclear plants.
Yep.
And so you're going to see a lot more stuff because you have a lot more things looking at it.
Yeah.
So you see more frequency, but is that due to things showing up more frequency or because you have more stuff looking at it?
To me, it seems beyond sensor bias.
Could be.
Yeah.
But maybe. But then you have to ask, well, what happens around nuclear plants? You have very high electromagnetic fields. Like, for example, the high power. So you may have extremely high voltages, right? Because power is transmitted at very high voltage to reduce resistance losses, right? Because of Ohm's law. And so when you have extremely high slope, high gradient electromagnetic fields, you can have plasma generation. If you have aerosols in the air, you can charge them up. Maybe you can cause some fluorescence and some weird effects. So if you're going to be intellectually honest, don't look at what you'd like to be true. Oh, yeah, they're interested in our nuclear program. Well, maybe.
Yeah.
But if it's nuclear, what else is it about the nuclear that might lead to other phenomena?
Yeah.
And this is where we try to be objective because we want to kind of send a message to the world that hardcore objective scientists who are more interested in the truth than their particular agenda, who have rigorous scientific process, are taking this seriously. And so that's why we think it's really important to be hyper rigorous and look at all possibilities. So again, about the nuclear, maybe yes, maybe no. I wouldn't come down hard yet on and what I think is happening there. I think, but the thing is, really hardcore, serious scientists with resources really don't look at these issues. Now, the government is prone to say, oh yeah, we've got this A team looking at it, blah, 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 blah. Don't believe it. They have someone looking at it to some degree, but are the best of the best really going to risk their careers to look at this and volunteer for it?
Seems like the most important thing, it's the frontier, and it's can beget so much interesting, productive, useful stuff outside of obviously it being the nature of reality and kind of ultimate truth seeking, which I think is very valuable unto itself. But I think, you could end up with, new propulsion modalities and, possibly new energy modalities. All these things could come from studying this stuff.
See, I got to say I'm not objective here. Yeah. Because I've seen so many times being inside the government where for what we call in Washington, the optics, Congress wants us to look into this. Let's look into it. And let's form a team and let's put scientists on it. But you saw in 60 Minutes, that guy who said he quit, said that woman came to him and said, we got to turn down the temperature on this thing.
Right.
And so people inside the intelligence community told me, like, I was starting to work in my own lab to reproduce it and to come up with a sensor to sense this stuff. And I said, I'm making progress, but it's on my own dime. I'll continue on my own dime, but I have to know if I succeed, you'd want it. And he goes, forget it. It is career ending here if you even ask these questions. It's just... optics. They don't really care. They already know the answer they want. This isn't serious.
Yeah.
And so when it comes to UFOs and all this other stuff, if I had to be a betting man, I'd say they don't really take it seriously.
There are, I don't know. I imagine you worked with James Clapper.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
He was the guy who gave me my Intelligence Distinguished Service Medal when I left.
Okay, well, there you go. So he publicly, in the age of disclosure, was like, at Area 51, we had some sensor program where we were looking for UFOs, and then Mike Rogers, you probably also know.
Which one? The Mike Rogers, the congressman, or Mike Rogers, the head of NSA?
Head of NSA.
Yeah.
He said Clapper called him, and in a public interview, he said Clapper called him and asked for all of the UFO data from the NSA.
The director of national intelligence, James Clapper, calls me, Mike, I need you to go through all of it. I need the team to go through all of NSA's holding all of its files, and I need everything that you have on UFOs. And I'm like, what, sir?
So it seems like there's some, internal movement. Like, even if you don't accept at face value all of the, kind of UFO crash retrieval and reverse engineering, which I think there's some evidence around that. That's like pretty good too. But even if you don't take that at face value, there is some internal interest around this stuff.
Oh yeah, there's some, but it's all not official.
Yeah, we talked to pilots on a Navy base.
Aviators, they like to be called aviators.
We talked to aviators.
They aren't mere pilots.
On a Navy, in a non-official manner. On a Navy base, and they told us that they were seeing phenomena that they couldn't understand on a very regular basis, but they were not talking about that. They were not mentioning that because it was career ending. It would have been career ending.
They say all of us have seen a lot of stuff, and none of us say anything because we want to keep flying.
Yeah, and that's the same thing as the Havana syndrome. Also, the people don't, the officials, the government doesn't acknowledge the fact, because if we acknowledge, I think, my personal opinion, if we acknowledge the fact, then it's going to scare people. Who else is going to go abroad and work for State Department? Nobody will want to do that because they know they will risk their life.
Yeah.
If we acknowledge that there's something we don't know, same thing in UFOs, who is going to go on missions, aerial missions? They won't want to do it also because they will risk their lives. So it's a big scare factor. It's going to scare a lot of people, and I think our government doesn't want to do that. Plus, they don't understand it. They don't understand it, and they don't want to scare people, so it doesn't exist.
Yeah,
interesting.
And in the intelligence world, there's a really unfortunate thing that happens. It really bothers me a lot. And I've had it happen to me personally in the war in Iraq and the connection between Iraq and Al-Qaeda. In intelligence, we're supposed to speak truth to power. We're supposed to be objective reporters who report what we think is happening with what confidence, and to never let our own political agendas color what we tell policymakers. But you heard on the 60 Minutes interview where they said, well, look, if it's the Russians doing it to us, that's an act of war because they've done it against very senior U.S. officials, national security officials on our own soil. They've attacked us. It's an act of war. And it is. I think that is exactly what it is. Because the Russians look at war differently. They're always at war. They call it gray war or active measures. And their intelligence services are more about making things happen than reporting what happens. Very different philosophy than ours. And so it's very inconvenient to have to tell the Russians, you just declared war on us. And the guys at CIA don't want that. They don't want a nuclear war. They don't want, because what are we really going to do to the Russians because they've been doing this to us? Really? Are we supposed to launch a nuclear war against them? Are we supposed to start killing their intelligence operatives? What are we supposed to do about it?
Well, not only that, but it's so embarrassing because it's been going on since 1980s.
So we're helpless.
It started in the 1980s and we haven't done anything.
Well, yeah.
It was a war declared. What?
Yeah, so the fact of the matter is the Russians know very well that if they keep the aggression below a certain threshold, we're going to do nothing.
Yeah.
Right? And so they know that. And so they keep doing it. And if we say to the American voters, we know the Russians have been at war with us, and we're just going to sit here and take it. Well, how would the voters like that? But on the other hand, if we get too aggressive and react to the Russians, we're going to turn up the heat. So you have an example there of CIA saying, we're going to control the narrative to keep us from going to war with Russia.
Yeah.
Okay, that may actually be, at the end of the day, a good thing. But they don't get to decide that. That's
Right.
not, and I've seen this inside where I see exactly that happened in other contexts. And I said to a very senior person at NSA, not the director, someone below them, I said, we were going to tell Bush something we had discovered. And she said, nope, I'm not going to let you do that. And he said, why? And he said, well, this guy's crazy. He'll go do anything. And I said, that's not your call.
Yeah, it's not.
She said, well, we can't let him go off on a tangent.
Yeah.
I said, but that's not your call. She said, well, yeah, it is. And that's the reality.
That's
and you
scary.
see, when that happens, people's trust in the intelligence apparatus starts to erode.
Yeah.
And I will tell you,
Yeah.
I didn't see a lot of that,
Yeah.
but it happens.
Yeah, and if it's
Scary.
something coming from outside Earth, it's the same thing, because those pilots were describing a lot of near misses when they were flying. They almost missed something.
Their
that they
worry
couldn't
was flight
understand.
safety over everything.
And they were worried. So if it's the same thing and it's something coming from outside Earth that we don't understand, if officials acknowledge that this is what is happening, it's going to scare the bejesus out of everybody, right? And
Or
they don't
excite
wanna-
them.
And they don't want to do that because first, again, they don't understand it, so it doesn't exist, because otherwise it will make them look incompetent. And it's been going on for several years also. So how come they've let this happen for several years without doing anything? And the only way is to say it doesn't exist.
Yeah, not good. Not the right orientation towards this whole subject. And another thing sort of like that, and I actually think it's more acknowledged probably by CIA than it is by the civilian world, but there was a psychic spy program. This is
MK Ultra.
well, there's MK Ultra, but there's also Stargate. Do you know about this?
Yeah.
And so there's, to me, a bunch of evidence from CIA circles that there is some sort of mind-matter connection, or there's, maybe we were talking about kind of transmission theory of consciousness, something else going on as far as our epistemological circuitry than anybody in academia would ever admit. And something that I feel very passionate about is like science should not be locked up in any of these agencies. To the extent that there's some trade secret that confers a tactical warfare advantage, fine. But the idea that like something that fundamental is just, kind of stuck in these agencies. And I mean, this is all, by the way, this is FOIA in 2017. These programs are public now. But that's pretty wild, right? And like no one in academia they'd all laugh at this. If they'd laugh at the conversation we're having right now. But then the people in aerospace and in these agencies that like need every advantage they get with intelligence modalities use it.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. I will tell you this. The Russians take this stuff way more seriously than we do. And to the extent that in chess matches, they would have something like beaming negative mental energy at an opponent of a Russian, And the Russians are much more open to things that we aren't.
And things
both
that
good
don't-
and bad.
And things that don't cost anything, because they don't have very much.
That's right.
The resources.
The resources
No, that's
are very-
true. And I think that some of the biggest discoveries in this area probably will be the Russians, because they have much more open minds than we do. I think they tend to be more spiritual and mystical maybe
Yes.
than we do because of their history. But, let's talk about this remote consciousness thing and these phenomena where a psychic can tell you there's a body buried under a bridge, and they go there and the body's there.
Yeah.
One explanation is ESP or clairvoyance or non-local consciousness, and that's possible. But then let's look at the other possibilities. We know there are some humans that are savants. Mm-hmm. Someone who you could say, what day of the week is, 50-55,
Rain Man.
October. Yeah. And so there are some people with unbelievable, weird genius capabilities.
Yes.
You know, who's to say that someone couldn't have absorbed all the news and everything about the human condition and reached the conclusion that a serial killer of a certain kind is going to put a body in a certain place in a certain date, right? That this is not ESP. It's just elevating an analytic skills to a genius level, right? And so to me, something like that is more likely explanation than something that's totally outside any range. So
I would disagree with you.
Well, but I always look at, you have to respect what we don't know, and I'm not going to say impossible.
Yeah.
I would go that far. But at the same time, I am a scientist, and I evaluate possibilities based on the best tools we have available to come up with, is there an explanation within the science we do know? And I would start there. And then to posit a science we don't know is such an unknown realm. It's almost not worth looking at because there's no way of evaluating that information. You don't rule it out. And we say, maybe there's something there, but
then you become the cat that cannot learn French.
Maybe.
Yeah,
No, I'm saying, look, this is a fascinating thing about the scientific method. We assume it's the end all, but clearly it isn't. Because it fails us over and over again.
Yeah.
And so I went to a 100th reunion of my PhD program at Indiana University, where B.F. Skinner was there, these luminaries. And I was in industry. And I said, I've been out 10 years, and I think the scientific method is really flawed and limited. And they said, why? And I said, because in science, you have to narrow things down so tiny and so narrow to reach a real robust conclusion. You have to control so much that it becomes inapplicable to the real world where nothing is controlled. And I said, in my world, where I'm in the fighter simulation business and I have to figure out how to make a pilot think he's flying at 20 feet off the ground with very limited cues, there's no science for that. I just have to try a bunch of shit and see what works.
Yeah.
And I said, I think the method is seriously flawed and limited.
Yeah.
And, oh, my God. So I think that I will give you this. The scientific method itself is limited.
Agreed.
It's the same thing as, when you're looking for a body that's buried, maybe that person has an extra sense of smell that could smell what it is. Maybe that person has an extra sense of something that we don't know, we don't acknowledge that exists, and we don't have the tools to evaluate. So I think it is very possible that particular person has a capacity of finding a body somewhere.
That's right.
And
Like
we
Joey
don't
Milne.
know,
I'm so sorry.
and we don't know how to evaluate that possible capability. So I do agree. I think it's something we don't know and we have no idea, and we should be
I agree.
open in
I'll give you
discovery.
both a big yo.
I like it. Yeah, it is one of those things where it's a paradigm shifting thing, if real, and then we don't know if it's real. But you have this woman, Jessica Utz, who is president of the American Statistical Association. She looked at all the CIA data around Stargate, did a meta study, and she came out saying if this were any other field and not parapsychology, which has this inherent kind of stigma stench attached to it, it would be beyond a shadow of doubt with the p-values she was looking at that this is totally real. And then to me, it's like, okay, it's like black body radiation in the late 19th century where you can say it's fake because of the prevailing theory at the time, or let's like try to find a theory. And I don't know, but.
Well, like I say, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
But you see, the thing is, one reason you'll find me to be such a stickler is I kind of have to have credibility because I want hardcore scientists.
Sure.
To look at someone like me and someone like Dr. Gilbert and say they're not wild-eyed crazies.
Yeah.
They are disciplined.
Sure.
And so I'm purposely that way, that I want to maintain healthy skepticism at the same time. Because the very best scientists realize that we're much more limited than we want to admit. And so what I want to do is speak to those scientists and say, play in this space because there's some exciting stuff here. I have no idea what it is, but I know what it isn't. And what it isn't is something we understand.
Yeah. Was there any, while you were at NSA or ODNI, anything that's now declassified around the UFO stuff that came across your desk? Any signals intelligence or?
No, and I'll tell you that inside the highest levels of the intelligence community, this is not something we spent a femtosecond thinking about.
Anytime.
I don't think there was any point. I did get involved in some FOIA requests at NSA as a senior executive, but none of us spend any time on this.
There's one guy I interviewed his name is Dan Sherman, and he said he was taken to an NSA complex, and he was like kind of humming these like tones with his headphones, and then that was all meant so he could communicate with non-human intelligence.
And he said, I'm going to play a tone, and I want you to mentally hum that tone. And he said that you will eventually feel a connection. The line will change. When I saw the sine wave move, I went, oh, okay.
I heard about something like that.
It's called Above Black is the book he wrote. It's Project Preserve Destiny. Do you have a take on that?
No.
Okay.
I heard about it. I know, but I will tell you that, look, at that level, you're interested in budgets and policy.
Right.
And I'm trying to get more money to do high risk, high reward research in the community. That consumed 100% of my time. And except when I was going to be interviewed by 60 Minutes and they wanted to ask me about this, I never even came up.
In thinking about kind of terrestrial propulsion modalities that could explain what we're seeing, because this is part of your book, is there anything you guys are aware of or think could be possible that transcends chemical combustion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm glad you brought that up because we go through NASA's innovative propulsion program, which I think is fantastic because it's one part of the government that's saying, we will fund anything that isn't impossible. I love that approach. And they give you a little funding if you can play with it. And an example of that is a warp drive. And again, in our book, The Shadow of Time, we get into the possibilities of, what people don't talk about when you talk about traveling near the speed of light is the acceleration and deceleration, right? You've got to accelerate from nothing to near the speed of light, and then you've got to slow down to get where you're going to go. Well, either those take a really long time, which gets rid of a lot of the advantage of traveling that fast, or you have an organism that can withstand unbelievable G's, which we
studied. There were some studies done on that, because for organisms to be able to travel from outer space to Earth, for example, they need to be able to resist extreme cold, extreme heat, extremely long journeys, so extreme accelerations, extreme decelerations, and intense radiation, cosmic radiation. So is it possible? Has there been anything like this? Where there has been. We've done studies on like, for example, we were talking about nuclear plants. So there is an organism, a bacterium called Deinococcus radiodurans, which can resist intense radiation. It can actually thrive on intense radiation, but also it can survive cold, dehydration, vacuum, and acid. So it's a extremophile, and we've got a few that are extremophiles. And this one, the Deinococcus radiodurans, has been found to survive 3 years in outer space based on the studies conducted on the International Space Station. Now, we've done studies on ants. There's certain type of ants that can sustain 5,000 Gs, so 5,000 times the force of gravity.
Whoa.
They're tardigrades. What are tardigrades? They're little bears that are from 0.5 millimeter to 1.2 millimeters that have 8 legs, and they're found on moss or fresh or seawater sediment, and they can sustain 16,000 Gs, like 16,000 times the force of gravity, when a human will be killed with a sustained exposure to 12 Gs. 12. So, and those little tardigrades can survive 30 years at 0 degree Fahrenheit, can survive 10 years in a dehydrated state, and NASA did an experiment where they survived 18 months in the vacuum of space, same thing outside the International Space Station. Now, they're fruit flies. Fruit flies, surprisingly, those little teeny things are able to withstand up to 17,000 G's, 17,000 times the force of gravity. There are roundworms. Roundworms, they're parasite. They can be parasite in animals or also in humans. They can withstand 80,000 G's. And in 2023, it was reported that an individual nematode has been revived after 46,000 years in the Siberian permafrost. And talking about organisms that are resistant to extreme conditions, like in the bottom of the ocean, near the bottom of the ocean, at 5 miles below the ocean, which is 26,000 feet below the surface, near hydrothermal vents, there are cells that can survive. There is an ocean worm that the home is located near hydrothermal vents, and it's not crushed. There's a Mariana snailfish that can live near the Mariana or in the Mariana Trench, in the Western Pacific Ocean. So imagine an organism that is under 5 miles of water, that heavy weight that would crush any kind of organ, would crush us, and it does not crush a snailfish. It doesn't crush a little worm. Why is that? How is that?
So I think the bottom line of everything that she's saying is we should never say never when it comes to nothing could sustain interstellar travel. Nothing could sustain the kind of G's that we see with the Tic Tac. That we actually have existence proofs that those things are possible. But getting back to the question you asked about propulsion, which this is relevant because some of these propulsions get to extreme accelerations and radiation even. The ones that I think are the most interesting are where you're not putting the power source on the vehicle. So, for example, we have this video, and we know the guy who did it at Sandia National Lab and at White Sands, where you take a disc, a flying saucer basically, and you put a pulse laser, just like I said, and you shoot it up and you propel it with laser energy.
Whoa.
Right? So you can move something through the air where there's no engine on it at all. You're just pushing on it with photons.
Did you do that at a larger scale?
Yes.
Whoa.
In fact, this guy that we've talked to did it for the government, and he's been forever trying to say, look, you want clean energy? You don't need any fuel at all. You just use a laser beam or a microwave to push it.
Can you say the guy's name? Or
I'd have to look it up. And I don't know he'd want himself. He's a little private.
Okay.
But you can go online and you can look at laser-propelled disc.
Cool.
And you can see a video, and it looks exactly like a flying saucer just levitating up.
Are we investing heavily in this? If you could do that at high...
No.
Okay.
Well, this gets into another thing, and this is his frustration. Is that if this were successful, it would threaten a huge established, jet engine, and he wants to use it for civil aviation, right? And he's done the math, and now with adaptive optics, at the time he first doing this, you could only do it at short distances.
Yeah.
But we have adaptive optics now where we can control for atmospheric losses and distortion of the beam and stuff like that. And I think when it comes to getting things into low Earth orbit in particular, this ought to really be looked at.
Yeah.
But in NASA's program, they look at a lot of things from laser propulsion in space, light sails, and they also look at fusion reactors, where you basically create a fusion reaction and you spew gamma rays out the back. And again, it's photon pressure. A photon doesn't have any mass, but it has momentum. So when a photon hits something, it imparts its momentum to it and it will move it. Right. And I think that, to me, those are some of the more interesting, but there are some other really weird ones like magnetic levitation, right? For example, did you know it's possible for me to levitate you with a super strong magnet?
Levitate me?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know
Well, we've
that.
done it with birds and frogs and spiders.
What?
Yeah. And here's the way it works. magnetism isn't just what you think of as a like a piece of iron or a rare earth magnet or something like that. It's what we call ferromagnetism. There are a zillion other kinds of magnetism. There's ferrimagnetism, there's diamagnetism, there's paramagnetism. And these all have to do with, if you have a charged particle that's spinning, it will create a magnetic field. Okay. Sometimes that magnetic field works in the direction of the inducing magnetic field. Sometimes, as with diamagnetic, it's the opposite. So you get instead of things being attracted, they get pushed away.
Like bismuth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes, and that was found maybe with a UFO, and they think, man, maybe. So you could have magnetic levitation.
Yeah.
And that's possible. And you can take non-metallic things and you can tractor beam them, basically, right? There's also such a thing as optical tweezers, where if you create a very, very strong electromagnetic field with a laser that's very precise, you can move particles of dust around with this laser. It's called an optical tweezer. So remote force fields, if you will, are absolutely possible. Now, when you do the math of how big a magnetic field you would need to control something many miles away, it gets to be, but I wouldn't say it's impossible. What I'm saying is magnetic fields decrease as the cube of the distance as you go away. It's not inverse square, it's inverse cubed. Because they're dipoles, there's no such thing as a magnetic monopole. So at the same time you have one magnetic field reinforcing, you have the opposite end taking away. So this is in Maxwell's equations, right? So essentially, to a first order, goes off as a cube. So to have a steep magnetic gradient that would cause this at a very long distance, we have no idea how to do that, but we can't say it's impossible. So pushing and pulling with magnetic fields is possible. These fusion drives are kind of interesting. And the most interesting of all is the warp drive. Okay. So now, this is when you get into, NASA has funded this. Okay. Even though they don't know that it's possible, they don't know that it's impossible.
Okay.
Some physicists have postulated what they call negative energy, which isn't the same as the energy we see, dark energy.
Yeah.
It's not the same as dark energy.
Yeah.
Negative energy, because energy and mass are basically the same thing.
Yeah.
They create gravitational effects. So pure energy has a gravitational effect and so forth. Slows down space-time, all that. But what happens with this energy is that it creates a repulsion. So the Alba Curie drive, right, is basically you have a huge mass or energy in front, which is positive mass or energy, and you have a huge negative in back. And so you create a wave of space-time that's moved. So the way the warp drive works is, imagine a surfer who's on a wave and is stationary with respect to the wave, but the wave is moving. And we know that space-time can move at faster than the speed of light.
Yeah.
Because the hyperinflation that happened after the Big Bang, or some think that happened, which is a pretty good evidence for it, is that space-time itself can move faster than the speed of light, which means that if you're in a bubble of space-time that's moving faster than the speed of light, you're not going to experience any acceleration or deceleration because you're not moving in that frame.
Yeah.
Right?
Seems like a really hard engineering problem.
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, we don't know that negative energy exists. It's the same kind of thing that would have
Negative
to keep
mass.
a wormhole open.
Yeah, right.
The only way a wormhole works is if you have that in the middle to keep things from collapsing.
But it is interesting because Miguel Alcubierre did this proof that theoretically, even within general relativity, you could get faster than light travel if you do have negative energy. And so...
Yeah. So again, and in our book, The Shadow of Time, we explore this as a kind of a plot point, so that's the kind of thing that I find kind of exciting. And here's kind of what I think is going to happen. Someone's going to keep looking at that, and they won't find that. That'll turn out not to be possible or not to be true. But they'll discover something else.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is why the study of UFOs is so important.
Yes.
If we don't make any other point, I want to make this point. That in all of science, the biggest discoveries are by definition those we don't expect. And why is that? You know, if I ask you to imagine a color you've never seen before, it's really hard to do, right? But if you saw it, you could recognize it.
Mm-hmm.
And because when we imagine something, we have to do it from the building blocks of our experience.
Yeah.
If we have no experience, we can't imagine it. But if we put ourselves in a position to observe something new, we may see something we could never have imagined. And that's where the biggest breakthroughs almost always come from. I set out to do A. I looked while I was doing it in my peripheral vision, and I saw B, and I go, ooh, that's more interesting.
Yeah.
And I think the reason for people to really get serious about studying what's going on here is we're going to see B, C, D, and E.
We shoot for the stars, you land on the moon, and the moon's
You
pretty
land
cool.
somewhere unexpected.
Yeah.
And again, remember, that's where discovery has to happen, where by definition, you can't imagine it.
Yes. Yeah, I love the Henri Bergson quote, which is, the eyes can only see what the mind can comprehend. And you need a hypothesis in order to see something to begin with. And so I think that's probably actually the most underrated aspect of the phenomena, is that our vision is, I mean, this is kind of an iconized virtual reality interface, and we superimpose we have like a meme library in our heads, and we superimpose these pre-existing building blocks onto the thing. And so in the 1890s, people would see airships, which were like on the edge of what was even possible at the time. You had like Zeppelins and stuff, and now we're seeing these like faster than light, saucers and that sort of thing. So there's something going on where we are using what's available to us and superimposing it, I think.
Yeah.
That's right.
And that's why AI is so important, but I'm not worried about AI supplanting or being there instead of our brain. I think AI will always be important in the future in addition to our brain, because it can only work together, because the AI will not be trained on anything else that it doesn't know, but the brain will be able to detect something that is different and will be able to train the AI. So it will always have to be an augmented brain that will be allowed with the AI. But I think our brain will always be necessary. We should not rely.
Yours will. I don't know about mine.
We shouldn't rely, but we should never rely on AI, solely AI, because it will never see anything else.
I think there's something very powerful, though, in what she said, if you extend it and take into account what I said about the negative space. We should train up an AI that is the opposite of us in every way. Not like us, but the opposite of us, and ask it to look at these questions.
That's a great, I love that.
We need an anti-AI.
Yeah, right.
Right? Train it on everything that isn't.
Yeah. I love that.
And see what it says, because, I mean, that's the clear implication of what she's saying, where, an AI can just do what we do, only better. Okay, that's useful. But an AI that can do things we cannot do and would not ever do is the one that's really going to pay off.
Yeah.
The question is, would we ever believe it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem with LLMs, is they kind of inherently triangulate actually the consensus. So they're going for usually the middle of the road, kind of most acceptable answer. And so if you could train a more kind of heretical thinking AI or something, an AI on the bleeding edge of what's acceptable, and maybe decamp it from the instinct that you were talking about, even I think before we were filming, Eric, where people are socialized and ideas are fashion statements. And, it's hard to truly think in a heterodox way. If you could train an AI to do that, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why we need an increase in the research budget and not a decrease in research budget.
Don't get me started.
Yeah.
But I think research, all over the world, research is going to increase, and a lot of governments are going to discover a lot of interesting things.
Yeah, well, there's a great essay called the Usefulness of Useless Things. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's by this guy, Abraham Flexner, and it was kind of the charter for the Institute of Advanced Study at Princeton back in the day. And it was all about, we should pour a ton of money into things that don't have immediate use. If you think about, quantum theory, which is responsible for semiconductors and, a third plus of our economy today, it was like, people philosophize, thinking about the kookiest, weirdest stuff, and then it turns into something that's super productive. And so I agree with you. I think the idea that, we should only spend money on things that are super locally useful is not only counterproductive, not only myopic, but it's actually counterproductive from like even a GDP boosting perspective. Like it's dumb politics too.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what we love to do with Eric. We love looking at completely outside the box of the weirdest things that are happening, because we think that in the weirdest things are the clues of the future.
I agree.
Asimov's That's Funny. We're always interested in That's Funny. But again, we're hardcore scientists, so our interest is there, but we try to be disciplined when we look at those things. And most of them, are unlikely, but there are a few, and those are the ones that really excite us. Like those Tic Tacs, there's something real going on there. I mean, there's just too many independent parallel sensors on that thing by people who didn't want to see it, but saw it anyhow. And so, those in particular, and so that's why in our book, The Shadow of Time, the novel, that's why the Tic Tacs show up, because those in particular, we come up with a narrative of what could really be going on there.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait to get to The Shadow of Time, because in many ways it is the maybe best conclusion, but embodied in fiction, of this survey level overview of what you guys talk about in the new science of UFOs. And so it's this really cool thing. But I wanted to talk real quick on the propulsion front. I'm particularly high conviction in this thing called the Byfield-Brown effect. Have you ever heard of that?
Tell us more.
So it's this idea that you take a capacitor and you have a negative electrode, a positive electrode, and you have a high K dielectric in the middle, which is, the ability to store, high electric fields.
Love it when you talk dirty.
And I think there's all this interesting, data around this mid-century inventor, Townsend Brown, and his ability to transcend, chemical combustion in this very cool way with these high voltage experiments that he was doing with this capacitor experiment, which to me would lead to stuff that leads us beyond SpaceX. And I'm just very passionate about the idea that I think SpaceX is just limited. It takes, with chemical combustion, it's 80,000 years to the next habitable planet, Proxima Centauri, and that's unacceptable. And nuclear thermal propulsion maybe cuts that in half or something. And so you need something like this, and I think it's legit. So I don't know if you guys have a take there.
Okay, I know how capacitors work. I know how dielectrics work. And so in what way could this be used for propulsion?
So you get thrust from the negative electrode to the positive electrode. And you could do this. Apparently you get more thrust actually in a vacuum than you do in air. And a lot of people try to explain it away because of the ionized air bombards, the ionized wind bombards the air, and then you get this equal and opposite reaction and you get thrust. But I think you see even more thrust in a vacuum. And so you could end up with all sorts of cool space propulsion modalities. And then, there have been things like the EM drive. The EM drive, sure.
Yeah.
But the EM drive got debunked,
Yeah, it keeps getting debunked, but people keep throwing money at it anyhow. And I think this thing you're talking about has that quality, because conservation of energy says that can't happen. Or Newton's law, where you have to have a reaction mass in order to get thrust. In other words, you have to throw mass or energy out the back in order to move in a particular direction.
100%. Yeah. And the reason I think I put it in the parapsychology, the thing we were talking about earlier, I'd put it in that camp of there's a lot of evidence that these high electric field strength differentials result in thrust, and then we just don't have good theory around it. Like there's something quantum electrodynamics we don't understand, but
there's something interesting where there's this effect where if you take two plates, kind of like a capacitor, and they're very, very flat and very, very close together, because of quantum field, you will get the plates moving with respect to each other a tiny amount. And this has been observed in the laboratory.
Yeah, Casimir effect.
The Casimir effect, exactly. And but that only works in one direction.
Yeah.
And it's it's one of these weird quantum things that is moving in the direction you're saying, because the thing we're attracted to each other, but what was the force? It's a quantum field, and that starts to get outside of the quantum realm is so bizarre.
It's so bizarre.
Exactly.
You have this guy, Sonny White, out here who's at NASA Eagle Works, and he claims that he can power up 1.5 kilovolts microchip with the Casimir effect. And so it's bizarre. And he's published this. And so I think that's so cool. I don't know if it's right, but
Yo.
Yeah, there you go. And then one other thing on the astrobiology front is you were mentioning tardigrades and all the extremophiles. Have you guys thought of fungi or mushrooms as candidates? They've been found on the International Space Station. And Francis Crick, who of course discovered the double helical structure of DNA, and his whole thing was like, the 100 million years on Earth for DNA synthesis was impossible. Nobody's ever replicated this primordial soup experiment to create it. And so maybe you would send fungi across long distances in some sort of spaceship or something. Maybe you'd feed it algae and CO2. And the thing I like about fungi, it's so interesting. If you were to think about like a Kardashev 3 or 4 scale civilization, you wouldn't create this kind of like biological meat suit. You show up as this, gangly, bipedal being, on some other planet, and you're immediately treated as a foreign invader. You would send an extremophile, which is like a zip file of consciousness. Humans all have microbiomes, but we have mycobiomes as well, so it affects our thinking. And they're extremophiles that you have, cordyceps mushrooms in the Amazon kind of co-opting the actions of bullet ants. And so there's something I think very interesting about, and then human tissue is very susceptible to fungal disease because it's so similar. We're actually more similar to fungi than we are to most other plants and animals phylogenetically. And so it's this really interesting thing of like, you would send this thing off that would like merge with the host,
James
and then it would affect their
What
consciousness.
up, son?
Well, if they came here.
This one is not public, unfortunately. Not yet, anyways. Give it time. But welcome to the stream, man. Hello. I am short on torches. Yeah. Fraudster.
It would be a fun guy.
Is this fraud? Vanilla?
He'd be a
You
load
see
of fun.
that? You see that up in the corner? No, I've been working on this world because I want to make it public. So that's what we've been doing.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm listening to a podcast, by the way. Oh, yeah.
but I want to follow that thread just a little bit.
Yeah.
And, just as we should never say they would do it the way we do it, we have to say maybe they would. And when we see in space probes, we don't send intentionally organisms. We send automated probes. And now with our AI, what's going to happen. We're going to be sending AIs out there because we don't have to have a life support system. We don't have to worry about any of that. And as our AI gets better and better and better, I think because, Elon Musk said, we're not going to Mars after all, right? More or less. And I'm on the Explore Mars Foundation group. And that was big.
Once I get it public, heck yeah, dude. Make sure to subscribe so that, you could see it when it's ready. It's not going to be ready for a little while. I got quite a few projects to do before I release a 1.0 version. It'll be a 1.0 version. A beta, if you will. It's past your bedtime? Wait, what time? What time is it there where you're from? Where are you from, buddy? Look at that. We ran into it. We just ran into it. Bam. Uganda. Oh, dude, I follow Uganda skateboarding. Do you know about Uganda skateboarding? Because I do. I follow this channel on YouTube called Uganda Skateboard Society. And it's my jam. It's my jam, dude. It's really cool. Check it out. Yeah. Yeah, you should probably stop. But that's cool, man. If that's what you guys do in Uganda, who am I to say no? They drink brake fluid in Uganda. Yo, so what time is it there? It's gotta be... Oh, what the hell? Oh, shoot. What is this? A nothing? This is a nothing. We gotta make it go lower, though. Whatever it is. So this is a private world that I'm working on. I'm making sure it is ready for the public. We want it to be ready for all you guys, especially Uganda. Especially Uganda. But there's no public IP yet. When I get finished, maybe I will host it, and then people can come and visit. Sounds like a good idea to me. But yeah, James III, welcome to the stream, man.
That was depressing for us because we want to explore Mars. But the fact is, we don't know how to send a human to Mars and bring him back in good shape. There's radiation, low Gs, and hazards on Mars and so forth. And so
Saudi Arabia, what are you doing there?
All that takes you is the first thing you're going to do is not going to be biological. It's going to be AI. And so that tells us that if something has come here from another civilization, it's probably, not certainly, it's probably a machine.
That's right. It's probably some sort of von Neumann replicator probe or something.
Or something. And that doesn't mean it's not alive, because now you're getting into what is life. You know, and could an AI in a machine be alive? And this gets into what is life. And the biologists I know say it's simple. If a ball rolls downhill, it's dead. If it rolls uphill, it's alive. Meaning life is locally negentropic. It behaves, it rolls uphill. Right?
I love that definition. That's interesting.
Yeah. And so could you have an artificial machine that to all intents and purposes, you know, had maybe emotions, had feelings? Probably.
Yeah.
We kind of have an existence proof that it could be done with atoms.
Yeah.
It's us. So I think that
it's like Maxwell's demons.
Yeah,
macroscopic Maxwell's demons.
Yes. Oh yeah, exactly.
Negentropic.
Oh yeah. I mean,
entropy reducers.
Exactly. Oh, exactly. So the point is that when you look at these Tic Tacs and you see them moving around, you say, well, no biological being could do that. Well, maybe that's true. Maybe it's not biological. Maybe it's hardened electronics of some kind, or something. But to me, if we're being visited by a probe from another civilization, it's probably technology, not biology.
Well, there's all this lore in UFO world that the crafts are alive, and that even Commander David Fravor said the crafts seem to be like breathing or something. And like,
that's
looking
another
at
possibility.
Yeah,
like that movie Nope, which I loved.
Oh yeah, it's Jordan Peele. Yeah,
yeah, where it's a cloud, and the cloud just doesn't move, and you go, But yeah, or as she was saying, as Dr. Gilbert was saying, what if? This is worth thinking about. Dark matter is dark to us because it doesn't interact with us except very weakly, right? Or maybe not at all. So flip it around. What do we look like to dark matter? We look dark.
Right.
If it doesn't interact with us, we don't interact with it.
Yes.
And so to it, we're dark matter.
Yes. Yes.
Right? And we're alive.
Scary. Yes.
So what's to say it can't be alive?
Right. Totally. And
right. And so there's an example of a mind expanding idea.
Yeah.
That's like way outside what a normal human is going to think about.
Or I sometimes think about the ideas that we live in a kind of a computational universe. Like
we're in a simulation.
Stuff, some sort of simulation. And then you look at Fermat's theorem, which is the travel of light, and it looks algorithmically optimized for, kind of shortest path between two observers.
Well, yeah, but that's kind of the path of least resistance. And you see that is a fascinating subject of fractals and how the veins of a tree or capillaries in your body or filaments of megastructures in outer space all look the same,
Yes.
the highest level down to the lowest level,
That's-
and it's the path of least resistance.
Yes.
That's why those structures exist, because if you're trying to move atoms of water
Yeah.
from A to B in the most efficient path with the least energy, that is the path.
But then I don't know, you think of, if I were simulating something, I would copy code chunks, and then you'd get Fibonacci sequences and golden ratios and some of these things that seem like consistent architectures. And
See, that is so fascinating. These mathematical things like Fibonacci and fractals and holography and things like that, where math isn't a property of the universe, doesn't describe the universe. It is the universe.
right.
I mean,
yes.
but now you're getting into Wolfram philosophical kind of stuff, and that's above my pay grade.
Me too. Well, I want to talk about this amazing book, The Shadow of Time, which you guys should all go out and get. It is just fascinating, and I don't want to spoil it for people. So I think high level, it talks about an object that should not be found in the desert. That is a total kind of anachronism and involves kind of seemingly like, elements or things that shouldn't exist on Earth and look more advanced than, the carbon dating, and a very kind of doggedly persistent paleontologist who is kind of pursuing this stuff and finds himself honestly in like a mafia war or something. Like, it's this wild, wild west landscape of people fighting for this forbidden archaeology. And as somebody who's mired in the UFO world, I think there might be some truth in fiction here.
Well, what was our motivation? I think that's very important for the readers to understand. We finished The New Science of UFOs, which was a kind of intellectual exercise in the art of the possible and not impossible. And what we wanted to do is basically tell that same story in a way that would be more accessible to people, and to tell it from the point of view of interesting people and characters who had problems in their lives, and make the science part of the story so that it became clues. And so as scientists, we will tell you that there's nothing more exciting than embarking on a scientific journey of discovery, solving a mystery, and peeling back the onion one layer at a time and seeing something new and unexpected beneath, which only takes you deeper and deeper and deeper. So in addition to exploring the science of UFOs, we wanted to give the readers the feeling of what it's like to go on a journey of scientific discovery. And so one thing that happens in this book, you might remember, especially at the end, is there's a bunch of twists and turns like switchbacks up Mount Everest, right? It's kind of like a whiplash, like, whoa, that's true, that's true. Well, in science, that's what really happens, where you dig deep and you get answers that you weren't looking for, that lead you to questions you weren't going to ask. And so at the end, there's this kind of rapid fire series of reveals of deeper and deeper truths, where what you thought just a week ago is now today's illusion. And you turn one illusion into one fact until you finally get to something that's close to the truth. And that's what science is like. So we have a lot of twists and turns on purpose, and all of those are science driven. So there's pretty much most of the science that was in The New Science of UFOs is in here, but it's used to tell a story about people who are trying to overcome obstacles and rise above themselves.
Yeah, so we wanted to put a lot of science in there, but we wanted it to be exciting, and we wanted it to be a mystery, and we wanted the reader to do the discovery themselves, and to be completely caught in the action. Say, oh, what's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? And all this is deep into the science that we have studied for the other book.
And there's a lot of biology in there, a lot of exobiology. There's a lot of neuroscience. Neuroscience is very important. I am a neuroscientist, and I'm really interested in species that are radically different from us. And I would commend to people to read this book called An Immense World by Ed Young, in which he describes what he calls the Umwelt, or worldview, of these exotic creatures like fish that have electric fields and sense electric fields, snakes. I got my PhD on snakes, rattlesnakes, and pythons that see infrared, they see in the dark. The mantis shrimp that see 12 different colors that we don't see, and I've been especially interested in that phenomena of organisms whose worldview and way of thinking and neuroanatomy is so radically different from ours. They cannot be like us. And so that's exploring the negative space of the human condition. So the main, I guess, villain, you want to call it in this story, not exactly a villain, but is about as opposite a human as you could get.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, in every way, this creature is about as different from us as you can get. And the interactions between these completely alien us and them kinds of organisms, contrast creates conflict, which makes things interesting. When each discovers their own limitations when looking through the world through the other's eyes. And so we spent a lot of time, and there's a lot of hardcore neuroscience in the way this creature is defined, and in some of the other characters. There's a lot of the kind of animal dimension. I studied in my PhD work and later a lot of animal intelligence. And my conclusion from studying animals is that they're way smarter than we think they are. They're just not smart in ways that we're smart. Right? And this is what Ed Young is saying in his book. And so there are two creatures in this story. One is a genius parrot named Walter.
That's right.
Who is not a nice character.
No.
Kind of like Iago in Aladdin, right? Kind of like that kind of character. And Walter is this genius parrot. And if you think about it, humans can be geniuses relative to other humans. Why couldn't an African gray parrot be a genius relative to other parrots? And where would that take you?
Yep.
So that's what you have in Walter. And then there's this other creature we won't say too much about, who's the kind of the villain, who's a fascinating study in what we are not.
That other creature, which, we won't talk too much about, is just fascinating. And I think what you said is so true, that questions grow at an exponent of your knowledge. So you continue on the search, you build up these kind of layers of knowledge, but then the questions grow exponentially more. And I think it really touches on the idea with the phenomenon that this book and the movie Arrival also kind of it does a good job of this. It's weirder than you can think. And it's not only weirder than you can think, and I think there's an Arthur C. Clarke quote about this, it's weirder than you can think. It's weirder than you can even imagine. And you also explore a hypothesis that I'm pretty sympathetic to, which is the Silurian hypothesis. This idea of these what we're calling aliens, we're calling them extraterrestrials, but maybe they've been cohabiting with us on Earth for a while.
That's a possibility, or maybe not. And, really any story is about a person who sets out to do something they want, only to discover that what they need is something very different, and to confront and overcome their own limitations. And this is what the story is really about. It's about this paleontologist who starts off in deep trouble. He's been fired from his job at UCLA. He's got no money. His mother has got a severe chronic illness. He lives in the way back of beyond Trona, which is where I was born and near where I grew up.
Cool.
So I'm very familiar with what it's like to come from nothing in that part of the world. And he finds, in pursuit of the science of what he's pursuing, because he makes a discovery. He goes into the garage because he wants to sell his dad's collection of Native American art just to get a little money. And he discovers something there that's like, whoa. He discovers an artifact that a dealer tells him is priceless, but he can't sell it because of various reasons. And so his science brain kicks in, and it leads him on this journey of external discovery. But more important, it takes him on a journey of internal discovery. And I want to emphasize that, because what we want the readers to come out of this at the end, and one reason we have so many reveals at the end, is to make people question their own perception of reality in their own lives. To to have a healthy dose of yo.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Because in all of our lives, we see things and assume things that just aren't true. And so, in a sense, the book is about a character, but in a sense, it's about all of the readers too. Because each reader is going to bring their own needs and wants, their own obstacles, and we want to leave them with a gift. We want to leave them with that ability to look at the world very differently than when they started the book.
Well, I think it achieves that, and I loved it. I couldn't take my eyes away, and was just fascinated by. I mean, you're asking these kind of second and third order questions. It's not your garden variety, book about these topics. Another thing you kind of touch on, another theme, without giving away too much, is this idea that there are these like almost gang wars going on for this forbidden archaeology, and there's like a blackmail network involved, and this stuff around these kind of mystical objects aren't they're not being retrieved in these sort of above board ways, which to me again kind of comports with a lot of my study of the UFO stuff in the open source world. Is like, it is the wild, wild west. There's a lot of private mercenary action around this stuff, and it's a lot of plausible deniability where you have the fingertips aren't attached to the arm, so to speak, and they can get severed at any time. And it's way weirder than you'd ever expect.
It's weird. And that gritty texture of reality is how weird it is. There's a lot of the intelligence world in this, because, they say write about what you know. And I'm a neuroscientist and I was a spy. And so it's really an espionage novel too. And the intelligence tradecraft that's in there is real. Right? And the way intelligence officers think of problems. And also when you get to the very top, because one of the characters is the FBI director. And what is the FBI director in this story concerned with? Protecting the FBI at all costs. Right? And I will tell you, having been at that level in the government, you know what we really spend our time on is optics. Okay, this thing happened. Yeah. How do we spin it to the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post? How do we spin it and turn a negative into a positive with Congress? What are we going to tell the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, so they grow our budget? Right. And how do we take down a rival using this? Yeah. That's all we spend our time on. At the very top of the government. I guarantee you that is what happens.
Bureaucracy.
And so that's what happens with the FBI director.
Yeah.
When you see that woman and how she interacts and how cynical she is and how pragmatic and self-serving, that is real. That is a synthesis of real people that I have known. It's very real. And so it's a glimpse, just like the new science of UFO is a glimpse inside the mind of an intelligence analyst. And any other time, that was all open source data. Yeah. So it's unclassified. But you're seeing exactly what happens in the super secret world of intelligence analysis. I've exposed it in that book. And in the novel, I expose the politics and the sausage making and all the dirty dealing that happens under the hood in the intelligence world.
It's fascinating. Go for it.
And there is a lot of psychology in there, because we also like psychology, and we like to put our people in trouble. So, our paleontologist is also a troubled person inside himself. The love interest has also some flaws, and she's also in her own way troubled. They're layer under layer under layer in the way they are, who they are, and also the creature has also layers inside itself. So there's a lot of psychology in there. We love psychology.
Well, that's true.
So it's a very complex, intricate bit with all those flavors in there. I should also say I was a psychotherapist for a while. And Freud said something really true. What you see on the outside is the opposite of what's on the inside. If you see a really hard, tough exterior, it's protecting a soft inner side. Where someone who's very centered and isn't very aggressive or doesn't have to talk a lot or whatever, they're very solid inside very often. They're very centered. And so we have these two characters, the main character and his love interest, and they both
present kind of the opposite on the outside of what's really going on. And so through their relationship, you start to see that the layers peeled back. And at the end, at the climax, if you will, both metaphorically and they kind of expose the vulnerable side of themselves to each other, which is an emotional growth for the two of them.
Yeah.
But I think, and what this comes out in we'll call them the romantic scenes.
Yeah. And the love story is something very unique between the two of them. Something like I've seldom seen anywhere described. The progression of the love story, the beats, it's very unique, but it's very tasty. There's a lot of subtle tastes in there because the taste of extraterrestrials, of love, of psychology, of what's happening in the intelligence world, how to aim at somebody with a gun. I mean, there's so many different details, different flavors. I think it's very, very tasty.
What she's referring to is I took this long novel writing class, which I had to produce a novel, and the teacher says the number one thing you have to do is create a character that the reader instantly cares about and put them in trouble so they care about what happens and want to turn the page. And that's absolutely what we do. But she says you have to put texture in there, the gritty feel of reality to make it authentic. And so things I learned in the intelligence world, I put in there that I could. For example, I had to carry a weapon, right? And so I had to qualify on the range, and I had to shoot 3 or 4 times to keep my scores up a week, right? And so I'm over at CIA, and this case officer, hardcore, what you'd think of as a spy. He goes, Eric, that's bullshit. You're going downrange. I mean, I was going to Iraq, and I had to carry an M4 and a Beretta. And he said, don't use any of that. He said 2 things. The first time you shoot for real, because you've shot on the range, you don't hear it. And you hear it, and you're going to be shocked at the moment you most need to have your senses with you. So you need to shoot without your hearing so that you're not shocked the first time you hear it. He said, that's the real one. He said, the second thing is this business of a Weber stance and lining up the rear sight. He said, no. Here's what you do. You take your pointing finger and you lay it along the barrel, and you take your index finger and you put it in the trigger. So when you want to point at something to shoot at it, you point with your pointing finger because you've done that your whole life. You're going to be really accurate. And don't worry about squeezing. Just pull off as many as you can, center of mass. And he said, that's the real world. So that's something I learned in my intelligence training that I share with the readers. That's the real world. That's what really happens. Like if you get in a gunfight, which is more than in Iraq, we would shoot just to keep their heads down to create muzzle flash. If you really have to shoot at something, you don't shoot at it the way you do on the range. So it's details like that we put in there that are, I guess, what I'd call bonuses.
Yeah. No, there are all these clearly nuggets just based on your own real world experience, but then it's also just fascinating through a fiction lens. So, I mean, the other thing that resonated with me was this idea of sort of breakaway science or forbidden archaeology being housed in private corporations. I found that very interesting and possibly dovetailing with things we've seen in the real world.
Well, it's funny you mention that because I'm still very connected to the national security world, and there's something happening there that's extraordinary, which is instead of the government saying, here's what we need, we're going to pay you defense companies to invent it. You're getting companies like Palantir and Anduril and Ursa Major Rockets, where they're saying, we're going to get venture capital money. We're going to invent cool stuff way faster than you could. And we're going to say, here it is. You want it?
Yeah.
And so the military R&D that's going on is happening outside the military in Silicon Valley.
Right.
And, you're seeing this happen with, Anthropic and the Defense Department and so forth. And so that is exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah. No, it's fascinating. I think those companies you mentioned, like Anduril, for example, is a reaction to Lockheed and Northrop, where they have their cost plus models. And so they will, charge extra for doing, less sometimes. And so Anduril's like, we're going to actually take the risk burden and the financial burden. We're going to innovate and build something you don't even know you need and, try to make it work. Which in some ways, I think if you're a taxpayer, you should be kind of grateful for. And then, yeah, maybe there are some other, issues we have to think about when it comes to it. But
so truth in advertising, I have a relationship with Lockheed that I must disclose.
Yeah.
Which makes me, I have to be careful about what I say, but there's two sides to every story.
Yeah.
If a defense contractor like Lockheed or Northrop or RTX is doing something, it's for one reason and one reason only. Their customer told them to do it. They don't do things just to, add to their profit and so forth. In fact, those businesses aren't very profitable when you look at profit margin. They have to only make between 10 and 15% maximum on a cost plus. Their profit margins are not good at all. Their return on capital can be pretty big because the government can pay for some of the capital. But generally speaking, they're not high multiples. They're very low multiples.
That's right. That's for sure true.
Right. And the reason is they're not big growth.
Yeah.
Right. And so they don't really rip off people consciously. That's not at all what happens. It's the government says, when you do procurement, you have to do it this way. And when you do cost accounting, you have to do it this way. And you have to do this, that, and the other. And when you add up the slowness and the cost, it's because that's what the government is. It's slow and it's expensive. And really, you could kind of look at these companies and say they're more like part of the government.
Yeah.
In the way Mikoyan or Kalashnikov or Sukhoi is really part of the Russian, and so they're really just replicas of the government.
Yeah.
And so the problem is that the U.S. is falling behind China and Russia and Iran in some cases, like in hypersonics, and they're saying we can't have this. We can't fall behind China.
Yeah.
Who everything is dual use because the government is everything. So they're turning to Silicon Valley to do faster.
Yeah.
And they're relaxing the rules for them. They don't have to follow the same rules that the Lockheeds do. So I wouldn't be so harsh on the defense companies because they basically are doing what they're told to do.
Sure. Well, I also think they have a lot of really interesting frameworks and things they've discovered that they maybe haven't successfully scaled up all the time, but because they have decades of, a head start on a lot of these kind of new Silicon Valley companies, I'd love to see kind of less loss of information between some of these aerospace graybeards at those companies and some of these newer companies. I think that's,
You know how that's happening?
How is that happening?
Where do you think Anduril's hiring?
I don't know. Where?
I'll just say this. Technology walks on two legs.
Okay.
Like if you want a rocket scientist.
Yeah.
And you can pay them, double what Lockheed can pay them.
So they're just poaching.
Gee, where do you think those people are coming
from? The prime contractors. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And that's not all a bad thing.
Yeah, no. I mean,
I think that the bottom line of all human behavior is you get the behavior you reward.
Yeah.
And if you look at the way our defense industry behaves today, it's because that's what they get rewarded for. And if they don't, they get punished.
Yep.
And so it's completely, they are so exquisitely tuned into their customer. That's all they're going to do is what their customer wants them to do.
On the UFO front, you have all this lore of like the Lockheeds and Northrops engaging in crash retrievals and not having proper supervision or oversight when it comes to the government. Do you take any of that stuff seriously, or?
I'll just say it's beyond my experience. I know nothing about any of that. And I'm not just saying that. I really don't.
Yeah.
So I can't comment. I've never heard anything.
There's this funny thing where I interview, I interviewed this guy, Rolf Mowat Larsen, who we spoke about. I think you know him.
Yeah.
And, I interviewed you, and I interview a bunch of people who I respect from government circles, and they know nothing about the UFO stuff. And I take at face value that they know nothing about the UFO stuff. And sometimes they'll go even farther, like Rolf did. And he said, if I did know, I would 1,000%, publicize my knowledge on this stuff. And to me, it's like, because a lot of the people I do interview seem to know a ton about this stuff. And I would love some wave function collapse to occur where it's like, let's get it in a room or something. I don't know what it is, but I'd love to understand ground truth on this whole thing. And I'm sure games are being played. I think the issue where I would challenge my audience is they assume that games are being played from the people that take your stance. And I think they should actively be thinking about possible games being played on the pro UFO side, and I don't know,
Well, look, the way things are compartmented inside the government, it is entirely probable
Yeah.
that there were things I had no idea were going on.
Okay.
So the fact that I, in theory, could have known
Yeah.
means nothing.
Yeah.
You know, for one thing, you know, I was a super user, so I had to get exposed to all these compartmented programs at the Pentagon. And it's like Clockwork Orange, where they clamped open my eyelids and made me look at this stuff for a whole day. And I don't remember any of it, but there was nothing about UFOs in there.
Yeah. Well, they should have recruited you, because this book, it feels like you're as deep as anyone on this stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've made it my, well, both of us have kind of, you know, fascinated by this, but it's because we're drawn to that's funny.
Uh-huh.
Right. And like I say, this book, The Shadow of Time, is really kind of taking people on a journey that they wouldn't ordinarily go on, like in other science fiction, because we're not really science fiction writers. We're hardcore scientists.
Yeah.
I mean, hardcore scientists. And so, although there's some speculation in here about what isn't impossible,
Yeah.
the journey is very authentic. You know, because all of us in science who've gotten really into things, we have whiplash from thinking, oh, well, that's the case. And we run toward that and go, okay, that's true. Oops. We get closer to it and we go, ooh, that isn't true. Well, then this is the case. And you go back and forth. So this whiplash that happens in the last chapter is real. That's what happens to real scientists who are really open to what's happening.
Yeah. It's, I mean, the truth is always much stranger than fiction often. So, we were mentioning actually before we were rolling that, you know, you worked at Hughes Aircraft and you were doing stuff around flight simulation, and you obviously have a neuroscience background. And I brought up Donald Hoffman, and you were like, oh yeah, I worked with that guy. And he's now, I don't know if you know this, he's like all the rage on podcast circuits for his idea that it's not adaptive evolutionarily for us to see base reality. And so we create these icons in our mind, and he's created this whole kind of math, you know, underpinning to that. So I found that fascinating. Have you ever heard of anything around like being able to fly a craft with your mind? I would think that would be innovated on.
It's funny you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Up until 2020, I was still working for Disney as a contractor.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked in their accelerator where we funded startups and owned a piece of them and then nurtured and coached them. And one of them was a brain sensing company that had a game. Well, it was for health. They had it for health. But what we wanted to do was have brain controlled game experiences. And so, do you remember rocking the rock that rocks?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
So I worked with them, and in the lab, we invented a rock that you could move with your mind and steer around on the floor.
Whoa.
We called him Rocky.
Whoa.
And it worked.
Wild.
Yeah. I mean, that never made it to market. Like, 1/10 of 1% of the stuff we do in R&D ever gets
What was
out
the neuroscience behind it?
Well, it was basically AI, or really more machine learning, looking at surface potentials, EEG type potentials, not even evoked response, but just basically kind of consciously controlled EEG. And so you put this thing on, which kind of looks like the old Superman Brainiac thing, with a little sensor pods, 2 frontal, 2 mastoid, and then I think there were 2 over the parietal lobe. So I think a total of 6 nodes. And, you go through the normal calibration, and then I guess it's kind of like biofeedback training.
Yes, exactly.
Where you look at the rock, and then you will the rock to move forward, and the machine learning interprets your signals, and then over time you could have it go forward and back, left and right.
Yeah.
And it was cool. I mean, it was freaky. I'll tell you something, when I see a rock move, when I told it to move only with my mind.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. You were picking up brainwave signals, but we're also picking up electromyogram from scalp muscles and from maybe eye muscles and facial muscles. So was it brainwaves or was it muscle action? Or both? We can't say.
That's so interesting.
In a way, it didn't matter because we didn't care. We just wanted to create an experience where someone could actually. And now there have been toys sold on the market. Like there's the levitating ping pong ball toy, where there's an air column with a little fan, and you control the fan velocity with your brain.
Whoa.
And so you put on this EEG thing, and you think, rise, and you train, and your brain learns how to levitate the ping pong ball.
Whoa.
At one time, you could buy that on the market. Those exist.
Wild.
So there you have it. Could you do this with a drone? Absolutely, you could do it with a drone. Now, if you used a magnetoencephalography, like these squid-based things, you could really do it.
Whoa.
You could definitely control pretty much anything. There was this guy who I had give a talk at the Aspen Institute who, there's two. There's Donahoe and this guy at Duke who implant electrodes in the brain of people who are paralyzed, quadriplegics, and they control a robot arm with their brain. And they train him to play video games, and they train the guy to walk with an exoskeleton with a neural implant.
So wild.
This is the future.
Yeah,
so
it's the
absolutely, this can be done today.
Wow. That's so amazing. That's incredible. Where do you guys, net out on the UFO issue? Obviously, there are themes in the shadow of time that, to me, might represent your kind of net assessment on what you think is going on, but I also don't want to assume that. So what do you think is going on?
Well, I will say the shadow of time is first and foremost entertainment.
Okay. Yeah.
We have to be very clear.
Yeah.
It's to get an emotional journey where there's suspense, there's mystery, there's, oh no, that can't happen. And there's romance, and there's discovery and curiosity. So really it's meant to create emotions in the readers and insight and maybe some self-discovery. Its intent is not science. So I don't think that you can say that what we say in this scenario here is what we think is the most likely. We think it's the most entertaining of the not impossible. I will speak for myself and then let you comment. My belief is that there's something real going on. And whether that's atmospheric physics we just don't understand, whether it's some other, not atmospheric, but some physics phenomena that we don't understand, there's something very real in a few of these reports.
How would you probability weight the kind of prosaic explanations, atmospheric stuff, versus the more exotic stuff?
I really have no way of saying. I would tend to think that it's something beyond what our science can even imagine right now, is what I really think it is.
Yeah.
It's something like this. There are more dimensions than we think, or some weird physics that hasn't yet been discovered, is what I really think.
Yeah.
It shows more the limitation of our understanding of physics than anything.
Yeah, I believe that too.
And so I don't think it's mostly atmospheric or any of these other things. I think it's something even more fundamental. I think it's something that we're going to have to completely redefine. And for those of you in the audience who don't know this, cosmology today is undergoing this exact crisis.
Yeah.
Where I don't think there's any other field of science that I know of that really bedrock assumptions are being questioned and crumbled, like redshift. Well, everyone knows that redshift is the farther something away is, the faster away it's moving, so the more it gets stretched, so the redshift is greater, right? So you can see how far away something is by the amount of redshift, assuming you have a standard star with a standard emission spectrum, which is an assumption, which may not be true because the things that are farther away, maybe they had different chemistry or something at that time. But then there's somebody say, well, no, maybe light gets tired after traveling for X billion years. Maybe it loses some energy. Well, that's been, quote, disproven. But then some people say, well, maybe it hasn't been disproven. But you have the Hubble tension. You have different measurements of the expansion of the universe, which are completely incompatible, but both true, which tells you, some basic things we understood about the universe cannot be true. Dark energy, dark matter. And so I think that we know because of things like dark energy and dark matter and Hawking radiation and things like that, we know we're very limited, really, in what we know. And so because we know that we don't know, I think that's where these things are. I think they are most likely some really shocking fundamental physics that we just can't get our heads around right.
I think that even some of the cosmological concepts that we treat as ontologically true, like dark matter and dark energy, they're just mathematical placeholders. We've never really detected dark matter. And then dark energy is just defined by the inflation of the universe. But if you even if you put it through like an AI engine, you say, what is this? It goes, well, it's not one of the 4 fundamental forces, but it's a force that it's like, this is anti-gravity is what it tells you.
We know what it's not.
Yeah.
We don't know what it is.
We don't know what it is, which means it's a placeholder.
And it may not be true. I mean, there are some theories that say that it's just gravity isn't constant across the whole universe and time. Like maybe the laws of physics actually change over time.
I believe that the big G is an averaging of a bunch of stuff.
Well, yeah, maybe. Who says that Planck's constant has to stay the same throughout all time?
Totally.
Do we understand why it is what it is?
Yeah.
Why is C exactly what C is?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Einstein would say it's a property of space-time.
You can only measure C, by the way, one way. You can't measure it both ways, there and back.
Well, yeah, I guess depending how you define it, that's true. But I guess the point is that you asked me what I think. I think that it's both baffling and, for the same reason, incredibly exciting. That I think what we're seeing with these credible, real phenomena, of which there are some, is something really bizarre and out there that is so far different than what we think is happening in the universe that we just don't know. We're looking at it, but we don't know what we're looking at.
So what do you think, because you have all this talk of disclosure now, and Trump and Obama engaged in some sort of bizarre mimetic warfare like a couple months ago, and Trump's now saying we're looking into the UFO issue. What do you think comes of that? No, aliens.gov has been registered. I mean, if it is this fundamental physics thing, there are limits to what you can disclose, but presumably, maybe in just an unofficial context, but there is data on the government side. And so do you think all of that gets released? Some of it gets released? Do you think it's used as a distraction?
They're never going to release everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for lots of reasons that I won't go into, but certainly some of it where sources and methods are involved, they're not going to release that.
Yeah.
But they won't do it because, I'll tell you a story.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, before you tell a story, I want to say what I think.
Jump in. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No.
It's just,
I always ask her to do that, so go ahead.
Yeah. I cannot stay silent too long. I've got to.
Nor would we want you to.
That's right.
So, what I think is that there's a bunch of different phenomena that might not have anything to do with each other. They could be very separate. So we need to distinguish what are those that are due to weather or atmospheric stuff, or the ones that will have no explanations. And the ones that have no explanations, I do think that you're right. There is something that we don't know about that is fundamentally different than we know, but we need to acknowledge that they exist. We need to acknowledge that this is a puzzling thing, and we need to acknowledge this in government, in the whole world, which we don't. So in psychology, when we have a problem, the first thing is be aware of it. And I don't think we're aware of it enough to look for the origin of what it is. So first thing is awareness. So I would urge all our listeners to be aware of what is happening in the sky, film whatever is happening in the sky if they see anything abnormal or different, and then report it, because the more people we have that report this thing that are part of us to increase our awareness is really important. That's it. Are you back to?
Well, I'm really glad you stood up for yourself for a lot of reasons. But she makes a point that I feel horrible I didn't make. I feel very certain that we're not looking at one phenomena. I think we're looking at multiple phenomena. And I think that they're different enough in the way they're described the glowing spheres are maybe not the same thing as the Tic Tacs and so forth. The triangular ones that people have reported with some consistency, those flying kind of fireballs that were seen over Washington, D.C. in the 50s that seem to have some credibility. I think at the end of the day, when they're going to find out, it isn't one phenomena. It's multiple.
Yes.
And maybe unrelated.
I totally agree.
So I think that's a really important point that she made.
Yeah, I think there's something going on in our oceans that feels more ultra-terrestrial or, Silurian hypothesis. And then there's something that feels more of like a mental interface thing where people get into these heightened states and things show up. And those two things feel like probably of a different variety. Like I'd imagine the ultra-terrestrial thing is more, in the same biological meat space as us, but I don't know.
We don't know. And and there are some people who believe that panspermia, tell them about panspermia, and that we're basically all aliens.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that life could be, we assume that there is life only on Earth, but it could be that panspermia is a theory that says that life can exist, could exist anywhere in the universe. What is to say that life doesn't exist 120 light years away from us? Like we found some dimethyl sulfide, the dimethyl disulfide, 122 or 240 light years away from us on exoplanets. So it's very possible, and we're starting to discover long chain carbon structures that are on Mars, that are on different planets. So it's very possible that there is life in a lot of different places in the universe. And it's possible
it could have come here on asteroids.
It could have come here on asteroids. Could
have come from Mars. We got bombarded by a lot of stuff from Mars, and it turns out conditions for forming life abiogenetically on Mars were there before on Earth. So we might all be Martians, or we might be multiple. It could be panspermia, meaning organisms from different places all came here.
Yeah, and Mars. Most conventional astronomers would say that Mars might have had a biosphere. There are kind of water caverns all over it. It might have had a magnetosphere that it was stripped of.
Oh, it did have one.
It did have one. Yeah. You have argon-40 and xenon-129. So there's just one friend of mine who's was at Lawrence Livermore in Sandia, and he thinks that there was a nuclear holocaust on Mars. And it's who knows? He's definitely in a camp on his own in believing this. But I think it's really interesting because he says that these exist in excess of what you would ever expect with just normal, radioactive isotope decay. And that the only explanation is that. And so
I found and digested the isotopic evidence. And when it all kind of sitting in my office, it all hit me. It looked like a thermonuclear holocaust and had happened there, and we were so afraid it would happen on Earth.
And he's got the chops to say something like that where I feel like I have to listen. So,
well, on Mars, there's a lot of lava tubes that we've never been inside those lava tubes. So what is there inside? It could be that's a very protective area. There's no or much less radiation in those lava tubes, but we've never had anybody going or any machine going inside those lava tubes. So,
but the panspermia thing, meaning, is it likely that we're all evolved from some extraterrestrial life form, or I think it's almost certain that we're evolved from building blocks that are extraterrestrial. If they did that study of that asteroid Bennu,
yes,
in which they found all of the nucleic bases, which are the formation for RNA and DNA. So I go, okay. Well, so we have an existence proof that those really important building blocks, nucleic acids, are in outer space. So the law of parsimony says they probably came here from outer space or came here and we co-evolved them. See, what we're finding in anthropology, when it looks at how did humans get to be humans, where they are, it's turning out that it's unbelievably complicated. There were many waves of migration out of Africa. before and after Homo sapiens. There was interbreeding between Denisovians and Neanderthals and, Cro-Magnon and, Homo erectus. And, it's like we're this mongrelized, weird mishmash hybrid of a lot of different interbreeding. And so there is no clean, simple story of how modern humans came to be modern humans. You're European in background, so you have probably 3% Neanderthal genes, as do I. Well, she's really an alien. I don't know how many. But I think that the point is that I think what we're going to find is that in the origin of life on Earth, it's going to be messy, complicated, a mishmash of a zillion different things.
Yeah, and it seems like archaeology is only 200 years old. And the further we go, archaeology is just like a product of the 19th century, finding ancient, Assyrian and Babylonian cities. And the longer we go, the older things get. And the longer we go in anthropology, the more hominid species we find. And so I think we have, it was like 5 to 10 years ago. Now it's 21 to 30. This is depending on your stringentness with, peer review and, what your definitions are. But there are a lot of ancient hominids that we just didn't even know or anticipate. I don't think we ever thought that Neanderthals are as smart as we now think they were. And so, maybe it was somewhat of a, obviously our intelligence and prefrontal cortex was adaptive, but more of an accident than we think it is that we won. So yeah, there are all these open questions that I think we're just going to get a lot more data on, hopefully.
So I think if you sum up what both of us said about where we come down on UFOs, it isn't one phenomenon, it's multiple.
Yes.
Some of it might be understandable within our current science. Some of it almost certainly is not.
Yes.
Yeah, what up, crap?
Bottom line, it's real.
Yeah. Well,
we made it to silver, bro. I'm back in silver. For now. But I was just going to let the season end. I'm just going to let the season end, and we'll pick it back up whenever. Yeah, whenever it starts back up again. Do you know if there's ladder reset? You know what I'm talking about? Anyways, music.
There is some tiny percent that's absolutely real, and science should take it seriously. We should do a lot more hardcore research into that subject.
It's cool to see the former CTO of the intelligence community and director of research at the NSA say that. That's a big deal.
Well, I think that any scientist who is worth their salt will tell you there's so much more that we don't know. She said we know 1% of what there is to know.
In 24 hours. So if you're going to try to make gold, you better go do it right now. If you're going to go try to make gold. I don't know if they reset the ladders, though. That's what I was asking. I don't know if it's a ladder wipe rank reset. Yeah, man. That's what I was saying. If you're going to go try to get gold, you better go now. I had to get back in silver just so I could, not hate my life. We're going to make this a maintenance shaft. So you should probably look up if there's going to be a ladder reset. Look that up for all of us here and let us know.
I wanted to say maybe 1/10 of 1/10 of 1/10 of 1%.
Actually, shit, man, I got to take a break, dude. I've been playing for 3 hours, bro. I got to take a little freaking break, dude. Minecraft is crazy. Crap, go and check if ladder resets tomorrow or the day after. Woo! We'll be right back, folks. Plenty more stream to go. HeadshotH4rry is a zombie cat production. Hey folks, just letting you know we are coming back. Thanks for tuning in. Before we do, have you subscribed? If not, there are many perks to being a subscriber. One being that you will be cooler than all of your friends. All of them. Unless they're a subscriber. And you're in real big trouble. HeadshotH4rry, live on YouTube, continues right after this. This stream is made possible by viewers like you. Hey folks, welcome back. HeadshotH4rry. We're listening to a cool podcast, building in our Minecraft world. We're building a transit system from the far north to spawn. Let's continue our journey. Welcome to the stream. Let's just get back into it. We've seen it.
Yeah.
You know, I think that
The podcast is Jesse Michaels, American Alchemy.
Some problems are too small to see, some are too big. And it's too big for the human mind to get their mind around just how incomprehensible the universe probably is. And this is the point that I think it was Niels.
It's not universe, it's universes.
Bohr or Feynman or someone like that said, yeah, quantum physics is not only weirder than we know, then weirder than we can know.
Yeah. Bohr was like, you can't understand this stuff. And he would debate with Einstein because Einstein was trying to understand the ontological implications of the spooky action at a distance stuff. And Bohr was like, good luck,
Well, Bohr has also said, prediction is very difficult, especially of the future.
There you go. I love that. That's hilarious. That's awesome. I want to actually, wrap up here on the listening cure, because this is a book really kind of based on your long work, Dr. Chris Gilbert. That was my introduction to both of you, which is funny because I'm obsessed with UFOs and a lot of the topics you're into. But I find it to be fascinating that intelligence might not be just concentrated in the mind, but might be kind of embodied, and we might be holding information all over. And really the premise of this book is like, if you have an ailment, you have to listen to it and form a dialogue with it. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you have an ailment, if you have like a lower back pain, for example, you can have a dialogue between your brain, your mind, and your back. Sometimes your mind is going to tell you, oh, you need to lift those heavy bags and you need to walk for your 10,000 steps a day. And your back is going to say, "Well, that's too heavy for me," or "That's too many steps for me. This is not right. It doesn't work for me." So you've got to take into account every part of your body that might not follow the brain. And now we're discovering there is the gut bacteria. What kind of gut bacteria do you have? And is there a dialogue to have between your brain and your gut bacteria? There probably is. Why are you drawn to certain foods and not to others? That could be the gut bacteria. Now we're discovering that dysbiosis, which is what gut bacteria you have, could be responsible for maybe the increased amount of cancer or digestive cancer that we have in people that are 45 years old, or at least less than 50 years old. We've got an increase of colon cancer in less than 50 years old. Why is that? We're thinking maybe dysbiosis, maybe the gut bacteria is very different. So maybe that dialogue between that part of our body and the brain. And it's fantastic for me, it's fantastic to create a dialogue between several parts of the body. Like you have a conference meeting between a board meeting, between different seats. The stomach will have a seat, the back will have a seat, the liver will have a seat, the brain will have a seat, gut bacteria will have a seat, and listen to what each of them will have to say. And then you will be able to understand yourself better, deeper understanding. It's also very interesting to have a dialogue between my body and Eric's body, for example. So if you have a mate, your partner, and forget about the brain, don't have the brain talk to each other, but have their body talk to each other. What are they going to say? And they could say something very different than what the mind will say. There's fascinating things that happen when you give the body a voice.
But, this brings up a fascinating difference between the two of us, which I regard as a strength, and that we look at the world very differently. She is a clinician. She wants to make her patients' bodies heal. So she's not into mind-body medicine in the sense of understanding the brain and the mind for its own sake, but she wants to heal the body by, understanding the brain. So her goal is healing the body, right?
Yeah, it's actually healing the body and
the mind.
And the mind, because they're completely related.
So,
Yes.
but I think what I wanted to say is the difference is she's very practical and pragmatic. She has a very concrete end result, health, right? Where I'm more of a bench scientist than a clinician, right? And so I'm interested in the deep why. So in the book, the few parts that I wrote, because it's really her book, and I'm just throwing in a few pieces of neuroscience that if I had to rewrite my part again, I'd read very different. Because I interpreted the body the way a neuroscientist would, which is the map of the body on the brain. We have you mentioned the Wernicke's and Broca's area for speech, but there's similar areas for motor and sensory in which you have this little human version of you called the homunculus, which is a complete map of your body on your brain, one half each for both motor and sensory, right? And so if you've ever taken a psychology book, you've seen this thing with huge lips and huge hands. And so I talked about the body in that sense. It's a neural incarnation of bodily sensation. But I believe I was very limited now I should have gone way beyond that, because now we know that there's a ton of neurons in your body, in the peripheral nervous system, like in the gut nervous system, and in the heart. So when we say we feel in our gut, there could be learning and perception and emotion literally in your gut, not metaphorically. Because think about where you feel emotions. They are physical sensations, right? Almost every emotion you have, you can map it onto a physical part of your body. And that may be because that is literally where you're consciously experiencing it, not in your brain. And so there's this thing called cellular cognition now, where it turns out that you can classically condition plants and single-cell organisms, and you can take a planaria, cut it in half. After you've trained it in a maze, it regrows the front half, where the back half had no neurons, and it now knows the maze, even so. It's what we call cellular cognition. And so I now believe that when she says you're talking to your back, it's literal. It's not metaphorical. That your back has a constituency, as it were, that it represents the cells in your back muscle and your back, and it has a point of view that it, as the cellular clusters there, individually have, and it's talking to the brain through who knows what. And so I think that what is fascinating to me about this very practical clinical idea that she came up with is that there might be some literal scientific truth to what she's saying that goes far beyond the metaphorical. It's literal.
Yeah, and I think it's important to, and I say in the book, it's very important to listen to the body. And sometimes the body will tell you, "Oh no, don't do that," or you've got sensations like tingling sensations, or knot in the throat when you're about to do something. Like if you're about to marry somebody, if somebody is about to marry somebody that maybe you're not meant to marry, somebody could have a knot in the throat or trembling, or it's important to listen to what the body is feeling, because the body knows usually, and sometimes the body will know if it's the wrong person to marry, for example. So before taking very important steps in life, I say, listen to what your body is saying, because if your body doesn't want to, or if it's before taking an assignment, if you have a promotion and it's a huge promotion, there will be a completely different, like it will be a lot of work. It will be very good for you, but a lot of work. And sometimes the body will tense up and will say, oh, listen to that. Because I've seen people accepting a promotion, accepting this immense stress that they will take on, and then coming afterwards with cancer, and they will die with cancer because the body knows it's too much, too stressful. So listen to your body. At the end of each chapter of the listening cure,
Yo, that's genius. All right, that's genius.
There are exercises that everybody can take, and that will make them more aware of what's going on. It's a fascinating world. It's completely different than UFOs. But it's a fascinating world instead of the outside world of the universe. It's the inside world of our body and our brain, and what who we're meant to be and who we're not meant to be.
Absolutely.
Well, one comment about different from our book, yes and no. The main kind of anti-character in The Shadow of Time has cognition in his body distributed very differently than a human.
Yes.
And that turns out to be really important to the story, and how this is different. So some of that did make its way. And the biology of this particular class of organism, as far as we understand it, is so radically different than humans.
Yeah.
And that's why we made this character the way we made it. But some of the listen to your body is in there, in that we constructed this creature from our understanding of how consciousness can be distributed in different parts of the body.
I think this is especially relevant for people who don't have acute injuries or acute illnesses. So like if you get the flu, there's like a clear protocol of what you're supposed to do if you injure your knee or something, pretty clear. But there are a lot of people, especially in Western society, that feel very kind of unheard or gaslit by the medical system, who deal with chronic illnesses, things that just persist throughout their life. And so, yeah, this technique of kind of anthropomorphizing the symptoms and speaking to it, it's very interesting. I think it's going to be very novel for a lot of people. But the idea that could be cathartic, like there's actually another book that I love. I recommend your book all the time, and I recommend this other book called Healing Back Pain by a guy, Paul Sarno.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, we know about him.
He's awesome. And he says that the physical pain you feel is actually adaptive because it's easier for you to process physical pain than emotional pain. So it's like this overhang remnant of what was adaptive because you couldn't process an emotional thing. There's other books like Body Keeps the Score about this stuff too, but it's that the body is sort of an imprint of past, maybe the word trauma is overused these days, but past, emotional experiences that people have had in their lifetime. And you can actually go back in, find have a dialogue, find the root cause, and kind of repropagate back up into a more healthier version of yourself, that's fascinating.
Well, it's interesting to think about the evolution and how we came to have these bodies that we have and the mind that we have. And if you think about those first leaps between single cell and multicellular organisms, which clearly we made in evolution, you start to understand what she's saying even deeper. Look at a pond scum or a slime mold. What you find is that's a collection of individuals that start to behave in concert. Like you have certain ones that are used for digestion, certain ones that move the slime mold around towards new food or away from threats. And so you also have gene swapping among individual single cell organisms, so that a multicellular organism might form from multiple, what used to be different species that became one, right? So if you now fast forward that process over 4 billion years, you end up with us. But we've retained that original form of multicellular where really we're different organisms. And that is literally true with our biome, right? Most of your DNA isn't yours. It's all your biome, right? And so one way to think about the body from the standpoint of evolution is we're really not individuals. We're a collection of many different organisms, each with their own agenda, that have cooperated for mutual benefit, but whose needs often collide.
Yeah.
And anyone who's felt an urge to do something like eat a donut or maybe do something amorous that they shouldn't knows that life isn't pure. You know, one part of you wants to do it, and the other part says, don't do that.
So it's almost like this thesis, antithesis, synthesis. It's what you described almost sounded like internal family systems where you create this dialogue, but it's with components of the body, and then the output is this sort of compromise or something between them, that's such a fascinating concept.
Well, it's fractal when you think about it. When you think about the way your body is, you have specialists. Evolution has decided that a collection of specialists will outperform an equal mass of generalists. So when you look at your body, you know, your toenail does a very different function from your liver, from your brain, and within your brain you see hyperspecialization. There's different nuclei that have different shapes, and so diversity of function and narrowness of specialization is what biology has decided works best. And look at human evolution. We went from a society of generalists where everybody hunted and everybody gathered, to now you look at a corporation where, or even medicine, like I'm an internist, but I do nephrology in adolescents we slice things narrower and narrower. And so with multicellular organisms, as with human civilization and businesses, we go toward bigger and bigger and bigger with hyper and hyper and hyper specialization.
That don't know anything about each other. Ask a dermatologist how to treat high blood pressure. He or she will not know how to treat high blood pressure. So it's hyper specialized and they don't connect with each other.
Yeah. And it's also looking for it's sick care, in my opinion. It's waiting for the very, margins of, extreme, like you're in the bad 5%, let's give you surgery or something. And it's not. This complex is building up over time. You have some tension, and then that creates, dysbiosis, and then that leads to cancer. It's not these like long buildups, which are occurring in everybody, and so it's important to, I think, treat the root cause.
And there's another element that complicates stuff is the aging. The aging process is not the same in each organ or in each part of us. Like the brain might not see the aging as much as the back or as the knee or, so you have to take into account each part of our body that ages differently and have a dialogue with those.
Gee, that wouldn't have anything to do with saying my trochanter bursitis is due to me being 74 years old and not realizing it.
I'm not saying.
You're in great shape for 74.
Well, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. It is fascinating too, though, when you look at the healthcare system and say, how come we're sick treatment oriented? Well, remember I said you get the behavior reward? Money might have something to do with that. Yeah. It may be more profitable to treat sick people than to stop them from being sick in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just a guy asking questions.
Yeah. I think you might be onto something. Well, it's been such a pleasure and such a wide-ranging conversation with you both. And I hope people buy all of the books. But yeah, The New Science of UFOs. Obviously, we have The Shadow of Time, which is the new book here. Fascinating and really fun to read. And then, of course, The Listening Cure, which was my entry point to you guys. Really appreciate your time.
Well, thank you. This has been a whole lot of fun. And to the listeners, viewers out there, we hope we haven't given you whiplash from moving around to all these different topics.
Oh, they're used to it. It's we all have ADD in our so.
Oh, thank you again for the opportunity. This has been a lot of fun.
Oh no,
Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely.
It's been a total blast.
It's been a lot of fun.
All my favorite topics in one. So
Great.
Cool.
Head to AmericanAlchemyMerch.com to grab official American Alchemy merch and support the show directly. And while you're there, the Cowboy UFO tee is a fan favorite we always keep in stock, along with the Atomic Age design. Thank you all so much for following.
Yeah, that was a good one. Go support Jesse Michaels, American Alchemy. A lot to unpack there. That's probably one of the better ones. They talked about a lot of stuff I'm very familiar with from personal experience. The gut thing. So I've tried to teach people how to get over anxiety, that it's actually pretty easy. Once you realize that it's not this outside force that's controlling you, it's internal, like they were saying. I don't know. I could get into it, but I don't want to. I kind of want to just not drown. I've almost drowned quite a few times. So I'm building a tramway from this side of the park to the other side, and that's one of those things that I've always thought about doing, and it's so nice that there actually is one now. So the only appropriate thing left to do is lay down the track. I think it's good enough for now that I could just start using it. Let me think. Rails are underneath. Okay, rails. 3. Oh, we're gonna need a lot of this. Might as well just bring the whole thing. Let's see here. Oops, what am I doing? Nope, that's not what I'm doing either. What am I trying to do here? Nope, that's not right. That's right. Oh, God. I don't want to make too many. I need my redstone. I don't have a lot of redstone. That's one thing I wasn't able to farm a lot of. So whatever we have, we have. Okay, we got powered rails. This should be enough. I don't think it's gonna be farther than all this. But if it is, we'll be ready. I might need to make some more powered rails. I kind of feel like I should either play some music or get... Thank you. We'll just let that stew for a while. We could talk about it. There's kind of like, I'd have to go back and go talk about piece by piece, but good stuff. That's the kind of stuff we need to be talking about. If any of you guys have questions, feel free to ask. I feel like this is the one time in my life where I have expertise on a topic that other people don't. And it's not like I'm special or anything. It's just, this has been always an interest of mine since forever. So it's cool to see that the world is catching up. I hate to say it. I just follow my interests. That's it. You're no different. if you followed your interests, you'd probably have an incredible life. Holy crap, there's tinted glass? There's tinted glass? Dude, what the...
You frickin' bricks!
What? I'm gonna put this everywhere. I can make the Jurassic Park Jeep look better. Anyways, ADD brain. Dang, dude, what else is in here that I don't know about? There used to be some stylish chairs. I need to make some of these. Alright, we got our rails. We just need to borrow a couple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's 6 or 7. Or 5. That'll do. Here, I'll use these for the nuggets. Because they make name tags. Oops, let's just... name tags are our friends. Alright, let's go lay this track and ride our thing a couple times. This is so cool. I've always thought that this area was like empty, but now I get to build something cool like on top of it. I'm gonna keep the floor design just because it's nostalgic, but I mean there's no like, oops. Why are you doing this to me? If you're gonna do that about here. That's what I'm talking about. Although, crap, dude, I want it on, let me think. Is this gonna be the side? Kinda want it on the left side. Nah. We in America, bro. We drive on the right side of the road. I'll put the powered rails in later because I don't feel like counting. It's probably be easier to do backwards. I'm gonna end up using all the freaking rail. Fine by me. That's what we made it for. Woo! I like to put in the powered rail later because I'm smart. There's gonna be some parts where I want it slow, like through the glass. Where the torches are, it stops. Now we can decorate the hell out of this tunnel later. But just getting it, I need its function. Because running from this side of the park to spawn is not, it's not very cool. It takes too long. Oh, we used 4 stacks. No way, that wasn't even, like, we're pretty close. We're pretty close. Damn, I'm gonna need all of my track. There's 64, maybe every 12 space you need a powered rail. 12, 24. I don't know. kind of cool little exit right there. I might have to make a couple little exits like that here and there, because I would like this to be accessible in different spots. Powered rails. Jeez, oh yeah. Gonna need more than that. We used 4. Gonna need more gold. What else? Bam. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wood. I don't remember the last time I slept. We should probably do that. Even though I'm working underground, you never know. What a view, though, right? What a view. This place is magic, dude. Even how you wake up from the bed is like, holy crap, this is crazy.
You know that I'm the cream of the crop.
I love this so much. I'm glad I put it right here. It's already looking like just like the best. The best. See, now this I might want to raise. I might want to raise this part because I want to see more of that water. Yeah, like maybe. I don't know. Like this part's cool. Oh no. You're lucky. Why does this look dumb? Because it is dumb. This goes one more out. Doesn't have to be... Wait, what? Oh, it's because this is too deep. Like this. Here, I need to silk touch all this. Okay, good. I didn't necessarily want to keep bringing it out here, but it's like, why not? Why not? Because it'll put you out like right here, and this is quite a view. Especially if you don't know that the sheep is there. Then it's even better. Yeah, that's good stuff, man. Good stuff. So I could probably connect this to like... It's probably not even on the same level. Oh, pretty close. Pretty close. This is hardcore Mega Man right here. Alright, so now that one's a little better. But we're not done yet. Because it's supposed to go like this. Did I mess this up? Dude, I wish... Wait a second. I wish that was in the middle. I could just move it over. But it's so funny, like... Coming in from right here is funnier. Although I could make it too wide. Well, if we're gonna stay true to form, Yo, chill. Jeez Louise. Yo, nice. Nice. All right. A little rhyme and reason. Oh, man. Let's open up this pit. No yellow. Oh, that sucks. Put these out here. We're gonna need more piss. That's it. I'm just gonna need more piss. Oh, sorry. No yellow. Do you have glass at least? There's yellow flowers all over the place. I need like maybe like 10. Who knows? We'll see. Not 10 flowers either. See how many that produces. I like how somebody was calling for the IP earlier. That's awesome. That's what I want to hear. Let me see. I think it goes like this. Yes. Hey, that's perfect. Perfect. We need more piss block. Oh man, it's gonna look even bigger on the map now. Cause you could definitely let's stay true to form. Let's keep it down below like this. So if anyone comes over here, they'll just fall in it. Oh, wait, I got an idea. Here, watch this. So, this would be cool, watch. You go like this. Go like this. Go like this. Like that. One would probably suffice, but we're extra. As long as you can't see, if you can see the other block, it ruins it. So as long as you can't see it, make it go through. Like just have like P indentions here and there. People come in there like, what? This is classic, dude. I'm debating whether or not to make it 3D like this. Boom. Just a freaking puddle. Well, we used all of them. I don't want to overdo it. I think that gets the point across. That'll give us some light. Some mood lighting. We can open it up just a little bit. It's a little crammed in here. But I don't want to disturb, like... This is it. This is supposed to be like, I don't know. It's like a beaten path, or an off the beaten path. Maybe I need to just follow my instincts here. Widen it up a little bit, especially if it's now a walkway. We'll fix this monstrosity too. Pretty easily. All right. That's it. That's all I need. True test is if I make it out of here. No! You imbecile. For some reason, I don't want to cut into the grass. That should have never been a path anyways. Maybe this will just be the path. This is the path now. This is the path now. No ladders, huh? You jerk. It's all sealed. This is supposed to be a secret. Honestly, that's fine. I don't need stairs. Alright, now we can fix this stupid stuff. There. A little bit better, I think. This stream is brought to you by Snacky Schmalls. Eat more Snacky Schmalls. Yo, hopefully that lava is not close. Any caves that we pass, we are leaving as is. Nope. Oh man, we got pretty far. So right around here we need to build upwards. So this is... I know exactly where this is. And we need to build up right about here. Building instincts, okay? Builder's instincts. Let's see if we got it. Close. Pretty damn close. I would say more like... Let's see if it's going here. Oh shoot. I'm getting burned. This is actually not a terrible spot for it. It's more or less like where we need it. I need a way out, and I need a way in. I like this, because then you can just go, woohoo! Just climb up. See, you could go from underground to up into the sky. This is like a junction. It all works. It all works. If you would like to support this channel, you too can be part of this park. By supporting this channel, you could put your name here and be part of history. How do you do it? Like this. Folks, I just want to say thank you for tuning in. We are not done by any means. We're about halfway through the stream, but all the way into your heart. Better call the doctor. It's kind of messy. Shout out to Crap. What up, Crap? Thanks for tuning in. No league today. I'm done with league till the next season starts. But thanks for tuning in, guys. We're going to keep going in just a second. I just wanted to remind you guys that you can find HeadshotH4rry on all the social networking platforms. Be sure to check out all the links down in the description box below. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I'll be back in just a moment. I gotta refill my water, and then we're gonna continue with some more Minecraft. Stick around. You unlock this door.
Based. How low can you go?
Hey, welcome back. Harry here. It's been a good stream so far. I almost want to play another podcast. We're going to be working on this underground tunnel that we can now see from here. It's great. We measured it out perfectly. And now we can access it like so, which is kind of cool. Really cool, actually. I get there so much faster. Anyways, I gotta make some more track. We're pretty close. So, rail. That'll do, pig. That'll do. I like backwards method the best. Hey, we did it. Yay. Give me some. So I don't know how new carp physics work, but I might need to bring this out even more. Like here's fine. That's better. Actually, it has to go once it gets here. Darn. Hope that's enough room for an exit. It looks like it. It would have to be here. Nah, I mean. Alright, so now we do the fun part. I feel like I could put this on a switch. I think that'd be better, you know? Look at that. That is cool, man. Yes. Is this gonna hit me in the face? Can I put this into the wall? That's better, I feel like. Billy Crystal. Oh my god. I was gonna name him while I was here, but he already has a name. It's Billy Crystal, obviously. What were we doing? The track? I need a train thing. Oh, I just have enough. I barely had enough. I left them over on the other side. So I think it was 4 that you get your maximum whatever. I knew that wasn't gonna work. Will this turn it off? Nope. One, 2, 3, 4. That should be okay. This is all jacked up now. It's all good. Let's make it look even. This we just need to take it slow. See, like this purposely slow. And boom, right there. Just kicks full speed. Just keep this powered, man. Oh, it scared me for some reason. Alright, let's sim this. Shoom. It's going pretty fast for like having only hit that. Like right there seems fine. It's not going like blazing fast. But I think this is efficient nonetheless. Efficient. We're not master resources like we once were. We built a park with all our resources. This will be enough to boost us up. No, you fail. But that will be and that should be enough power for like just to get us here. This is a cool little thing we got going. So maybe I'll do like this. Ah, scary cave. I'm out of here. Music. Yeah. Dude, this is cool, man. This is a long time coming. Actually, you know what? I'll boost it after this part. Actually, it's not that cool to see. Here, we'll just boost your hair. Because I think it'll work. Nope. Thought these would connect, but... don't matter. It's a good place to go. This is nice. This is pretty nice. I think exactly where we have him on the other side is it works. It works on this side too. Oh no, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Goodbye. Oof. Oof. It's not like I have an abundance of gold though. I've got so much gold. Alright. Where were we? I'm just gonna literally put them exactly where they are on the other side. Ooh, this one finishes. Okay, let's give it a test run, shall we, folks? We spent all day building this. Let's see how it works. All right, got some views here. Nice and slow right here. Ooh, sick. Picks up. Like it. Ooh, it's scary over there. I like this. Looks really good. You know, there's enough randomness that it works. We exit here, and then we just pick up another one and go back. Dude, now I could get from end to end. Like, oh my gosh.
You know that I'm the cream of the crop.
It's very nice. It's very peaceful. Exit, and it stops. Wow, it works flawlessly. Give me a freaking Minecraft diamond, dude.
You know that I'm the cream of the crop.
And it looks so nice. We got our unnamed dog. We're gonna name him. I tried to name it name tag and it wouldn't let me. We already put craft in the stream. Maybe your name could be here.
Hold on to your butts.
Here. His name will be top donor. That's his name. His name's Top Chat. It's a stupid name. I love it. I just need something. Your name could be here, folks. Your name could be here. Ask all the people. Come by this crazy little thing we got going on here on our side of the universe. Yeah. Let's do this.
Next business, refreshments. We have to feed them.
Two small gray beings came into my room and woke me up and said, come outside. And I put on these steel-toe boots I had by the bed and went outside with them, and there was a UFO hovering at a very low altitude over the backyard. I woke up and I knew that I had an implant in my toe. The aliens had been there in the middle of the night, and I had one more on the side of my head, too.
Whoa. We found the object and we took it out. It looked like nothing that I had ever.
All right, now next is entertainment. We want to show Steve a good time, but, well, we don't know too much about what he likes. The best thing I know for breaking the ice and getting people acquainted is some good mixer games.
It's a big night.
Two small gray beings came into my room and woke me up and said, come outside. And I put on these steel-toe boots I had by the bed and went outside with them, and there was a UFO hovering at a very low altitude over the backyard. I woke up and I knew that I had an implant. Two small gray beings came into my room and woke me up and said, come outside. And I put on these steel-toe boots I had by the bed and went outside with them, and there was a UFO hovering at a very low altitude over the backyard. I woke up and I knew that I had an implant in my toe. The aliens had been there in the middle of the night, and I had one more on the side of my head, too.
Whoa. We found the object and we took it out. It looked like nothing that I had ever removed before.
If you can just feel my ear right there, you see that there's...
Oh, yeah. There's something in his ear.
The magnet sticks to my ear.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Some of my favorite interviews have been these guys, they have implants, you know, they're close encounters of the third kind, type 2 abductions.
I go in for the post-operation meeting with the doctor, and he said, I found something in your right nostril that was so hard I almost couldn't break through it.
How many people do you think are walking around with alien implants inside of them?
350,000 people. These people are way too powerful to fight. And they're experts at mind control. They can make you do anything they want you to do willingly.
The beings that implanted you, think good or bad? Or?
Ignition sequence start. How is this possible?
Nothing too unusual about that.
Their existence cannot longer be denied.
We've talked a bit about longevity and life extension on this show, extending your telomeres, metabolic optimization, and the through line is always the same. Most of what determines how long you live comes down to really basic stuff, not these more exotic treatments. I think about that sometimes when I realize it's 10 p.m. and I haven't eaten all day because I was deep in prep for the next episode, which is kind of the story of my life since I moved to Austin. Occasionally I'll be so deep in work that I'll forget to eat, and then I end up demolishing whatever's closest at midnight. Guys, the solution is amazing. It's a game changer for anyone who's busy. Meals show up ready to go, you heat them up in 2 minutes, and they're actually made with real food. Lean proteins, whole ingredients, no seed oils, no refined sugar. Over 100 options that rotate weekly. I've been doing it for a bit now, and it is embarrassingly simple. I'm not a great chef. I don't like overspending every day on delivery. I really don't know why I waited so long for this. Head to factormeals.com/alchemy50off and use code alchemy50off. That's alchemy50OFF to get 50% off and free breakfast for a year. The offer is only valid for new Factor customers doing an auto-renewing subscription purchase. Do yourself a favor now, make healthier eating easy with Factor. Steve Colburn, I am so grateful that you're here. This has been a long time coming. I was just saying offset, I've been trying to get in touch with you for the last 2 or 3 years, maybe. I've followed your work. It seems like in UFO world, we seem stuck on the existence or non-existence of lights in the sky.
Right.
And there's a whole kind of history of research, deep research from very credentialed people discussing kind of, deeper threads, if you will, around close encounters of the third kind, abductions, implants often being found in these people's bodies. There's a legendary UFO researcher named Dr. Roger Leir, who everybody likes to pay homage to. And I view you as kind of his living heir in many ways.
Yeah, I guess that's about right these days. I mean, nobody else has taken up the research, and he taught me everything he knew. So I would very much like to continue the research when funding becomes available.
It's crazy that funding should be completely available, but this is like the most interesting stuff, So, yeah. Let's just establish for the audience who is Dr. Roger Leir. He's known as this, sort of alien implant doctor. What was his background? How did he get into this?
Well, he was a podiatrist, and he was always interested in UFOs. He was the most knowledgeable ufologist I've ever met, and he was at a UFO conference once, and Daryl Sims tried to get him interested in alien implants. He thought the subject was ridiculous at first. Then he finally said one of his friends convinced him to take another look at it. So he said to Daryl, get some of these people down here to my office, and we'll get them x-rayed and take the object out and see what it is. And so that's how the research started. And he ended up taking out 17 objects from 17 different people over about a 20-year period.
We found the object, the first one, and we took it out. It looked like nothing that I had ever removed before in a way of a foreign body. And believe me, I had removed all sorts of things, from even a hair to paper to metals of various kinds and so on. Never saw anything like this. It was a T-shaped affair that was wrapped in a very tight biological tissue, which was this really strange color and texture. And then we took a scalpel and we wanted to see what was inside. That's the idea of the whole thing. And we were amazed to find that we couldn't cut through this biological tissue. It came back with absolutely no inflammatory response. Now that really makes you want to scratch your head, because How do you get something into the human body and not have the body react to it? Well, that just doesn't happen. Maybe there's some weirded out explanation that I didn't understand from one site. Maybe 2 sites, but 3 sites from 2 different people, that's just a little too much to handle.
And where was he based?
I found out that Dr. Lear was working in Thousand Oaks when I was working in Camarillo, California, only a few miles away. And I had a weird experience where I saw these giant raccoons in my backyard, and when I was at the house alone one night, and I fed the animals and observed them for some time, and there were about between 75 and 100 pounds, I'd estimate. I didn't even know raccoons got that big. And evidently they were scout animals for the aliens, because I went to bed and woke up about 8 o'clock the next morning and had a bad stinging pain in my toe. And I had reason to believe it was some kind of an implant. And so I went to see Dr. Lear. And I don't think he believed me at first, but he gave me a prescription to get the toe x-rayed. And I knew we were going to see something on the x-ray, but when I did, that changed my life forever. It looked like a bent piece of wire on the x-ray. And I didn't remember getting any shrapnel in there or anything like that. So it was quite an experience. Then he got funding from Jaime Maussan to remove it a few months later, and he didn't have anybody to analyze it. So where I was working at the time, I had access to a lot of analytical equipment, so I analyzed it for him, and it turned out to be a sophisticated nanotechnological device.
Gotcha, bitch.
Have you read my paper on that implant?
I have not. Let's hear about it.
Well, it turned out to have very skewed isotopic ratios in several elements that were in the metallic core, and to the extent that it looked like it probably came from another part of the galaxy, not just another planet. And
but how can you know that from the isotope ratios?
Well, because the isotope ratios are characteristic of elements from different places, and if they're off by more than 1% or so, that means it's not from Earth. These were off by up to like 30%.
What were the elements and what were the isotopes?
The first one, I think it was boron and copper. And there were similar results from other implants I analyzed. And anyway, the structure of the device was a gray, hard-to-cut membrane, and below that a layer of material that was similar to bone, like a biological hard part like bone or mother of pearl. Then below that a metallic core with made of meteoric iron with carbon nanotubes inside the metal, and nerve cells connected to the device. The pain in my toe got worse over a period of days, and led to a lot of electric shock type pain whenever I put any weight on the toe. And I think that was the nerve cells growing in the device. These devices also produce no physiological reaction in the body, and that's unheard of. Foreign objects always produce a physiological response.
So there's no immune response.
No immune response, right.
Really interesting. And could these elements and isotopes theoretically have been produced in some sort of centrifuge?
You could, but in order to produce those exact ratios, it would probably cost millions of dollars and be very difficult to do.
So the question is why?
And why would anybody do that?
Why would anybody do that?
Yeah.
Do you remember undergoing some sort of alien abduction experience prior to that being in your toe?
I didn't remember it consciously, but I underwent regressive hypnosis and remembered aliens putting in the device, yeah.
What was that experience like?
Well, they two small gray beings came into my room and woke me up and said, "Come outside." And I put on these steel-toe boots I had by the bed and went outside with them. And there was a UFO hovering at a very low altitude over the backyard, over this avocado tree I had at the Fillmore house. And they indicated that I should stand below the center of the craft, and took me up with a tractor beam. Star Trek got it right, by the way. It's like a blue or greenish beam that lifts things, a gravity beam. And the center of the craft, it was about 50 feet in diameter, similar to Lazar's sport model, if you're familiar with that.
Oh, yeah.
And the center of the device or craft was an airlock that had human and alien spacesuits available. And there were 4 doors leading to the 4 quadrants of the craft. Then there was a habitation ring around the outside, and a pilot station with 2 pilots, and appeared to be thought controlled. They had their hands in a panel and on top of a panel, and screens where they were observing different things. And they took me around to the station at 90 degrees to the pilot station, and there was a couch that slid out of the wall, and this guy indicated for me to lie down, and it was a taller gray, and he took out a device that looked like a black plastic candle with a piece of 1/4-inch stainless steel tubing on it, and touched it to my toe, and pushed a button, and that must have put the implant in, and there were fiber optics going down the center of this piece of tubing, and I think that's what activates the device, the UV light, and I think that's what accounts for these red marks you see on experiencers too. I think they're mini sunburns from UV light.
Interesting. And so, how long were you up there for?
About an hour. They waited for a long time for orders, I think, before actually putting in the device, because I think they knew it'd start an investigation, and they weren't sure they wanted that because a bunch of weird stuff had been happening previously. And
where were you living at the time?
Fillmore, California.
Okay, Fillmore. And was this during at night or?
Yeah, it was a night about 3 a.m. They usually come about 2 or 3 a.m. So finally, after being up for about 45 minutes, I go, like, guys, I'm tired. If you're not going to do anything, then let me go back to bed. And so they put the device in at that point, and that didn't take very long once they decided to make up their minds.
Are you communicating telepathically with them?
Yeah, it's telepathically. Yeah.
Okay. Do you see any symbols around the craft?
Yeah, there were some symbols that looked like hieroglyphics. Labeling the instruments on the pilot station, and on some of the walls, they had I believe they had a vector symbol, blue vector symbol on the wall, a pretty big symbol, and it had 2 dots, circles below it. And their uniforms are usually cobalt blue and have either a snake with a snake over a triangle, or 3 orange circles arranged in an equilateral triangle. And I'm led to believe that the 3 orange circles arranged in an equilateral triangle is the symbol of the Gray Alliance. The Greys are not one species. There are like several, I believe 7 different species of similar aliens that are bound by treaty and come to us from planets within 100 light years of here.
How are you getting that?
I believe they told me.
Oh, they told you that. Yeah. And what else did they tell you?
A lot of stuff about physics and propulsion, most of which I can't remember consciously.
Do you remember anything about the physics and propulsion?
Yeah. They use a combination of several methods to create anti-gravity, and they definitely have anti-gravity drives, and they use like 3 different methods to create anti-gravity.
Do you remember the methods?
Yeah, one is a home puller generator. If you take a disc, the basic home puller generator is a disc, metallic disc rotating in a perpendicular magnetic field, and it creates a voltage between the center and the outside of the disc. And the aliens use a version of that to create most of their lift, where they circulate molten metal around the outside of the craft that's magnetic. from analyzing samples of the material that were dropped, I think it's usually a mixture of iron and silicon. The silicon's probably in there lower the melting point. And there's a strong magnetic field between the top and bottom of the craft. That's why that's why equipment like car electrical systems goes out when a UFO is near, because of the very strong magnetic field. And they also use a method called the bifield Brown effect to generate lift, where you rapidly charge a capacitor, and there's a thrust in the direction of the positive pole. And a lot of these things, the entire craft is a capacitor between the top and bottom. The top and bottom of the craft are like plates of a capacitor.
So they told you they used the bifield Brown effect, these aliens?
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
And according to Bob Lazar, they didn't, I don't remember him telling me this, but according to Bob Lazar, they also use element 115 sometimes to amplify the gravitational effect.
Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing. I'm obsessed with Townsend Brown, so that gets me excited. The fact that there's some, corroboration from an experiencer that, maybe that is how the craft actually works. Many institutions and people have tried to either downplay or falsify Brown's experiments. For example, in 1990, the Air Force tested a bifield Brown experiment in a vacuum, but they only used 19 kilovolts instead of the megavoltage Brown was using. But in 1956, Jacques Cornillon, a French Air Force officer and technical representative for one of France's largest aircraft companies, Sud-West, facilitated Brown's experiments in a vacuum in the Montgolfier facility in Paris.
The tests were very, very, very tricky. It was sensitive to so many things in vacuum. Finally, it worked. So that was a positive result.
Did they say anything else? So they're giving you all this insight into the physics.
They talked about time travel quite a bit, and the physics of that.
What did they say?
They said that they have time travel. They don't like to use it very much because, and especially don't like to do long jumps, because you could, if you travel back in time too far, you could get on a different timeline, and it would be difficult to get back to your own. That's the main reason. There's the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics is generally correct, except that minor decisions, I'm not sure how the universe decides what's a minor decision and what's a major one, but minor decisions in quantum mechanics where something happens on a subatomic scale, most of those just collapse on themselves and don't become a separate timeline, but some do.
So this is this idea that the wave function doesn't actually collapse, it sort of infinitely branches, but you're saying that in certain cases...
It's a combination. Most of them collapse, but some of them continue on and become a different timeline.
Makes rough sense. That's interesting.
Yeah. And the ones that do continue on are as real as this one. And if you go back too far and then try to go forward again, there's a chance you might end up on one of those branch points.
Yeah.
Cross one of the branch points and end up on a different timeline.
Did they connect the, quote unquote anti-gravity with the time travel? Because bifield Brown effect, and Townsend Brown himself was very interested in time travel because of the relationship between gravity and time and general relativity.
Well, the way they move faster than light is that they use the anti-gravity drive to open up a wormhole. And I'm not sure how they choose where the other opening of the wormhole is, but they can do that somehow, and then they'll go through it and go a few million kilometers before the wormhole collapses. Wormholes are unstable. And they can do the same thing with time. They just open up a wormhole in a different time, where the opening is in a different time that they want to visit. And the other reason they don't like to use time travel too much is because it's difficult to judge exactly when you're going to come out to the second, like they like to do.
Yeah. Well, that seems to be the case, and you have like Travis Walton dropped off near where he was picked up, but not. It's usually not like very precise, and there's like sort of missing time involved. So.
Yeah. And in Travis Walton's case, Dr. Lear thinks thought he was dead, and they brought him back to life.
Whoa. Why does Roger Lear think that? A lot of the people I talk to on this show, whistleblowers, intelligence insiders, people who've worked on classified programs, they all say the same thing when it comes to protecting your cybersecurity. They often comment on the fact that ordinary people
because Travis was thrown like 20 feet by either a weapon or getting a shock from the electric field around the craft. And he wasn't moving when he was flying through the air or when he landed on the ground. And all the people in his logging crew thought he was dead.
That is definitely true. Did any of these beings tell you why they were doing what they were doing to you? Did they give you any sort of sense as to why they would implant your toe of all places?
That it was a medical monitoring device, is my understanding, to monitor things like blood sugar and body temperature and things like that.
Why you? Is it just like this thing that it's like if we go to the zoo, we tag the animals sort of thing, or what do you think?
It's kind of like that, except that they do this to only bloodlines that they're interested in, and they have an MO where they abduct pregnant women from bloodlines they're interested in and genetically modify the fetus.
What determines which bloodlines they might be interested in?
I'm not sure. That would be a closely guarded secret on their side, but mainly they're interested in Germanic, Celtic, and Native American people. There are exceptions, but they're looking for some sort of genetic combination that those particular races have in more abundance.
Fascinating. Okay, so you have this. Anything else, by the way? I feel like with experiences, I'm always like, damn, I should have asked that one more thing about like what the being said. Was there anything else you can recall?
About them telling me?
Yeah, anything they told you.
Well, the part about them being an alliance of 7 different races coming from planets within 100 light years of here. I remember that pretty distinctly. Oh, and they also told me that that the Earth is a very important planet to a lot of races, and that planets that have some life are pretty common, but planets that are teeming with life like this are not common at all. He said there's only 4 or 5 like it in the galaxy. And so they want to preserve life on the planet, and they are worried we're going to screw it up.
Yeah, that seems to be a common theme among experiencers as far as what gets relayed.
Oh, and they told me that there's pyramids all over the galaxy. They're evidently power sources and sources of healing rather than tombs.
You know, it's funny you say this. I feel like 20 years ago in conventional archaeological circles, they would have said that that's totally quacky. And now you have people like Christopher Dunn, who's, you know, I don't know if you're familiar with this guy. He's like a former aerospace guy.
I've heard of him.
He's coming out saying, you know, that it looks like the pyramid is some sort of power plant. And now we actually have synthetic aperture radar scans underneath the pyramids where it looks like there might be these sort of coiling columns, these hollow tubes that go down possibly a kilometer deep. So you have increasing speculation. We know that there have never been any tombs found in these structures.
Yeah.
And we were just talking earlier that below Dandira, you actually have hieroglyphics that translate to Stargate.
The Egyptians talk about Stargates.
Do they?
Dude, go to, where is it? Dandira. There's actually a couple places. The literal translation, you can read it on the walls. I always show people when we go there. There are 2 or 3 depictions of Stargates. That is the literal translation for it.
We know there are actually little chambers where a human could probably lie in, and you know, some of these, I think in the Great Pyramid.
Yeah, that sarcophagus, they called it in the Queen's Chamber, is probably a healing device.
Yeah.
I have a theory where gravity is not a pulling force, but a pushing force. It's if you're accelerating through space, you experience inertia. If space is accelerating towards you, you experience gravity. And 0-point energy is turned into real energy in the cores of planets and stars, and that creates a partial vacuum in the ether that causes the ether to accelerate towards that gravitating body, and that creates gravity.
So I mean, this is, there's so many different threads I want to, yeah. It's like the, the movie Stargate, literally with Kurt Russell, the Air Force actually consulted on that.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's this portal or something. And then it would explain the astronomical alignment, the idea that all the ancient civilizations thought that the soul moved through Orion's belt, which it seems, aligned with. But there are some interesting questions I feel like I have to press on that arise from what you just said. The ether, they say was disproved in the 1890s with the Michelson-Morley experiment.
It wasn't disproved. Even Einstein said in his later lectures that there could be an ether, although it would have to be multidimensional and have strange properties. Well, that's the case. I mean, the ether. I believe they told me this too, but other people have come up with this theory that the ether is composed of tiny particles that are on the order of the Planck mass and the Planck dimensions. They're like 10 to the 20th time smaller than an atomic nucleus, and they have a magnetic and electric dipole moment and interact with each other much more strongly than they interact with ordinary matter. And matter going through it without accelerating does not experience a force because it acts like a superfluid. But when it's accelerating, there's an electromagnetic drag force that they call the people that believe in this theory call the Rindler flux, which causes inertia. And you can actually derive Newton's second law by assuming a spatial structure of that nature.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Whoa. Who's developed this theory?
Several physicists. I don't recall their names offhand, but
interesting.
I can look it up for you.
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, no, you're right that later Einstein said general relativity is not actually incompatible with the ether.
Right.
So that isn't important. And then I would also say about the Michelson-Morley experiment, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
Yeah.
And so we just don't know, but I do think, that's this kind of hotly debated, contested thing. So it's a very interesting theory. But
in the Michelson-Morley experiment, the ether is probably being dragged by the instrument itself. That might account for the results of no observable ether movement. But there was another guy named Millikan, I believe his name was, that actually did come up with some positive results for motion through the ether.
That's interesting. I didn't know that about Robert Millikan was at Caltech, and Townsend Brown actually studied under him. And then they kind of got into it because Millikan didn't really believe in Brown's stuff. Ironically, Brown believed what you said, which is that gravity is more of a push than a pull.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're saying, because Millikan did a lot of the experimental proving of the Einstein's photoelectric effect from 1905.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that he had something to do with the ether and detecting the ether. That's fascinating.
Yeah. He said he detected it, and he was a pretty high-powered physicist. So.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So he didn't detect it directly, but he detected Earth's motion through the ether by an experiment on Mount Wilson, I believe it was.
Wow. Fascinating. We'll have to look into that. Yeah. It's interesting. We take so many things for granted that we've never detected, like dark matter, and but the ether is completely we're not allowed to talk about. It's like a dirty word or something.
Yeah, I don't think I believe in dark matter. After 50 years of experimentation, there's no evidence for it at all. So, and you don't really even need dark matter to explain the results. The reason they postulated dark matter in the first place is because of the motion of the galaxies. They behave as though there's either gravity is acting as an inverse linear force at those distances, or there's a halo of massive matter above and below the galaxy. Well, postulating that gravity is an inverse linear force at those distances is actually a simpler explanation than postulating some unknown form of matter.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because I would bet against dark matter and dark energy. The dark energy is not one of the four fundamental forces. It's this sort of, just...
I think dark energy is the zero-point energy. That's what's causing the Earth or the universe to expand more rapidly, rather than it's supposed to be slowing down, according to Einstein. But dark energy, aka zero-point energy, is causing the expansion to accelerate.
It's fascinating. Quantum vacuum fluctuations.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Well, we could have a whole other discussion on physics. I want to stick with it. So you experienced this kind of profound thing, you end up with this, implant in your toe. So you don't know what's happened at that point because you haven't gotten a hypnotic regression. Is that point?
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't remember what happened. I woke up and I knew that I had an implant in my toe. The aliens had been there in the middle of the night, and I had one more on the side of my head too.
Really? You had
my head kind of hurt right there.
Whoa.
And that shows up in a stud finder.
Okay, wow. And then you get in touch with Roger Lear?
Yeah.
And you email him?
I just went to his office.
Okay, you just showed up?
I just made an appointment and went over there and told him I had a possible foreign object in my toe. And in the middle of the appointment, I told him that it was a possible alien implant or an abduction related. Excuse me. I don't think he believed me at first, but he gave me a prescription to get it x-rayed. And he said to give a copy of the film to the patient, and I definitely saw something on the x-ray, and that was wild.
That is extremely wild. What did it look like?
Well, I could tell people, too, that there's a heck of a difference between strongly suspecting that something like this is going on with you, which I had for years, and knowing for sure. And proof like that, for sure.
Yeah.
What it looked like a piece of bent piece of wire on the x-ray, and it was larger in real life when we took it out than it looked on the x-ray.
Wild. Okay, so you see this x-ray, and then do you have a hypnotic regression and you remember the full experience with these alien beings?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
And is Roger Lear at that point kind of bought into the extraterrestrial or other entity, non-human hypothesis? Or does he think?
He was excited. He wanted to come over and check out my house, and we found all kinds of anomalies, anomalous magnetic fields, leaves, and the trunk of the avocado tree had become magnetized, and in the kitchen, stainless steel knives had become magnetized, and the wood of the cabinets and all kinds of stuff. Wood seems to be very susceptible to magnetization by alien equipment.
Interesting.
I think it's
because normally it wouldn't be.
Right.
Yeah.
It's either a magnetic monopole or magnetic fields beyond a certain strength leave a residue. Magnetic monopoles make a certain amount of sense. It would be ether that had a magnetic charge to it that would be absorbed into the material, and it seems to decay away over a period of several weeks.
And how many implants did Roger Lear remove?
He removed a total of, I believe, 17 from 17 different people.
Wow. And how many have you removed?
I haven't removed any. I don't have a license to operate on people.
Okay. But you sort of look into this stuff yourself.
I attended the last 3 removal surgeries, including my own.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many have you seen, like, firsthand?
I've seen probably 6 or 7.
Wow. And does any part of you, or does any part of, from your conversations with Roger Lear, think that this could have been human tech?
No. Most of them did not look like human tech at all to us, and there was reason to believe that the materials came from not only from space, but from other part of our galaxy. But we did find, or he did find 1 or 2 that looked like human tech, that looked like just standard microchips.
Whoa. And so it's such a crazy territory to kind of operate in or think about. So you think there are maybe a couple that represent, what would those microchips have come from?
Well, the government's experimenting with implants too, but they're much less sophisticated than the ones the aliens use.
Right.
And they're much bigger.
Yeah, and that would make sense. The government has had like sort of mind control programs, like, MK Ultra sort of stuff.
Yeah,
and they probably have used chips, and But these things they have isotope ratios that don't normally occur on Earth that would cost millions of dollars to create in a centrifuge.
Right.
Any other sort of abnormalities or anomalies?
Well, I noticed that in 3 of the implants that had the isotopic abnormalities, the heavier isotopes in those elements were overrepresented.
I talked to people who really did analyze the stuff from the real deal stuff, and it's super weird. It's like heavy element, europium, californium stuff. It's like in these atomic arrangements that make like no sense. This is through X-ray diffraction, where they can image the shadows of the atomic pairs and stuff. And it's like, why is all these crazy heavy elements in this like weird ceramic metal hull structure, and we don't understand the emergent metamaterial property.
So it was either they come from closer to the center of the galaxy where there's heavier supernova, and all these heavy elements are created in supernova explosions where there's a massive cascade of neutrons in one part of the explosion, and rapid neutron capture creates these elements heavier than iron, and so it's either that or the elements had been exposed to a massive quantity of neutrons. Either way, it's very strange and most likely way beyond human technology.
Yeah, and a lot of neutrons would be outside the Van Allen radiation belt or something.
Or in a reactor or a zero point energy energy generator.
Also, the no immune reaction. It's like you think of Elon Musk as the tip of the spear with technology, and he had all these issues with the electrode implants in people's brains where there would be immune reactions. Even to this day, I believe Nolan Arbaugh, the first patient, I think might need some like tweaking after like the first thing worked because of this sort of immune reaction issue.
Oh yeah, Dr. Lear told me that any foreign object in the body produces an immune reaction. Silicone produces the least immune reaction of all substances known, but even that produces a fair amount, as a lot of women that got silicone breast implants could testify. But these produce none whatsoever. It's just very beyond strange.
Do you notice commonalities in behavioral patterns changing from some of these patients?
It's hard. I think there are some changes, but they're hard to notice. I know that when I had my toe implant, it was like very subtle, but it was like there was some sort of a governor put in my thoughts, and I felt more free once it was removed. But it was very subtle.
Wow.
And people were telling me that I didn't look well, that I had a gray complexion or something when I had the implant.
Really?
Yeah.
So it affected you in sort of a negative way?
Apparently, yeah.
Why do you think? It's so strange. Ideally, the alien tech or whatever would, be so, if it's not creating an immune reaction, it wouldn't, suppress your thoughts in any sort of negative way.
Oh, maybe what they told me about it being a monitoring device was just a cover story. Maybe they were trying to produce some changes or something.
It's fascinating.
But they definitely were hesitant to put it in because they knew it'd start an investigation. And I suspected that I was an experiencer for years, that had missing time experiences and had no other way to account for them. But it's kind of easy to be in denial if you don't have any real concrete proof.
It's a wild conversation for me because you seem like a very smart guy, and then a lot of these things are just so out there.
I wouldn't even entertain. I'm a scientist. I wouldn't even entertain a lot of this stuff if I didn't have proof.
Yeah. No, it's you're backing up all your claims, so it's really amazing. Dr. Roger Lear, did you find him to be fully kind of bought into the kind of non-human hypothesis as the origin for...
Oh, yeah, he was fully bought into the extraterrestrial hypothesis. Yeah.
And he said it was 17 or 18 implants that he removed?
17, I believe, yeah.
17. And he had no background in this. He was just a podiatrist, and...
Yeah, he thought it was ridiculous at first, too, but...
did he stumble upon there was one of his patients or something, and he pulled it out?
He went to a convention, I think the UFO Congress, and he met Daryl Sims there, who was the original guy into implants, and he tried to convince Dr. Lear that it was worth looking into, and Dr. Lear said, you're full of it and everything. And another friend of Dr. Lear's convinced him to go take another look, and he went back and told Sims that if you can get some patients out here that have these things, I'll x-ray them and take the object out if it's there, and we'll find out what it is.
Did Lear ever try to write an academic paper on any of this stuff?
Yeah, he and I tried to write a paper, and we tried to publish it in the Journal of Scientific Exploration, and they first they said they were excited to have it, then I think somebody got to them and they said that it was ridiculous. They didn't want to publish it. And we weren't even saying it was alien. We just said it was an unknown object recovered from somebody's leg. And they really gave us a hard time about it. And I'm pretty sure that somebody told them not to publish it.
That's so crazy. It's like, yeah, because it's funny. You can go on ChatGPT and they say Roger Leir has no academically, peer-reviewed papers or whatever. It's like you tried.
We did try.
And it's funny. I think you always have to sanitize the results and just say, no, we found something anomalous. Like we're not even jumping to conclusions. But even then, sometimes there's this sort of antibody rejection of a lot of these findings. There's a friend of mine, Beatrice Villarreal. She's an astronomer from Stockholm University, and she's PhD out there. And she basically from the Palomar Observatory, which was one of the most prominent observatories in use in the 40s and 50s. She noticed all sorts of these what look like essentially UFO-like objects. These light reflecting objects that look like kind of mirrors
in orbit.
Yeah. In geo.
Yeah, they recruited Clyde Tombaugh, the discoverer of Pluto, to investigate those too.
So that's fascinating. So there's a history of looking into these geosynchronous objects that seem to exist in the tens of thousands.
And he wrote an article. Tombaugh wrote an article saying that Earth had some smaller moons orbiting at about 500 miles up, and I know from my own experiences that gray motherships orbit at about that altitude, and they launch the smaller UFOs that actually go out and sortie to abduct people and such.
So fascinating, because the other thing is, I go back and forth on the moon landing stuff where if I'm debating with the skeptic on the moon landing, it's like I'm extremely open to us having actually landed on the moon, but something's off about the whole story. Something is off.
Well, they're concealing a lot. There's a lot up there they don't want people to see.
But so it's like maybe they saw something along the way, you know?
And interesting that you should mention the moon stuff. I found out that Apollo 13 may not have failed by a mechanical problem. It may have been zapped by the aliens because they may have had a nuclear warhead on board.
What?
Yeah.
How did you find that out?
Well, I can't prove it, but it was the next logical step in their seismic program where Apollo 11 put a seismograph on the moon, and so did Apollo 12.
And it rang like a bell.
On Apollo 12, they crashed the ascent stage of the lunar module into the moon, and it rang like a bell for hours. Then on Apollo 13, when they were approaching the moon, they crashed the third stage of the Saturn V into the moon and made a bigger bang, and it rang like a bell for even longer. And so if Apollo 13 had landed on the moon, they would have had 3 seismographs and would have been able to probably map the interior of the moon a little bit with the seismic waves that would be generated by another event. And the next logical step would have been to put a remote detonated small nuclear device on the moon and detonate it after the astronauts leave.
Jesus. But you're just hypothesizing that. You have no evidence that
I have no real evidence, but one thing that made me really suspicious that this might be true is that I remember when I was a kid following this mission, and when the lunar module was coming back to Earth, the Atomic Energy Commission was just going ape over this. And they wanted the lunar module put on a trajectory that would put it into a deep ocean trench. And their level of concern was, they said it was because it had a radioisotope thermoelectric generator on board, but their level of concern was a lot more consistent with it being a warhead.
Whoa. That's fascinating. So they were that freaked out.
Yeah, they, even though it might endanger the astronauts' lives to do that, they wanted that thing crashed into a deep ocean trench. And they've had RTGs on spacecraft before that have re-entered that they weren't that concerned about.
It's really interesting. Yeah, it's funny. There's actually an Air Force project that's documented called Project A119, and it was literally to nuke the moon as a show of force against the Soviets. And Carl Sagan actually had a temporary clearance.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
To look into doing this. So we know that in the late 50s, obviously before the Saturn and Apollo projects, that this was being considered. So who knows? I mean, you might be right, man. It's really interesting.
Well, I know that if there were no aliens on the moon or anything else like that to worry about, I think the Greys own the moon, by the way, and they told us not to come back without permission anyway. And that's.
You think they said don't come back without permission?
Yeah. Well, Armstrong was overheard at a party saying that.
Really?
Yeah.
What party?
Some party in Washington, D.C. with bigwigs, and several people said that he said that. But
and he said that the Greys said
that's hearsay. But
the Greys said don't come back until we give you permission.
Something to that effect. Yeah.
Any other details there?
Some people at NASA, some whistleblowers at NASA said that he was on a private channel after landing on the moon, and said that a spacecraft landed on the moon right after they did, a couple of miles away, and were watching him. And it was probably the same one that they said they saw following him. The whole Apollo 11 crew said a few years ago on television that there was some object following him to the moon, that they thought it was the third stage of their booster at first, but NASA confirmed that the booster was like 700 miles away. And this object was maybe only about 5 or 10 miles from them.
Jesus Christ. And you definitely have documented audio from the Gemini missions of them and then there's literally they're freaking out about UFOs. There's an outage, showing some sort of electromagnetic anomaly present. And then I have this book, actually, the Simpkinson textbook, that shout out to my buddy Chris Ramsey from the great show Area 52. He made me aware of this book where this UFO is like airbrushed into the photo for the Gemini 11 mission, where it's this like kind of tongue-in-cheek joke. If you're, this is official NASA archivist airbrushed this UFO, which looks like the best UFO photo ever.
Well, the astronauts used to admit to it long ago, before the security was that tight, and I think they were seeing these things almost every mission in the early days.
So wild. How many people do you think are walking around with alien implants inside of them?
Well, the people that they implant, they've abducted about 3% of the American population, according to Dr. Lear. I think that's about right. It's probably between 3 and 5% to take samples.
What is he basing that off of? Is this like sort of census style, extrapolation?
His own research and extrapolation. Right?
Okay.
And based on what I have seen, most what I call class 2 experiencers that are actually at the next level, part of the alien program, have implants, but the first class, where they just take samples from, do not generally. And I would say very roughly about 1 in 1,000 people are class 2 experiencers in this country, and it might be similar worldwide. I'm not sure. So if that's the case, then say there's 350 million people in the U.S. That'd be about 350,000 people.
It's a lot of people walking around with implants. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's like 10 to 15 million for experiencers overall, and then class 2 experiencers who get the implants around a few 100,000.
And a standard procedure for them to put a brain implant into class 2 experiencers that enables them to access your sensory information to see what you're seeing and hear what you're hearing and probably hear what you're thinking in real time.
So you're like almost an avatar or something. Like you're this perceptual like drone for them or something.
It turns you into a walking bug, and it connects you to the gray hive mind. They told me that too. And all individuals in their society are connected to a hive mind, kind of like the Borg on Star Trek, but they have a little bit more individuality than that. And every experience they have is recorded. And so if all these people are implanted, then they presumably only put the brain implants into people that they can get some good information from. So being that that's the case, they probably know everything that's going on in the society.
We have Eric Mitchell here, who we did an amazing show with yesterday, and he's, what you might call kind of a super experiencer. you guys are friends. You've found a few different implants, and Eric, is that right? Or
I don't remember what the results were offhand. My records got stolen recently, but I'd like to do the exam again. But yeah, I saw some indications of implants in Eric, and we found some dyes on him recently, alien dyes. We haven't talked about that yet.
So before we get to the dyes, the implants, what are we calling indicators of implants?
Well, I have a protocol that is mostly Dr. Lear's protocol that he turned me on to. And you first inspect the patient with a stud finder, a small metal detector that detects conductive objects into the skin, and concentrate on any areas of concern first, where they think they might have an implant from anything they remember, or any symptoms they might have had. And if you record the areas where you get stud finder hits, then go over the person with a Gauss meter, a sensitive magnetometer, and if you get an area that has a stud finder and a Gauss meter hit, that's almost certainly an implant, because these implants almost always have magnetic fields.
So have you had a stud finder and magnetometer, this Gauss finder hit for Eric?
I think we had two. I recall.
Eric, do you remember where exactly they detected one of these implants?
Back of my neck, my arm, and Dr. Lear, he thought maybe there might be one in my knee. It was like a weak signal. So he sent me a 100-pound neodymium magnet, which I should have been very careful opening that box a little more careful. Like, it was like a cartoon. There was
probably dangerous.
Yeah, it was dangerous. But he wanted me to hold it to my knee, maybe 10 minutes a day, watching TV or something like that. Put it back in the bubble wrap, make sure it's safe, and then pull it back out the next night and keep doing that. And he didn't think that it would pull it to the surface. He theorized that it would create like an eddy bubble, an eddy effect, to kind of loosen it from the tissue and bring it, to the surface, which actually worked.
And so do you have any like incisions or marks or any sort of raised skin where either of these implants are?
No.
Okay. Have you removed anything?
No. Okay. No, 2 weeks before I was supposed to meet with Dr. Roger Lear in Eureka Springs, Arkansas, he unfortunately passed away.
The portals of entry with these implants heal incredibly fast. Mine healed within hours. So
whoa,
you're not going to find anything like that.
How many implants do you have like photo evidence of?
6 or 7, I think.
Could you send some of those over? It'd be cool to show them to the audience in post-production.
Sure. Yeah.
Sweet. Thank you.
And yeah.
So what are you working on now? Is it Neutron Nano Star Tech?
Yeah, I have a company called Neutron Star Technologies, and Neutron Star Nanotechnologies is like a spin-off of that. And I've been just trying to get that funded and utilize some of the carbon nanotube knowledge I have to maybe produce some products. And I've been doing scans on experiencers.
Cool.
And I've done probably 400 scans on people. And
so of those 400 scans, how many produce a hit?
Well, it's a pre-selected audience, so probably about half.
About half. Wow.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
Interesting. And at this point, are you you're known as Roger Lear's, living apprentice, and so people hit you up?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So fascinating. How old were you when you had your experience?
I remember having an experience at age 5 where I think that's when they put the brain implant in, where I remember waking up before dawn and seeing a bright yellow lit up UFO, disc-shaped UFO hovering over my parents' house. And then I watched it for a couple of minutes and blacked out, then woke up about 8 o'clock in the morning and the sun was up, and I had blood all down the front of me, and had a vague memory of somebody putting something up my nose.
Jesus. And this was age 5. This is well before the toe experience.
Yeah.
And where are you living at the time?
Oxnard, California.
Okay. What did your parents do?
Not much. They just slowly had a nosebleed, and that's
wild. I mean, what did they do professionally?
My dad was a dentist, and was a colonel in the Army Reserve, and my mother was his assistant at one point, and bookkeeper at one point, and was a housewife the rest of the time.
And did they freak out when they saw you with blood running down, or what was their reaction?
Not really. I mean, my parents were not the type that freaked out about that sort of thing.
Interesting.
And that might be because of alien conditioning.
Did they have their own experiences?
My father admitted much later that he'd had dreams of being on board a UFO, and he said he saw a UFO one time over Central California.
Wild.
A cylindrical UFO with a red light on the front, he said.
As a colonel in the reserves, did he have any sort of affiliation with any possible reverse engineering programs or like deeper, spookier work?
I don't think so, but I think there's a lot he was reluctant to tell me. And he said he did call the military, the nearest military airfield to where he had the sighting, and reported it.
Yeah. It's fascinating. And so, wow. So you're 5 years old, you see this bright object. Do you remember vividly being on that craft? No, you don't.
No,
okay, so you just wake up, you have blood.
I think they came down into my room to put it in that time.
And where's the implant? What was it?
It's in the brain.
It's in the brain.
It's in the frontal lobes of the brain.
And do you still have it there? Or?
I'm sure I do.
Wild.
And I've got one above each ear, apparently. I wasn't sure about those. I saw them on X-ray barely, but they're really, really small.
Whoa.
But they started giving off radio signals during a Japanese TV show I was filming.
Oh my God!
So,
what were you doing?
I know they're there now.
What were you doing on Japanese TV?
They wanted to interview somebody with implants.
Whoa! And you're 5 years old and you have blood all over, and gee, that's traumatic, man. That's like a tough, crazy thing to go through.
Well, this experience is pretty traumatic for a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's like there's certain advantages to it. You get to fly in space. I mean, a lot of these abductions take place on great motherships in orbit.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing the Earth from space, being up there, and but you used to have to take the bad with the good. I mean, I hate to tell people this, but these people are way too powerful to fight.
Yeah.
And they're experts at mind control. They can make you do anything you want, anything they want you to do willingly.
I don't even know how to answer to talk about that. In the 200 out of the 400 that you personally found implants in, do these people have usually UFO experiences associated with the implants, or in certain cases is it like people coming into their room sort of thing?
They usually remember seeing UFOs or remember being on board UFOs, but it's both. I mean, sometimes they come into your room and do whatever they need to do, and other times they come and get you and take you up to orbit, and if they want to do anything special or whatever.
Do you think at any point in time, some of the mind control stuff we discussed earlier was like aliens were used as some sort of smoke screen for that? Like it was like there's a book called Controllers by a guy named Martin Cannon, and he talks about MK Ultra, but then the air MK often, and how there are implants involved in some of these things, and how they would shade people's experiences to make them think that they were alien. And to be honest, it's kind of a slim, poorly researched book that doesn't, for me, explain everything neatly at all. But yeah, what's your take?
I think that may occur. I think that MK Ultra might do that sometimes, but I think that the vast majority of the experiences people have are more or less what happened and really are aliens. I have no doubt in my mind that the aliens are here and they exist, and there's more than one species involved.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many cases that I also encounter where I'm like, you just can't explain that with human prosaic tech. I do find it interesting. You were at UCLA in the 80s.
Yeah.
You know who was head of the UCLA psychiatry department at that time? Are you aware of?
I probably was, but
this guy named Jolly West. Did you ever interact with him at all?
No.
He was like a head honcho in the MK Ultra stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I did used to work at the UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute as a researcher for about 5 years.
Okay.
He probably had authority over that branch, I bet.
He might have. Yeah, I don't know. But definitely a spooky, not great guy. I think he got in trouble for like dosing up an elephant with a ridiculous amount of LSD, and then the elephant died, and he's on record. There are letters between him and Sidney Gottlieb, and there's a great book called Chaos by a guy named Tom O'Neill, who's become a friend of mine, and he basically has this hypothesis that Charles Manson was this MK Ultra patient, and it's a really crazy.
He may have been. I think that that guy that shot John Lennon was MK Ultra guy, and I think Sirhan that shot Robert Kennedy was too.
I think so as well. Yeah. So that's this. It's a weird threat, but so there's that stuff, and then what do you think the implants are doing when it comes to the alien? You think it's just tagging, it's biometrics, and then maybe there's some mind control stuff going on. It's perceptual hacking.
I don't know all the details of what they do. They keep that, the aliens keep that mostly secret, but I think some of them are medical monitoring devices, some of them are tracking devices, and some are the brain implants actually enable them to hear and see what you're hearing and seeing in real time.
Does any of the structure that you've investigated kind of allow you to see what the functionality might be? Like, because you're looking into nanotechnology, so presumably this would use nanotechnology.
They do, yeah. They're sophisticated nanotechnological devices. Most of them have carbon nanotube electronics built into the metal, and that's beyond our technology. And there's strange structures. I can show you some of the electron micrographs.
Please.
And there's very strange structures that would be beyond our technology to form right now. I'm not sure what they do, but I suspect it has something to do with emitting the radio signals.
Of a lot of these people you encounter, is it usually grays? Is it sometimes Nordics or reptilians or some of these other sort of archetypes?
I remember seeing mostly different types of grays on board the craft. The real short worker type grays, and the ones about 4.5 feet tall that I call the scientist engineer types. And I have a handler that's one of those. And I think most Class 2 experiences have a handler.
What do you, when you say handler, what does that mean?
A contact person that is in charge of your case on board ship.
Whoa. So a being.
Yeah, being, yeah.
And how do you, are you still telepathically in touch with that handler or something? Or
I have reason to believe I am. Yeah, I think he's hearing this whole conversation right now.
Whoa. What's up, handler?
And they record everything that is experienced by every member of their society, and that includes Class 2 experiencers. When you get the brain implant, it connects you to the great hive mind, like I said.
This is wild. Does any part of you think that humans discovered, there's this, I think in the early 2000s, there was this concern of the runaway gray goo nanotech, scenarios, and nanotech was all the rage in the early 2000s, and then it sort of went away. And does any part of you think that humans can do any of this stuff, in deep black contexts?
I think that nanotechnology is not that dangerous as long as you don't design some microprobe that's self-replicating.
Right.
That
was the gray goo scenario.
Even if you did, I'm not sure it would be all that dangerous. But I think what is dangerous is AI. If they ever do develop true self-aware AI, I think that would be extraordinarily dangerous.
Yeah, seems like
the aliens don't believe in it, so I think that's why.
Yeah. Well,
they believe in computers, but they're controlled by minds.
Do you think there are good and bad factions of aliens, or do you think they're all good or all bad? Or
no, I think there's good and bad factions.
The beings that implanted you, think good or bad, or
they're mainly out for themselves, but they're not scum-sucking evil either. I mean, they want humanity to mature into a more peaceful species and become members of the Galactic Federation, or whatever you want to call it. But they're mostly here to mine the Earth and the Moon and collect biological samples.
I mean, that seems reasonable and not bad. What do you think of modern
But they don't care about the suffering they inflict on people. That's one bad thing about them. Everything is for the group with them. They're a collective mind. They don't care about individuals. They just care about what's best for the group.
Why do you think they care so much about nuclear? They seem to show up. Some of my favorite interviews have been these guys that are often in their 70s and 80s at this point. They have worked at nuclear bases all over the U.S. And in certain cases, they board crafts, they have implants, they're close encounters of the third kind, and I guess what you're calling kind of type 2, abductions or something.
I think a lot of top military people are implanted, and the aliens keep tabs on them. But I think they don't want us having nukes because A, it makes us too powerful. B, it has the great potential to screw up the planet, screw up a lot of their plans for this place. And C, it can damage the planet's life force. I've reason to believe there's structures in the ether that contribute to life on this planet somehow, and a nuclear blast could disrupt that, at least in the general area where it was detonated. And they said also that it screws up their communications and leads to problems in other dimensions that they didn't want to go into.
Yeah. No, that is interesting about, like, they seem to show up at nuclear disaster. Like, there's this literally this monk at this Shinto temple in Fukushima, and when they had their 2011 famous nuclear spill due to the earthquake, he was like, the UFO showed up and cleaned up the temple.
They were trying to alleviate the radiation.
Exactly.
私はここで UFO この大きな UFO 見ましたからね。
There's a Harvard PhD named Jensen Andreessen who writes about basically a similar experience in Chernobyl, and they measured this like nuclear tower before and after. And so I think it goes beyond just them not wanting us to blow ourselves up. There's something about the ambient electromagnetic radiation of just the Earth that is this perfect kind of petri dish, biosphere.
Right. That makes sense. And there's maybe the Earth is actually emitting some of this, but there's structures in the ether that are life-giving and that might even resurrect some extinct species at some point in time. And nuclear blast could disrupt that, and radiation in general can disrupt that. And also, the government's known for years, the aliens definitely have this technology, and the government's known for years that you can actually affect the decay rate of radioisotopes by certain scalar electromagnetic waves. Scalar waves are a special form of electromagnetic radiation that has a different structure. It's a more fundamental form of electromagnetic radiation than the transverse waves they talk about in the textbooks. And it interacts with the nuclei rather than the electrons and atoms like transverse waves do.
Explain what a scalar wave is, because scalar physics and scalar waves are often thrown around in these super hand-wavy ways.
Right.
And yet they're often used as terms, like extended electrodynamics, scalar waves, by people who I really respect in kind of aerospace world. So what's your definition?
They're trying to keep it secret, but enough has got out to know the basics. A guy, Dr. Tom Bearden, talked about this a lot in his books, if you've read any of those.
Yeah.
And anyway, a scalar wave, a transverse wave, EM wave, is a wave that has the E and the B fields perpendicular to each other, and it moves in a manner perpendicular to both. And the E and the B fields are in phase. In a scalar wave, the electric and magnetic fields are 90 degrees out of phase, and the magnetic field curves around like that, and the electric field radiates as if it's coming from a positive or negative charge point. and it's like a sound wave in the ether, basically. And they can travel faster than light. They're not restricted to light speed.
So I've heard similar things to that, and then
pause. All right, we're approaching the 6th hour. I gotta move my legs, as do you, the viewer. This world is looking amazing, pristine, lovely. We're gonna continue. You bet your sweet bippy. Right after this. Thanks for tuning in, folks. This stream is made possible by viewers just like you. It's good to take breaks. Go move your legs. Get some water. Be right back. Right after this. HeadshotH4rry is a zombie cat production. Hey folks, hope you're enjoying the stream. We are not through by dang sight. We're approaching the 7 p.m. here on the West Coast. Still plenty more stream to go. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. get right back into it. All right, we're listening to American Alchemy. You can find him, Jesse Michaels, on YouTube. Michaels no A.
Places I always get frustrated is I'm like, have we ever measured a scalar wave? And usually the answer, like, have we? Do you think we have?
I think they have lots of times, and
how would we measure
classified labs? But I have reason to believe that I haven't done the experiments yet. I'd love to get in the lab and do some, but some
sort of quantum sensor.
I have reason to believe that you can generate scalar waves with standard radio equipment, but a different type of antenna. You'd use a dome-shaped antenna, a capacitive antenna with say a plastic dome with metal on both sides, and you connect the electrodes of the oscillator to each metal piece.
Fascinating. Okay, and why do you think that design would allow you to transmit scalar wave?
Townsend Brown's work, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he had an asymmetric capacitor where the negative electrode was larger than the positive electrode.
Yeah.
But I think basically my sense is that the main thing is big electric field differentials. If you create big electric field differentials, then you can somehow harness the quantum vacuum fluctuation stuff.
Yeah, high voltages work better with that. I have reason to believe. I wish I could. I wish I had some concrete proof for you, but just reading all this stuff that's available and thinking about it a lot, I've put this together.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think high voltages should work better for that.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, I mean, high voltages definitely correlate with high electric field strength, and then there are ways to amp up the electric field strength kind of artificially as well. But so fascinating. So what are you how do we advance on this topic now? Are we just in the Stone Age when we find these implants? Are we just like, we think this works like XYZ, but we just have no idea what we're kind of looking at? Or
Well, I think the next step is we have to do more research on the implants, excuse me, while they're still in the body, and try to measure exactly how much they're transmitting, and try to decode some of the signals. And after they're removed from the body, I think we need to try to connect the there's carbon nanotube bundles that are like the main connections to the device. We should try stimulating those with different voltages and see what happens under electron microscope or under microscopy in general. It wouldn't have to be a EM for that, I guess.
Is there anybody else systematically looking into this besides you?
No. And then the third thing I would do is use fast atom bombardment to shave off the devices layer by layer and map the distribution of elements in each layer and the distribution of carbon nanotubes.
That would be fascinating. I mean, if you could do some atom by atom, analysis, that would be also just groundbreaking, because if these things are fabricated on the atomic layer, then that's not something that we can do.
Yeah, they look like they're grown somehow.
That's so wild. Like they're biological themselves or something.
Or nanotechnological. Like they look like they were grown by some sort of mechanical life, like the Transformers on the movies. That's a hand waving thing, I guess, but that's the best I can do right now. But putting a device like that so complex together by standard methods would be next to impossible, I think. And the other thing I wanted to say is that when I first got into this, I thought the aliens are probably only a few hundred years in advance of us technologically, but now I think that it might be more like a million years in advance of us.
Why is that?
Well, they show off once in a while and show experiencers exactly how far ahead of us they really are. One incident that really impressed me was that they zapped my car with some kind of an energy weapon when I was going to Dr. Lear's office to film him testing the implant while I was still in the body. And The mechanic said later that the computer in the car was fried, like it was exposed to EMP or something. And so I had to walk they did it when I was in this canyon and didn't get any cell phone reception. So I had to walk like 2 miles down the canyon to get cell phone reception and call him. And he and the film crew showed up and picked me up and brought me to the office. And when we got to the office, he goes, "Steve, come here, you got to see this." And he'd pulled my x-ray out of a stack of x-rays. And it was in a stack with about 200 other x-rays. And he showed it to me, and the lettering from the outside of the envelope that the x-ray was in had somehow been transferred to the developed x-ray film.
What?
Yeah. I'm not even sure in theory how you could do that.
So that's like access to reality levels of manipulation or something.
Something like that.
That is bizarre.
Another time, my son and I were driving to our old vacation place in Bullhead City, Arizona, and we were on Highway 40 out in a remote area, and I saw this bright white light hovering over this valley about 5 or 10 miles away, and it was really bright. And I go, "Hey, look, Garrett, there's a UFO." And he goes, "What?" I don't see anything. And I'm like, "How could you not see that? It's like as bright as Venus." And so I was tripping out on that and go, well, then a few miles down the road, he started seeing ones that I couldn't see. It's like they can control who sees them and who doesn't. I don't know how they do that either.
Yeah, not only signature management, but like unique signature management for the person perceiving.
Yeah, I have some theories about how they might manage to cloak themselves in general by various methods. But
what do you think it is?
Selective seeing like that sounds a little hard to do.
That seems really hard to do. Do you think? Yeah, it's like the access to our brains, and they have access to the signature management stuff. Do you think that we have reverse engineering programs and crash retrievals and all?
Yeah, I think that's all true.
Yeah. Do you have what's your highest conviction, hardest evidence on that? Because you seem like an evidence-based person.
Well, I analyzed some of the wreckage from the San Agustin, New Mexico UFO crash, and analyzed a piece of an alien orb or sphere from that Jaime Maussan got a hold of. And
was this the Buga sphere, or
no? Not the Buga sphere, but
another one.
The Buga's a different design, but okay. This one was about this big around, and it had large vaporized, from the looks of it, holes in the north and the south poles of the sphere. The edges of the holes had been damaged by tremendous heat, and Maussan bought it from a farmer that farmed about 100 miles south of the U.S. border near Brownsville, Texas, on the east coast of Mexico. And he said that when it crashed, it produced an explosion that killed a cow 100 meters away.
Whoa!
And if there was a strong magnetic field around the craft, or the orb, which I have reason to believe there was, then the collapse of the magnetic field is what released the energy that vaporized the metal at the top and bottom.
Why do you think this whole topic, it's like it attracts a few really smart people like yourself, and then you have so much circumstantial evidence, like an abundance of circumstantial evidence, and then somehow it's like the one smoking gun that we always want slips through your fingers. And I'm talking about this as a person my revealed preference is that I'm like deeply interested in this stuff. I think there's a there. I'm not a skeptic. But it's like this, it's always like the hard drive goes missing at the end. The photo is a little too blurry for like the consensus to believe it. It's so frustrating.
It depends what you consider a smoking gun. I think that these extremely skewed isotopic ratios might be considered a smoking gun, and the fact that a lot of these pieces are nanotechnological devices beyond our technology, and like that sphere was. made of a titanium alloy that had carbon nanotubes also built into the metal, which I think provided thrust by the Byfield Brown effect. And,
it did?
Yeah, and I think so. I mean, I don't know what else could have made it fly.
Do you have this thing?
Not anymore. It got stolen.
You got stolen?
Yeah.
Who stole it?
My family, if you can believe that.
Oh, man, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Why they took it?
Yeah, I still do have some other alien stuff, but yeah, I can't find it anymore, and I have reason to believe it was in some stuff that they stole.
Jesus Christ, man, I'm so sorry. That's messed up. It's not cool.
No.
Do you have? How does your family view? I mean, your wife is here. She's absolutely lovely, and I can tell she's interested in this topic. Do you have other family, and what do they think of your interest in all this stuff?
Well, my ex-wife is a Christian fundamentalist, or says she is because of her family's convictions, and she's I think convinced my kids that I'm of the devil or something along those lines.
Jesus, I'm sorry, man.
And my mother is kind of unstable, and also is kind of turned my kids against me as well. She's afraid I'll embarrass her by going on the air or putting stuff on the internet, things like that.
Well, I'm sorry, man. I think your brain is a gift to humanity. So, so we don't know where this object is that was taken from you?
No, I don't know.
Oh, damn, that's crazy. And then what about the piece from St. Augustine crash in New Mexico?
I still have some of that.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
And you've done isotopic analysis on that, and that has isotope ratios that are weird? Or?
The isotopic ratios on that were not that remarkable. So that material may have come from Earth. They may have some manufacturing facilities on Earth too.
What material is it? Like what element?
It's mainly aluminum.
Okay.
The sphere was a titanium alloy that with carbon nanotubes built into the metal and small, like 0.5 millimeter voids introduced into the metal to lower the density. So it had tremendous strength and was stronger than most any titanium alloy I know of, but it was about the same density as aluminum.
And when you say Byfield Brown, you're just assuming that that's the anti-gravitational force created through this.
You could make capacitors out of the carbon nanotubes. The carbon nanotubes had a capacitive dielectric coating on them in this case. So it seems a reasonable assumption.
So interesting.
And you could use that spherical shape as a receiver for scalar energy. Tesla was trying to do that to power flying vehicles.
Did he have designs for flying? I know he had worked at Warden.
I think he actually flew some.
Really?
This rumor has it.
Really?
Yeah.
Where are those rumors? I didn't know about that. That's amazing.
There's a book called Lost Science. I believe it's in there. It's hard to get a hold of now.
Do you have any footage of the implant being taken out of any of these patients?
I'm not sure if I may have like one or two pieces like that. I definitely have a lot of photos and stuff like that.
It'd be amazing to show as much as we can, just because I think the average person, this is so far out.
Yeah, I mean it's way people don't believe it because it's so far outside what we're taught.
Yeah,
and the government's done their best to punish people that believe in this in various ways.
Yeah. I feel like I have to ask this question, but I feel like it's important for you because you've seemed like a very lovely person. I really enjoyed this conversation. If you Google your name, for whatever reason, this OKC bombing thing shows up. And so I just want to give you an opportunity to address what that is.
A massive car bomb exploded outside of a large federal building in downtown Oklahoma City, shattering that building, killing children, killing federal employees, military men, and civilians.
Oh, yeah. Well, I got in trouble with the feds 30 years ago on a gun charge, weapons charge, and I got investigated along with 14,000 other people that were into similar things at that time. And they, near as I can figure, the ATF was trying to punish me for not cooperating in their investigation by trying to link me to that bombing.
Oh, they were just trying to link you to that.
Yeah, they didn't.
And you never knew Timothy McVeigh or anything like
they
that.
never had any proof of any of that.
That's so weird.
In fact, I found out from a guy that's writing a book on Oklahoma City that I was cleared early on in the investigation, but they kept on saying that on the news.
That sucks, man. It almost makes me think there's some sort of campaign against you because, why is there so much online that's
I think there is. I think they're taking full advantage of that whole thing to try to discredit my UFO research now.
Yeah. And you never crossed paths with McVeigh at all. You never even met the guy.
No, I never met the guy.
That's so crazy. And he didn't have a UCLA connection or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's weird, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah. If I wrote down everything that's occurred in my life in an autobiography, I don't think anybody would believe it.
Yeah.
But I experienced it, so.
Yeah. I mean, what's anything come to mind?
Well, just all this stuff. And, first they try to link me to this Oklahoma thing, and then the aliens show up, and just a very, very odd series of events.
Yeah. And is there anything about your father or his history that might be related? So you said at the end of his life, he sort of admitted that he was, maybe, was taken up on a craft. Do you think he was doing any sort of covert work in any of these areas, or?
I'm not sure. I don't think he was doing any covert work, but he kept things pretty close to his chest. So I think if he was, I'd be the last person he would have told.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what would have even been going on at Oxnard specifically, but yeah.
Well, there's a military base near there that was very important at one time, Point Magoo.
Okay, Point Magoo. What did they do at Point Magoo?
Tested a lot of missiles.
Okay.
Submarine launched missiles and air-to-air missiles mostly.
Okay. It's fascinating, man. Well, I really hope you get all the support for your work. You're trying to raise money for this company, is that right? For Neutron Star Nanotech.
Yeah, the economy being so bad right now, I haven't had a whole lot of success, but I'm still hoping to get that off the ground.
Well, hopefully this gets amplified among people with deep pockets who are interested, I think, in supporting, some of the most frontier science and work.
Very wealthy people have come forward a couple of times and wanted to support my work, but it fell through. And I had reason to believe at the time that the government told him not to do it.
Really?
Yeah, Robert Bigelow was going to hire me for his company at one time too, and that also fell through.
Very
strange.
What do you think it is? With Bigelow and a lot of these guys, it's like there's this desire to get into this stuff, and you really want to know. And then things get dark at a certain point. It's a very, and I find this, with my own inquiries into the topic where it's just, it's hard to navigate because there's a lot of weird stuff. There's a lot of bad energy, and then there's good energy too. There are amazing people in this field, but a lot of people are attracted to it for the wrong reasons. And I think there's even an Old Testament line about trying to go into, kind of sacred stuff with a commercial impulse, and that being this really, bad thing to do. Having said that, I think we live in a capitalist system, and the only thing that kind of works in the modern day is start a company around the thing. So I'm not anti all companies. I used to invest in companies.
Right.
So it's but it is this weird thing where I think if the motivation is to make money off the thing, it often goes south. And I don't know Bigelow. I'd love to interview him, but my sense is it sort of didn't pan out maybe in the way he wanted it to.
Well, Dr. Lear told me that he started this aerospace company of his because he'd had an alien experience of his own out in the desert, and that they told him to meet them in space.
Who said this? This is
the aliens told him.
This is Bigelow?
To meet them. Bigelow. They told Bigelow to meet them in space.
Whoa! Really?
Yeah.
So Bigelow had an experience, and the aliens said, "We'll meet you in space."
Right.
And then from then on, he committed his life essentially to looking into all this stuff: UFO reverse engineering, hiring the alien implant specialist. Really?
On the Bigelow Aerospace website, there was a little alien head too. Wow. Kind of like he was announcing that, or.
That is absolutely wild. The amount of stories you hear like that, like, I think Agnew Bonson, who he headed up the Institute for Field Physics and at North Carolina Chapel Hill, and he also funded Townsend Brown. So he's working on all this crazy anti-gravity stuff and hosting kind of the top gravity physicists in the world. Freeman Dyson, Feynman, Peter Bergman, all these guys convened John Wheeler at the Institute of Field Physics in 1957 for this Chapel Hill conference. And he in his diaries talks about like the Space Brothers talking to him and possibly kind of prompting him to look into this stuff. Townsend Brown had similar experiences where he had Space Brother experiences that he discusses. So it's like you're being prompted by the beings to look into what their tech is or something.
They talked to Tesla too, according to his writings.
He said that, in Colorado Springs. He said he communicated with aliens. Did you ever have anything like that? I mean, I have to ask you because you're working on all this stuff. Did the beings ever say, Steve, you are going to dedicate your life to alien research?
I don't remember them saying that specifically, but I've always had an obsession with this kind of research and certain other things. And I think that they do that to a lot of people because once you get obsessed with the topic and you do all this research on it, if they have a brain implant in you, then they know it too at that point. So they're getting you to do their research for them.
Yeah, it's like this weird distributed science model or something where like they're collecting intel through these different scientific nodes or something. It's so trippy.
Yeah.
And we're all maybe their science experiment. Who knows?
Well, one of the obsessions, part of the reason I got into trouble before was one of the obsessions was with weapons. And I think that's kind of characteristic with some people that are Class 2 experiencers. There was one guy that was most likely a Class 2 experiencer that had a bunch of guns in his house, and there was a big to-do over that. So maybe it's a characteristic. I don't know.
Fascinating. Well, Steve, I really appreciate this. This was a lot of fun. I feel like I could talk to you for hours. I could tell we're interested in a lot of the same stuff.
Yeah.
And I really, really appreciate your time.
Yeah, no problem. My pleasure.
Awesome.
That was crazy. That was awesome. That was a wild ride. Hope you guys are still there. Hope your brain's still inside your head. I don't know. I know what I'm doing. I do, though. I know exactly what I'm doing. What color was I working with? Ah, crap. Tell me I don't have orange block. Gosh dang it. 2. Let me see here. 1, 2. No, we don't need orange. We need the How is this one going to be different? Illusions, Michael. Ah! They're all different. I like it.
He don't give an F about nothing.
There's Billy Crystal. Oh no, because I got rid of the top. Oh gosh, no. What are the chances? Oh my gosh, I can't place it. Just gonna have to wait. Oh my god, stop. Ooh. I mean, this is cool. This is cool. It needs to grow though. It needs to grow now. I'm gonna have to bust these. Vamonos. Go. This is how to get them to grow. Watch. You plant other ones, and then they race each other. Works every time. Now none of them want to grow. Not cool, dude. Why? This thing's cursed. None of them. Oh. I feel like John Hammond.
Life finds a way.
John Hammond when he's like, when he's hatching the egg. There you go. There you go. One more. One more, please. No, God.
You freaking prick!
Oh, when only those as super smart as me will be left alive to bitterly cry! You maniacs! Damn yous! God damn yous all to hell!
I love how clear the question mark block looks from here. It's so nice. That thing pops, dude. Look, we just can't look at it. Just go up one more. I hate you. You have to do this in front of my friends?
You freaking pricks!
Come on! One more. Nope, two more. Whose idea was this, man? It's a nice piece, though. They all go with the purple. Come on, dude, you're killing me here. Look, as soon as I leave, it's gonna... I'm giving it 30 seconds. 3, 2... Stop showing off. this one's sick. I wanna capture it. Yeah, dude, this one's sick. Alright, this one grew one. No. Wow, I haven't seen a baddie in this park in a long time. Long time. Dude, these are just not doing it.
Gotcha, bitch!
One more up. 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 Please. One more up. Uppy, uppy. One more up, please. This is the worst. Yeah, this one looks good too. Oh god. Go, 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 go. Alright. Give me a round of applause or something. Jeez. Extra precaution. Hi, welcome to Minecraft, where every day is a dream. No. Let me guess. It doesn't work with this one. No, it works. What the hell? Yeah, that's nice. I like that. I don't know what's going on here though. Dude, what if we use the chorus fruit to try to get across the hardest jump? Oh god, mistakes were made. Yeah, I like these. Pretty cool. Looks like a station to me. Bing bong bing, bing bong bing. I'd like to put another one of these in here somewhere. Yeah, dude, this is sick. I can't believe we dusted this off today. I want to keep going, but I feel accomplished. What the hell, dude? I need to make like a subway entrance on the other side, but it's kind of discreet, you know? It's kind of like... All I know is this world is filling out nice. And look we didn't disturb any of it. We added a little bit of flair so that you can see there's an underground subway system. Look at that. Draws your curiosity. Bam. It looks great. It looks great. I didn't want to make it too big. I didn't want to make it overbearing. I wanted you to be able to see it. This we gotta fix though. We'll do this and this. So we can go. It has to be a different color. It has to. Is that too welcoming? I don't want it to be welcoming. 'Cause it's not really like, it's just a maintenance shaft that looks cool. You could come walk around under the... But what's cool is that you can just keep going up. So it's also like an elevator upwards. Classic Nissans. So you could go from underground to up top really easy. Here, maybe here. Pee-wee. Oh, nice. That's a good one. Yo, it's filling out, dude. It's looking great. This place is amazing. I like this little area so much more now. So sick, dude. Minecraft is life, bro. So you guys ever want to play this level? subscribe. Guys, we built an underground tramway connecting, I want to say the north. Let's double check. I'm pretty sure that's the north. Facing, where does it say facing? Facing north. Towards negative. So yeah, it connects, this isn't south necessarily. This is more like south central. South would be over there on the other side of that, I would say. Check the map, son. Look, you can see the map from here. It's crazy. It's a mess. Here, whatever happens out there, that's how we're gonna leave it. Nope, no tall grass though. Can't have it looking like creepers trying to sleep. Yeah, anyways, I think we're good for today. We worked on our Minecraft world. We listened to some amazing podcasts. If you guys got any comments or questions, let me know. Alright guys, that's it for now. Thanks for tuning in. I'm HeadshotH4rry and you are awesome. No, really, you're incredible. Y'all come back now, you hear? Damn dog, look at Huntrix up there. Just like perfectly placed. Oh, that's how it's done.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of memes and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Poe Zone.